Ekireeta President olunaku olwaleero nga bwenjogedde wali mu ntandikwa kwe kutegeeza bannayuganda ensimbi ze bateekateeka kwa zino ze bateekateeka tezinnabakola ki ze bateekateeka omwaka ogujja n'okuzikuŋŋanyamu ebyo ebyobugagga ebyaffe biki bye zigenda okukola. That is gwe mulamwa gw'olunaku luno okututegeeza nti tuteeseteese kubawa obuweereza bwe buti na bwe buti ne bwe buti n'ensimbi nazo tusuubira kuzijja wano ne wali nga bwe tugenda okumenyamenyeramu wano ku Soul TV nga tuteekateeka atukugatta butereevu ku mukolo gugenda okubeera ku kisaawe Kololo ogwa okusomebwa oba okusomerwa budget oba embalirira y'eggwanga Uganda. So it is so critical Moses n'abatulaba n'abatuuliriza bannayuganda okutegeera nti ensimbi ze tuba twogerako ensimbi zino nsimbi zaabwe ensimbi zaffe government teina sente teina byekola ne byekola utonotono buno business bwekola ebukola ku lwaffe. It holds those or it operates those businesses in trust eyaffe bannayuganda. So kyovola mbagamba nti bandibadde bannayuganda bafaayo okutunuulira ensimbi zaabwe zino ezigenda okusomebwa olunaku olwaleero zitambula zitya era baddemu bagende balondoole butya bwe zikozesebwa mu kuzimba enguudo baba nga bogedde nti trillions ndowooza mu infrastructure bataddemu trillions zisoba mu mukaaga sente ezo zikoze enguudo bazikoze era bakoze enguudo za mutindo ki nakyo ekyo kikulu nnyo kuba waliwo okufulumya budget nti ensimbi zifulumya ez'okukola ekintu oba ez'okulwaninga project naye ng'ate ne mumaliriza nga temukoze eki nga temufunyeemu value for money kiri kyoyogedde.
Apollo Abannayuganda in fact endowooza eyo balina givaako ekyoga nti ezo sente za gavumenti wayogeddeko mu introduction nti URA egenda okufuna ebitundu oba
musiriva
47% zigenda kukuŋŋaanyizibwa wano mu Uganda kati bagenda kukuŋŋaanya almost 47%. Naye kati 47% sente zange zizo naawe atolabye ebweru eyo. So kati bunaanibwa Munnayuganda yenna okulaba nti kiki ekikolebwa ku ground oluguudo baba balukoze nosanga nga balukoze bulumu potholes olina okuva n'obuuza lwaki oluguudo mulukoze bwe muti lwaki akaguudo kano katini bwe kati okusinziira kiki kyolina okukola ky'okufunamu. So endowooza eyo ogamba nti ebyo ebintu bya gavumenti kyojja kwesanga nti sente zino corruption egenda kweyongera abantu bazirya buli
Moses bagenda ne batandika project y'oluguudo mu kitundu project y'oluguudo nga mu kitundu eyo mu bitundu eby'ebyalo n'ogenda okusanga nga abantu babba amafuta mu bimotoka bino ebiki ebikola enguudo babba amafuta misana babba amafuta misana naye nga abantu bagamba nti nti kasita babba ga gavumenti oba kitegera kyeŋŋamba ogenda okusanga abantu nga babba ewaya z'amasanyalaze okitegera kyeŋŋamba waya z'amasanyalaze naye nga amasanyalaze abantu nga tebefiira bagamba nti kasita babba bya umeme.
Recently omukulembeze w'eggwanga yaga nti UPDF etandika okunoonyereza lwaki waya z'amasanyalaze bazibba kati okwesanga Apollo sente zaanibadde ziyambako okuteekako okuexpandinga amasanyalaze ngatuuka mu bifo ebirala naye ojja kwesanga nti Abannayuganda bennyini bagenda mu maaso n'okubba waya z'amasanyalaze ne batema emiti gy'amasanyalaze
enguudo ngezo ze bakola zolaba ku TV okwo
amafuta ago gennyini gye babba ojja kwesanga nga olwago bali mu kubba amafuta ate nga gali suppose
n'ogenda okulaba ng'oli olaba amayinja ge bayoyago yaze ekiro n'agasomba n'agatwala bagateeke mu foundation ey'omusingi gw'ennyumba ey'omuntu oba ekitega kyeŋŋamba amayinja bagayeewo nga gakiga kuzimba luguudo ezo sente y'omusolo naye ng'oli amaze n'akola ki n'agayoola bamanyi okubba agakolansi ago nosanga oli atinda lujjalwe ne kolansi naye nga kolansi wa gavumenti naye nga abantu tebeefire bagamba kasi ebyo bya gavumenti ebyo babbe kuba bya gavumenti
n'abakozi bennyini aba contractors ojja kwesanga ne baguza abantu bannannyini akusanga oli azimba ennyumba ye omusenyu gubaleeta okukola wano oba amayinja agabaleese era n'agamuwaata very cheap price emitwalo 10 ng'amuwa sino track number. Kati ebyo byonna tulina gavumenti byerina okuvaayo
oyo Saba Minisita ow'eggwanga Uganda Right Honorable Robin Anabanja alambula nguudo za Kampala. Moses Kajangu ensonga y'enguudo enguudo mu ggwanga Uganda ndowooza nagikonyeko ku makya mu programu yasoose ne ngamba nti President Museveni era yatutegeezezza mu State of the Nation Address nti enguudo eziri tamakiti mu ggwanga lyonna kati tulina kilometers 6,190 6,190 kilometers za tamaka. Mu 86 ndowooza yagamba zaali just 1,900.
And that improvement almost
improvement eringa threefold. Akubisizaamu emirundi esatu okuva 86. Nze siri mu mativu amazima matuufu.
Naye Apollo
nedda leka nsooke male ensonga yange nti siri mu mativu n'enguudo ze tuzimbye eza kolansi. Well, kolansi weewaawo yandibanga ali expensive. Naye otekwa kumuteekako enguudo endala eza maramu. Waliwo ze bayita first class maramu. Nga wakiri bw'obanga ogenze mu bitundu eby'ebyalo osange watali kolansi naye nga waliyo maramu nga mulungi nga waliwo maramu gwe bakolanga yooyo naye ogenda okutuuka mu bitundu Moses nga n'emmotoka teyina weeyita ebitundu ebisinga eby'ebyalo. Kati bw'oba oyogera ku trade ng'oyagala ku promoting agriculture gwe gubeera omusingi ogugenda okuzimba industrialization n'ebirala bwe bityo oteekwa kubanga infrastructure eno tugiyongeddemu amaanyi amazima matuufu. Zimwasanjala tuzikoze eziva e Busia ne zigendera ddala paka Kisoro tulina West Nile eri connected Arua Buterevu tusobola okutambula naye nze ndowooza wateekwa kwongerwamu amaanyi mu kuzimba enguudo eza local government ez'omu bitundu munda eyo. Obuguudo obutonotono Moses bwe bakoze nga wano mu kibuga Kampala buno obw'ebbalibali ogenda okulaba nga bukendezezza ejjaamu nga wabadde ejjaamu nga malawo essaawa 2 naye nga kasita bakolayo akakuba ak'ebbalibali eyo ne bakakola kolansi ogenda okulaba nga tewakyali jjaamu nga abantu mwanguyirwa entambula. Bwe tuba twogera ku nkulaakulana waliwo drivers eza economy mwe muli ebintu ng'ebyo ebya infrastructure mwe muli n'ebirala ebikola ki ebisobola okusapootinga enkulaakulana. Sinaba kumatira ku nsonga y'enguudo.
Nange sinamatira kubanga Apollo bw'oba ozukka ku makya osooka kunaaba ku maaso nga tonatandika kunaaba wantu walala oyinza n'okutambula n'ogenda mu Kandens oba mu compound n'otambulamu naye omaze kunaaba ku maaso. Naye ndaba mu Kampala
Kampala y'effeesi y'eggwanga Uganda
even nobona convincing abana Uganda nti enguudo ma kilometers meka kakaago ba meka tuzikoze naye nga mu Kampala nga omuntu ali mu
Kampala tukyakubira
kwesanga nti nezitukoze mu kyalo era tebajja zibala. Naye olwekyo Kampala wano wakyaliwo almost a big challenge. Walabye Prime Minister waffe Robin Nabanja ne State Minister Musa Chweru wa transport
ne Idi wa Kampala
nga batambula naffe abasinga abatulaba wano abajja mu Kampala wano okukola ebyobusuubuzi ne baddayo era first
tenaba kuterera n'akamu ya Kampala.
Then waliwo ekirala kyobadde okonyeko n'ogamba nti sente nyingi tubatadde mu transport era Omunayuganda omwaka gumu bwe gwako ngere bwe guwedde twatutudde wano omwaka oguwedde ne tugamba nti sente bwezi tubazitadde mu nguudo naye Abanayuganda tebajja kusuubira nti the following day omwaka gumu bajja kukola kilometers bwezi tinezigwa kubanga Apollo obadde omanyi enguudo za wano zirwawo okuggwa. Ojja kwesanga nti contractor asayiniza contract emyaka ena era sente bamuwadde za financial eno naye kati ojja kumusuubira kufuna results like after 4 years. Kati Abanayuganda abasuubira sente bateekayo batusuubize kuba lyaffe naye tibanalitandika okimanyi walimu bino bya procurement
ekkuba ery'enamasuba olimanya ery'enamasuba Masajja olitegeera eryo erimaze emyaka n'ebisiibo
ogenze wala
Bannakampala Nakawuka Road waliyo Nakawuka Road eyo nayo yafuuka eki amakubo mangi mu Kampala agali Busabala Road gye mbadde ngamba eyanamasuba yeyo namasuba n'Obusabala Road amakubo ago kiki ekigagana okukolebwa wakati mu kibuga Kampala really wane wakisa ogira mu bwoti katono n'ogenda okulaba nga amakubo mafu nnyo twebaza nnyo oba oliawo kati ebitonotono ebizenga bikolebwa mu kibuga Kampala tulaba buli luguudo olusinga luliko abakola naye n'okukola nga bw'oyogedde nalwo speed ntono lwaki kuba mulikolera emyezi 8 omwaka omulamba muli ku kantu kamubwe kati ka kilomita 2 kiki ekigenda mu maaso kituufu fengaffe tukimanyi esente teziriiwo ezo bakontrakiti okukandaali emirimu okukandaalira kuba nti sente ziba zikoze eki teziriiwo naye lwaki teziriiwo ge mazima matuufu bye tugenda okwogerako mu maaso awo priorities ensimbi tuziteeka mu bintu ki okitegeera ate be tuziteekamu byo bya mutindo ki kuba oyogedde ku nguudo naye n'okuzimba oluguudo nalwo ne lumogoka mu myaka ebiri oluguudo bakalumaliriza we bati tewanakuyita myezi 6 omwaka gumu ate luzeemu ebinnya what is that ekyo kyo kitegeeza Moses kankubuulire nzijukiranga emabega kaawo emyaka nga 15 baatulaga oluguudo lwe yali mityana footpoto oluguudo olwo mbubaali balukoze lwafa kati mbubaali balukoze mu mulembe gwa Obote nga lumaze emyaka kumpi nga 20 nga weeruli oluguudo ng'olaba lazima kolansi yeeyo n'olwaleero tulina enguudo ze bakola olundole Masaka Mbalala Road highway n'olwaleero genda ojja kusanga stretch ezimu era mwe bali bakola lwaki eno Jinja Road eyo wakati we nakavayo kati awe Mukono ndowooza Mukono ne Mbalala wakati awo wafu nnyo waliwo ka stretch akafu nnyo naye ng'oluguudo olwo nzijukira tebanakumala myaka 7 lwe myaka nga 5 mekaawo eno Bombo Road bakagijjako engalo tewanakuyita ndowooza myaka 4 oba 5 kiki ekigaana okusalawo ne tugamba nti kati katukwate ssente tukole oluguudo lumale emyaka 30 wakiri mu myaka gye 30 tujja kubanga ssente tuziteeka mu bintu birala ng'olwo tulumaze tumanyi nti olwo twalumala naye nga buli kaseera tukola tuddamu ne tukola baba akamaliriza eno waliwo enguudo mu Kampala zemanyi nga tebanakumaliriza eri awasemba eno gye basooka nga lwayonoonese
life expectancy enguudo za Uganda roughly emyaka 15 bw'abanga luwanga
15 wala
weruba luwangadde nnyo life expectancy emyaka 2 naye kyoyogeddeko kiri nti lwaki enguudo za Uganda teziwangala tizimala emyaka 3
ate nga bazikolera ku beeyi ya waggulu nnyo they are one of those most expensive per kilometer
nga northern bypass bogenda nga in the whole world it is the most expensive
expressway
so Apollo lwaki ojasanga ensi zakolanya ojasanga oluguudo lulina life expectancy emyaka 5
exactly
naye wano mu Uganda bali suppose okukola layers 7 nga bakoze oluguudo olutegerekeko obulungi naye wano ojja kwesanga nti due to corruption obulyako butogeddeko nga tutandika program eno ojja kwesanga nti layers 7 nga bakozeeko layers 3
imagine
naye layer 4 bazitadde mu nsawo baziridde kyolanga oluguudo olutondosa kumala myaka eki
enguudo bali akoleya
kyoyogede nti okoze oluguudo okuva wano Makamba Road okujja okutuuka Busega naye nga olwe Makamba Road
lwayononese
so ebe corruption obulyake nakyo government erina okiteeka kesira era nsuubira n'omukulembeze w'eggwanga wanayogerako olwaleero ana kiteka kesi okulanja
eno yatusuubiza nako olwaleero mu budget speech bajja kwogera corruption
so omukulembeze yes tujja musuubira yes ajja kwogera Chikya kubiwulira abyogera naye tujja kulaba leero kiki
toyinayo suubi nti ayina ekipya kyagenda okwogera corruption
kukura obulyake kubanga n'ebitongole bitogeddeko ku makya nabyo biyitiridde obungi IGG anti corruption this investment manya biki everywhere there is an investment basasura abakozi basasura buli kimu kyonna basasura office rent era that is also ezo sente nazo zanabadde bazitadde mu budget nezikola ekintu ekira instead okubeera nga tulina institutions ezitayina nekizikola just okugaa nti owadde omuntu okufuna omulimu
kale Soul TV program munyo ku makya tugenda maaso n'okumenyamenyamu biri mu mbalirira eggwanga 225 amanya gange nze principal mu studios ndine Moses Kajangu tulina tiimu enene eri ku ground ekololo awategekeddwa omukolo ogw'okusoma kwa budget eya omwaka ogujja nenga bingi bye tuteekwa okwogerako Moses tulina budget eno ebiri mu budget engeri gye baatemeteme mu budget naye waliwo ensonga zino ze twogerako nkulu nnyo Moses ensonga bwe twogera ku bantu okubeera active mu kulondoola okwegata mu oversight y'okulondoola ensimbi zaabwe wawe zigenze n'okutegeeza abantu nti sente zino ze twogerako zammwe zaffe siza government ndoza kiba kikulu nnyo okutegeeza abantu ensonga ng'eyo kubanga abantu badde batandise okugwamu amaanyi bagamba nti budget ebyo ebya budget temutubulira tebikyatuyamba naye atulaba n'abatuwuliriza kukakasa nti kikukakatako okugoberera obeere ne information kuba ewaffe tugamba nti information is power. Bw'obeera ne information kyangu nnyo ate okubuuza n'ebibuuzo ate oba oliawo mu kubuuza ebibuuzo mwekola ki mwe muva n'ekirungi. Olaba walabye olunaku olw'eggulu ministry y'ebyentambula bwe yavuddeyo obukubirire ng'abantu bagitadde kuninga bagamba nti bino ebibonerezo bye muleese by'oku nguudo biyambaani bigasa ki mwabireese nga mubiteesetese bulungi oba nedda ku nkomerero baga twabiyimiriza katabe Entebbe Road batandise okukola olwaleero. Okitegeera ge maanyi g'okumanya n'okumanya amaanyi go nga munansi kuba citizen ne musemateeka yaffe citizen ayina duty ayina duty ey'okumanya n'okufaayo ku bigenda mu maaso mu nsi ye ate n'okwogera ebyo byalowooza nti tebitambudde bulungi.
Apollo na covering parliament ey'omunaana naye nga yalimu ababaka ba parliament abakugu nga bamanyi kye bakola. Naye kati ekizibu kye tulina ne parliament yaffe eno abamu babayita fishers men abakabinet ba fishers men baki ojja kwesanga bona bali awo ebintu sebo Apollo ebintu Apollo kati ebintu ebiri technical ebijja mu parliament ebisinga ababaka ba parliament tibatwalira budde ate they have a problem of reading culture tebasoma tebakola research kati ekintu bwe kijoli ataddeko this I and bayisa kubanga etteka lino Apollo baliyisa mu parliament
tuli mu nsi kinga abakulembeze tebamanyi buvunaanyizibwa bwabwe
yayita mu bukiiko bwa parliament bwonna
nalimu nange
ne bayita n'abaorganizing it page per page ne bakola ne
minority infrastructure
ne bakola ne minority report. In fact minority report gye bakola ku teeka lino yalinamu amaanyi okusingako ne minority report naye nga bagenda mu maaso ne bakola ki majority report ne bagiyisa naye ne bagamba nti musooke mugende mudde mwogere ne minority kati osoota genda kwogera ne minority report era omaze kuyisa etteeka ligenze liba liyamba kubanga etteeka olwedde omukulembeze w'eggwanga bwe balige bamaze kuliyisa ateekako omukono lifuuka tteeka naye n'olwekyo ababaka ba parliament era in fact bubadde buswavu okulaba omubaka wa parliament yennyini ayayisa etteeka ate jo wembadde ndabanga bali mu kukaaba
kalibakwate bakitegeere nti olumu ndooza yennaku bannayuganda gye tulina olunaku olwaleero nti abakulembeze baffe tebamanyi buvunaanyizibwa bwabwe ge mazima matuufu nkyogera nga nkimanyi era nkikakasa tulina abakulembeze abatamanyi buvunaanyizibwa bwabwe oba abamanyi obuvunaanyizibwa bwabwe naye ne basalawo ne babukola ki ne babudduka oba ne babwesamba ne batabukozesa ne batafaayo okukola ki. Parliament ekyo ekizimbe kya parliament senga kisoboka ffenna twandisituse bannayuganda ne tutuula mu kizimbe ekyo naye olw'okuba nti ekizimbe kifunda Ssemateeka wagambira nti kati abantu aba bulijjo mwe mwerondemu ababaka bammwe mubawe obuvunaanyizibwa bagende babakiikirire. Kati omubaka okutuula mu parliament n'oyisa ekiteekateeka nga tokitunuddemu tomanyi implication gye kigenda okukosa abantu bo then nekimala nekibumeranginga nga bwe kyakoze olunaku lw'eggulo kati kyamaze ne kikomawo nabo kennyini ne kibakwatirayo nga tebakyasobola kuvuga speed zimeka 30 ababaka bennyini nabo kyabakwatiddeyo kyovula nga bw'ogambye nti baswadde mu nteekateeka eyo naye era y'ensi yaffe tujja kwongera okutereeza mpola mpola nga bwe tubyogeddeko mwefubeko era bannayuganda tubakubiriza nti mulonde abakulembeze oba oliawo abasobola okutegeera ensonga zammwe ate nga basobola okuzituusa gye bateeka ozituusa. Twagala kwegatta ku Robert Mutebi ali mu kikuubo ndowooza agenda maaso n'okulondoola bannayuganda abasookerwako. Nalabye emabegakawo mwayogedde nti bannayuganda abasooka nedda abasookerwako munnayuganda asooka ye president ye first citizen kati abasookerwako beebo Robert Mutebi bagenda okututuusaako bo
ate kino bakiraba batya kubanga olunaku olwalwo lwa budget tebamanyi ate ekiddako kubanga basuubula ebintu tebamanyi budget bagasa oba tebagase. Asanyusa okusinkana oli mutereevu ku Soul TV olunaku olwalwo akusoma budget
tugirimba era naye obuzibu nga wetuba tumanyi nti ezingiriddwa okuvanga kusaawa 6 okuba nti tubadde tetulina kweteekateeka nga omanyi omusuubuzi weteekateeka leeti naye tulinda obudde bwokka then tulabe ki ebinaaba bisomeddwa.
mwabamu kubasuubula ebintu ebweru waliwo ebintu ebirinnye bbeeyi nga grapes zalinnye bbeeyi mubijja bweru n'ewalala embeera eyo evudde ku kimulowooza budget enaabayamba
budget ekyayinza okutuyamba wansonga kale omuntu eggwawo okuba nti ebikola budget kirungi era kyakuvunaanyizibwa ku saidi y'abantu kinoomu naye okuba nti mubamu sectors ezimu ate zinyigirizibwa sijja kugamba nti oba sector ki oba sector ki okutwalizaamu tunyigirizibwa weva machinga okunyigizibwa tekwenkanankana kati nga ffe abasuubuzi njega ku saidi y'omusuubuzi tetunyigirizibwa nnyo ku bintu ebiri perishable ekyokwogera lwa nsonga byebiringamu ebintu ebimu birinnya ate bwe birinnya sizoni neetuuka nti tubisuubira okuba nti binakkako wansi ate ne biremezebwayo waggulu okubuuzabuuzako ne tukola service ate owulira abamu nga bagamba nti ate ifrizi bikoze bitya kagamba ne tuba nga naffe tusoberwa ne tubulako n'ebintu netubulako n'okuba nti tuyinza okubiguza balansi baffe ne basiima bbeeyi eyo baweeredde.
Bwe tujjidde mu kusoma bajeti y'omwaka guno 2025-2026 nga basuubuzi mwavaayo ne mwekalakaasa ifrizi alinga ifrizi olowooza pulezidenti bw'anaavaayo ku mulundi guno ne minisita Kasaija ne babaako bye basoma mu bajeti mulina essuubi nti embeera gye mubaddemu ey'okusiba omuguwa n'ekitongole ky'ebyemisolo
ekintu ekyo kiyinza kuba tekijja kusoboka lwansonga tuli mu nsi ekula eva match campaigns zijja kubaawo neera awo tunateeka okusaba kwaffe era bajja kugamba ekisaanidde okulekebwa amabega ensi yaffe nga Uganda muteekeddwa okukola ki ekusasula emisolo egyo tetusaanye kusasula emisolo egyo ati bandibadde bajjako ku ground ne balaba ebitunyigiriza ne wetunyigirizibwa kale ne bagezaako okukema empenga naffe osanga ne tusasula emisolo nga tetunyigirizibwa oba netusasula emisolo nga tetukakiddwa.
Amanya gaffe
banta Freka
tweyanziza nnyo
Robert Mutebi mbadde nsaba obuuze ku mukulu oyo abasuubuzi babadde nga n'okwemulugunya okubaddewo emyaka egiwerako awo nga beemulugunya ku kusasula amasanyalaze ate ne basasula amazzi ate ne basasula toilet ne basasula akasasiro byonna ebyo nga babisasula ate nga ne renti nayo weeri ensonga eyo ndowooza twajogerako simanyi kati oba kiyimiridde kitya kuba baali beemulugunya nti renti ono omupangisa waabwe ono abapangisa nannyini kizimbe lwaki bino ebirala byonna tabiteekwa okwo lwaki ekizimbe kyo ekimu kwe bapangisa ate kwe basasula amasanyalaze kwe basasula amazzi kwe basasula byonna nga babisasula okwo y'emisoso mingi.
Ensonga eyo njogerako mu ngeri eno kuba mabega myaka 5 n'okusukkawo n'abasuubuzi abatusooka okulya mu kikuubo muno bakyogerako naye even up to now embeera tennaba kutuukako. However much bajja bajogerako kale sometimes n'abalandlords abamu ne bayingiramu naye okufuna okunyonyola kw'abalandlord abamu bagamba nti bannange nammwe mukaabire eyo naye naffe bwe tuli gavumenti yatusaako emisoso mingi ku buli bizinga bye balina kale ne tuba nti naffe tugumira muli naye nga tunyigirizibwa okujjako nga gavumenti evuddeyo oba neebaga enteekateeka oba neebaga etteeka kale ne ligenda ne libeera geno ne bakyogerako nga ekyawamu awo ensuubira nti tuyinza okuyambibwa naye as per now twogerako ngaffe kinoomu kale eddobooza tuliba nga teriwulikika bulungi eri abo abatukulembera.
Okay, tweyaza nnyo tweyanseege Robert Mutebi obanga okyaliko ndowooza gw'ogenda okunyanukula. Tubadde wano twogera ku nguudo za Kampala nga twewuunya lwaki Kampala feesi y'eggwanga Uganda yo lwaki tubeera mu mbeera eno enguudo ng'ebeera mu mbeera enguudo ne zibeera mu mbeera bw'etyo. Simanyi nky'oyogera gy'osula eyo ne gy'oyita bulijjo ku nguudo za Kampala eyandibadde feesi y'eggwanga Uganda abava ebweru mwe batuukira kye kifaananyi eky'eggwanga Uganda enguudo ziraba otya?
Ya kituufu nnyo enguudo za Kampala zo ebbanga lyonna zibadde mu mbeera mbi naye nga bwe bazze babagamba ebbanga lyonna okubawako akafaananyi akatono kikubo bwatyo bwafaanana eno bizinesi zo zitambula nga bwe muziraba abantu bali mu kukola nga bwe mulaba eno bizinesi zo zitambula nga bwe muziraba eno mu kikubo tewali holiday nti oba kino oba kiri olaba nti abantu bo bakola ne deep down eri mu kikubo nayo bwe kiri nga bwe mugenda maaso n'okulaba na wano ku luguudo luno olukirira wano ewa Kiseka nawo olaba ne wa Kiseka wennyini wempitidde naye olaba bonna bali mu kukola mirimu gyabwe ate balina kutaataganyizibwa kwonna. Bajeti ndowooza bagirinda ate Apollo mu gitemeeteme enkeera ku makya naye nga bo ate babirabanga ate bwe mubiraba ssaawa zino. Naye okutemeratemeramu akatono Apollo ne ttiimu gy'oli nayo nze ndowooza nti ensonga ya politics eri ennyo mu kintu ekyenguudo mu Kampala kubanga ebiseera ebisinga president bw'avaayo abantu abanenya kulonda bubi abantu bagamba mwalonda bubi ne tujja kwebaza olw'emipiira gino ebiri egyejja mu ggwanga Uganda nti gituyambye nnyo kubanga gyegiyambye okulaba tulina akalembereza yemu ku nsonga lwaki olaba nti kaakati buli kinnya weekiri buli luguudo olubi we luli bagenda maaso n'okulukola. Kansooke nkutemeretemeremu oluguudo lwa Northern Bypass bannaffe abategeka emipiira gya kyani n'abagenda okutegeka giri eminene ennyo egya CAF babagamba nti balina okukola Northern Bypass eyo ebeere ku mutindo kubanga lwe luguudo oluleeta abantu lwe lugatta ku Entebbe Express lwe lugenda okutambuzanga abasambi ba delegates aba VIPs ne ba officials okubajja ku side eri ekisaawe ky'Entebbe abagenda okugenda nga direct kyova olaba lwazeemu okukozesebwa bye babagamba nti president ebinnya bibadde bimukuba n'ebirala ebyo bya bulimba pressure evudde eri bwe bumu ku bukwakulizo obwateekebwawo infrastructure mu Kampala nti erina okukolebwa nti enguudo kati nga bw'olaba ez'ensambi eyo nawa ze zitwala abo bonna benjogedde nga bava ku kisaawe ky'e Namboole ne zibayingiza omwo. Eggwanga Uganda ligenda kufuna abagenyi b'amaanyi nti bwe tunabategese tournaments ez'ebbiri kyani anaguli ogwa CAF atugenda kubanga tufuna abantu okuva mu mawanga ga Africa gonna n'amawanga g'ebweru amalala. So balina okusanga ekifaananyi eky'enguudo zaffe nga nnungi nnyo. It was a blessing in disguise. Atwebaza Mukama naye ebbanga lyonna kibadde kigambibwa nti olumu kiva mu bantu be baweereza president mu palamenti tebasobola kulobinga tebasobola mulobinga kyova olaba embeera ebadde egenda bwetyo naye olwakino akyazze nga oba oliawo a blessing nti kati buli wamu we tuli mu ggwanga mu kibuga Kampala buli luguudo lujja kukolebwa era neeno gye tuli tulaba ezaayo zikolebwa lwaki nti tulina ekintu ekinene ekigenda okuleeta abantu abangi ekigenda okutunda eggwanga Uganda naye ng'okusinga kigenda okutunda ekibuga Kampala n'ebibuga nga Hoima ewategekeddwa ate ebisaawe ebirala ogenda okutegekerwa. Nze ndowooza nti kino kizze ne kiyingira mu bajeti naye ng'oba oliawo kyandibadde kitwala obudde okubeeramu olw'embeera nti bannayuganda n'okusingira ddala bannakampala ababagamba balonda bubi.
Kale tweyanzanye tweyanzege Robert Mutebi senior reporter owa Salt Media ali ku ground agenda maaso n'okufefeta endowooza z'abannayuganda nga olunaku lwa budget olunaku si lwa kuwumula lunaku lwa kukola era mwebale nnyo abantu baffe ab'omu kikuubo n'ebitundu ebirala byonna eby'eggwanga abali ku mirimu gyammwe lunaku lwa kukola era tekikola makulu okubanga eri basoma budget egenda okukupiika omusolo ate n'obanga oli waka ng'osazeeko Mukama atuyambye tuli mu kukola era tugende maaso n'okukola. Nja kusaba atulaba naawe atugoberera tusooke tukuwumuzeemu bwe tukomawo tujja kugenda maaso n'okutuusaako enteekateeka zonna nga bwe ziri ate nga bwe tukomawo ne mu studios tumenyemenyeemu ku ebyo ebiri mu mbalirira y'omwaka 2025-2026 nga bwegenda okusomebwa okuva wali e Kololo. Kankuwumuzeemu tukomewo tova ku Salt TV katude.
Television, Femunyo.
Here's your chance to win school fees for your child for a whole year. Just pay school fees using Momo.
Hi, Mango Senior School. We are here to reward one of our winners that paid school fees with Momo, and they got themselves school fees for a whole year.
The winner is my little sister. We loaded the money on my line. We did a payment. So basically that's the story behind as to why it's me and then mom. It's such a relief for any parent, because you imagine sitting at the back and knowing the child is going to do school for a full year. You're not worried about anything whatsoever. So I'm excited. Thank you, MTN.
This is continuous, so please, I call upon everyone to continue paying school fees with Momo. Dial *165 *80 hash and pay school fees with Momo and stand a chance to win school fees for a whole year.
This year, muwangulanga china wolovo.
Amanya gange zinjala ebuza semunywa nanywerera okubumule mpangule motoka eno ndi musajja mubazi nanywerera okubumwera abantu mwena bagasibira ddala emotoka eno byaddala ekisinzo kikino kirina lokubumwa 12 kyaba kyokolo kyobangula buli omwazi mbenga kinawolovu.
Color is back. Buy Rockbook. Check out of the cap. What you see is what you win.
Banange mwora tusachokura tukuyambe kimuna
bandagiride wano tiwe wali abatunda poloti omanyi mbadde nakava bweru
bamukuba kyeye bwegala kugura poloti ibya wano bisibu poloti bwojugura wano mu bimalira ku police irusanze bakabatwara kati
musajja gwe tokola wano
ngola wano neka muragirira abantu batufu ababo kora property services limited bayina poloti za mulembe basangibwa ruzira kukubo ligenda butabika yamu wababa bana bayina kukusanga mu ndeke muzibu genda tutugama zinze kuragiride
Kora Property Services Limited bebesigwa mu ploti n'ettaka n'amayumba basangibwa Luzira ku Crescent Road kuba erigenda ebutabika era bangi babaleetera n'ebirabo okubeebaza kale naawe nayagala ploti ettaka oba ennyumba tuukayo tuukiriza kirooto kyo.
Big thing about the MTN Super. Wali yakapya musite wali yakapya. MTN kabo de super mustairo mpya. Then you can
kabo de smartphone ne byaka bibyonna MTN kabo de super mustairo mpya the new Kabode smartphone ne byaka bibyonna.
Get the new Kabode Super Smartphone and enjoy 16 GB free. Start with a deposit of only 45,000 Uganda shillings and pay the rest mpora in daily installments of less than 1K. You can also make weekly and monthly installments. Together, our vibes are unstoppable. Terms and conditions apply.
MTN.
MTN is regulated by Uganda Communications Commission.
Soul Television, Femunyo.
Kale tukwaniriza natera tugenda maso n'okutuusaako enteekateeka nga bwe ziri ez'okusomwa kwa budget ey'omwaka 2025-2026 bwe mwaka ogutandika olunaku lw'omwezi lumu omwezi ogw'omusanvu 2025 nga His Excellency the President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni retired general yagenda okubeera nga kulemberamu enteekateeka eyo. Okusomebwa kwa budget kusinziira wali ku kisaawe Kololo kuyita Minister w'ebyensimbi Honorable Matia Kasaija eggwanga lijja kuba litegeezebwa entematema ya ensimbi bw'eneebeera omwaka ogujja. Ssente meka ezigenda okuŋŋaanyizibwa mu bannansi ate ssente meka ezigenda okwewolebwa okuva mu nsonda ez'enjawulo okulabika nga tuyimirizawo budget eya obusiriivu 72 ne biliyoni 367. Atulaba naawe atuwuliriza enteekateeka bwetyo bweri okusinziira ku budget eno eyayisibwa Parliament nkutegeeza nti ebitundu 44 n'obutundutundu 3 nsimbi zijja kubanga zeewolebwa ze trillion 32. Ekitongole ekiwooza ky'omusolo ekya Uganda Revenue Authority kijja kubanga kisuubirwa okukuŋŋaanya obusiriivu 34 34.051 trillions. Awo nno we wali obuzibu atulaba naawe atuwuliriza olw'okubeera nti ekitongole kino okuŋŋaanya omusolo era kigukuŋŋaanya mu bannayuganda. Naye okusinziira ku bibaddewo emyaka 4 egiyise ekitongole ekya URA target gye kiweebwa okukuŋŋaanya tekigiwezanga. Ngenda kuwa facts. Omwaka 2022-2021 ekitongole ekya URA kyaweebwa target ya kuŋŋaanya trillions 21 ne billions 638 21.638 trillions. Bakuŋŋaanya trillions 19 ne billions 263. 2022 baali baweerebwa target ya trillions 22 ne billions 363 bakuŋŋaanya trillions 21. 2023 baali baweereddwa trillions 25 bakuŋŋaanya 23. Omwaka oguwedde guno ogugwako guno gwe tulimu gwennyini 2024 baweebwa target ya trillions 29 ne billions 218 bakuŋŋaanya trillions 25 ne billions 719. Kitegeeza ki? Byebyo ebimu ku concerns essaawa eno nti bw'onookola budget naye ng'ensimbi gy'ogenda okuzijjayo tozifunye oba kitegeera Moses Kajangu. Awo budget ne bwe bibeera mukolo gwa mbaga ng'okoze budget nene ne sente n'otabeera na sente za fundinga budget era omukolo bagenda kwonooneka oba olyawo. Byebyo ebyebuuzibwa mu kiseera kino kyennyini nti tuna fundinga budget eno ey'obusiriivu 72 ne billions 367 oba nedda. Kwezo nkutegeezezza nti waliwo ze tugenda okwewola naye nga gye tugenda okwewola balina ebizibu byabwe. Moses Kajangu, it's a concern nti ensi ziri ze tubadde nga tugenda okwewolamuko nabo okuva COVID lwe yabakuba nabo bali ku economy zaabwe bagezaako okwekwanya. Bwe buzibu nti tugenda kufundinga budget eno ne banedda kyogereko mu dakiika emu. Do you think we will be able to fund this 72.367 trillion budget?
Apollo sibyo byonna byo budgeting nga byokola kubanga wagambye already tusigazizaayo ennaku meka
ntono nnyo olwaleero 12
leero 12 kati bakakuŋŋaanyayo target gye baabawa trillions 25 ndaba balina shortfall ya trillions 4 munaku 5 oba 8 esigaddeyo ogenda ku financial yabasawo zikuŋŋaanyazo it will be a miracle okulanga bakuŋŋaanya sente bwe zityo. Apollo tulina what we call the Trump era. President Trump tanamala dena mwaka naye olaba changes zaakoze za affecting ensi zonna especially mu Africa. Era ne Uganda okutwaliza wamu era obuyambe bwe tubadde tufuna through side babutema era ne budget yaffe affected one or the other. Obadde olaba mu parliament y'eggwanga obadde olaba badde ndaba vice chancellor Nawango we Makerere yagambye nti waliwo abakozi 203 abali affected they are laying them off because of suspending this aid. So these are the small monies that have been supplementing our national budget of making sure that egenda maaso naye katoja kulanga it is suspended ate tugenda kulaba bingi ngere bogambye these countries also have their own problems. Especially entalo zorabe zigenda maaso tulabye India naye badde ino obuyambi bwewa naye nga bali mu ntalo ne Pakistan. Ogenda kulaba United States
bote bakyayagala ku
spending eswale mu ntalo. That's why olanga President Trump ali almost on a peaceful agreement okulaba nti batuula ku meeza ne bamaliriza ensonga nga tebatadde mu sente okulaba nti baspendinga kyolaba kati. That's why America President Trump yaga America first olanga akasente kakoma mu nsi yawo befaako kati kijja kuba kizibu Apollo okulaba nga ebitundu bino byonna byoyogeddeko bino bijja kuba bizibu ate ffe wano mu Uganda fekka tetusobola okwemalirira okulaba nga tukuŋŋaanya zino sente kati bw'obanga olina shortfall ya 4 trillion it is going to be a very big problem to fund this project of budget ate n'okusinziira biki ebitu sente waawe ziva.
Mweze sinze nina obuzibu n'abateekateekera eggwanga lino n'atunudde mu budget nawe we bagenda okujja ensimbi nentunula ku bintu bye tu-exporting ebweru ebiva wano ewaffe. Tulabako ebyennyanja amaliba ne tobacco naye ng'ensonga yange esinga eri ku minerals ebisimibwa wano mu ggwanga Uganda. Tuli nsi eri blessed with natural resources. Tuli nsi eyina minerals nyingi okuviira ddala ku gold ogenda ku tin copper n'ebirala bwe bityo ebiva mu ttaka. Natunutunuddemu ng'obusente bwe tufuna ku bintu ebyo butono nnyo. Ndaba nga mu minerals wokka mu mining ndaba 51.54 billion 51.4 billion tebwera na trillion emu okitegeera naye nga tulina ensi zino ezirina ebyobugagga bwazo tulina okuddamu okutunuulira ebyobugagga byaffe by'omuttaka tubikozeseza tutya okufunamu ensimbi ne tuyimirizawo bajeti yaffe kubanga Moses tosobola kugamba nti ng'ojja kulwaninga bajeti ng'ogenda kuwasa n'ogamba nti 50% eya bajeti ngisuubira mu mikwano gyange wakiri beera nga nawe kenyini agenda okuwasa olinawo nga 80% bakwongerezeko 20%. Neffe budget yaffe kumpi almost half tusuubira kwewola na bugabirizi n'obugabirizi nabwo tebukyaliwo kubanga ntunulira ku grants ensimbi ze batuwanga tetugenda kuzaayo ziri only 3 grants ziri just 3% zetugenda okufuna nga grants just 3% katono nnyo bwe kati ke bagenda otuwa ensimbi zetutagenda kuzaayo naye ate ebbanja okwewola kati bw'obanga tolina okuŋŋanya sente wojja sente kati solution oba kuba kwewola kyova olaba tuddukira mu ggwanga erya China tuddukira mu nsi ezo naye ate ensi ezo Moses obuzibu bwe tulina ensi ezo zo tezisaasira zituwa kye bayita non-concessional loans nga zirina conditions z'amaanyi ziriko ne interest ya waggulu nnyo kati ogenda okwesanga nga sente zosasula ku interest nga tusasula interest naye nga principal tetusasulako oba kirala kyeŋŋamba nga twewola katugambe gye weewola trillions 10 naye gw'osasula gana amagoba gokka g'osasula n'ebbanja lisigala likola ki ebbanja libeerayo ne financial year ng'ebbanja lisigala kati n'ogenda okusanga nga n'ebbanja actually lirinnya bulinnya liggaziwa kyova olaba olwaleero batugamba nti ebbanja lyaffe ng'eggwanga batubanja 10.622 trillion no 106 nsonyiwamu 106 a public debt 106.22 trillion ebbanja lirinyira ku speed ya waggulu mwami Kajjangu lye babanja eggwanga Uganda bagamba nti buli munnayuganda waali bamubanja almost more than 2.3 million waali abanje oba mwana muto oba mukulu oba okola oba oli mukadde naye nga bakubanja nsimbi ziri waggulu bwe bagabanya ebbanja lye batubanja ne bannayuganda bonna okutwaliza wamu so tugenda kwesanga nga tutubidde tuli mu kategu gye bayita death trap tuli mu kateebe ak'ebbanja nga kizibu nnyo okulikola ki okulyejjamu ng'ebbanja ligejja naye nga we tujja ensimbi n'ez'okusasula ebbanja kati olwaleero Moses tubadde tutuuse ku level nga twewoola ssente ez'okusasula emisaala gy'abakozi ba gavumenti. Can you believe it?
That's very dangerous.
Can you really believe it?
Apollo especially okwewola ssente especially I think we have even okusinziira ku ssemateeka waffe wa Uganda we have surpassed the borrowing the borrowing limit tuli mu red almost 48% we have gone beyond 48% which is very dangerous Apollo ekyogambye that n'omuzukulu n'oyo ali mu lubuto agenda
bw'otuuka ku 51% baba tewali nsi egdamu okuwula
we are already in a red corner and it is very dangerous okulaba ate nga buli lunaku ogenda kulaba minister wa finance aze kusaba sente ayagala agenda kufuna loan but also there is no value for money because Apollo you cannot go to borrow money
senga weewola nenga byokola nabyo bikola ki nga bya mutindo nga bwe twogedde nga bweweewola ng'ogenda okuzimba oluguudo n'ozimba oluguudo nga lugenda okusavinga emyaka 40 oba 5 I think that is okay. Kiba tekina buzibu. Naye bwe twewola nga tusasula misaala ate emisaala tegigenda kukola ki? Tegigenda kukoma buli mwezi oteekwa kusasula emisaala. Bw'obanga kampani oba oli mu mabanja oba olubirira okufuuka bankrupt.
Yeah, Apollo it is very dangerous ogenda okwewola ssente nga toplaninze bulungi. Ogenda kwewola ssente nti ogenda kola bench banking which is very dangerous.
Okay, tulaba wali nga bakulu beteekateeka tulaba Minister wa Finance Honorable Matya Kasaija n'omubeezi Minister wa Finance in charge of General Duties Honorable Henry Musasizi tulabawo ne Minister in charge of Privatization wa Finance in charge of State
Honorable
for Finance
Anite.
In charge of Privatization Honorable and Investment Honorable Anite tulabawo ne oyo Amos Lugorobi Honorable
Amos Lugorobi sinamulaba kaawo
si oyo ndowooza oyo Kasolo si Kasolo oyo wa microfinance bona beteefuteefu okulaba nga batwala briefcase ye erimu budget
y'eggwanga kyo kirungi nnyo era tulina kuwa credit Honorable Henry Musasizi yalwanye nnyo okulaba nti embalirira eno eyisibwa
Henry Musasizi bulijjo yajja mu parliament oyo yaleeta zi supplementary yaleeta zi loans buli kimu kyonna yakireeta mu parliament
yakoze omulimu gw'amaanyi okulaba nti budget eno eyisibwa
so byebyo tubadde twogerako Moses Kajjangu ensonga y'ebbanja tuteekwa kubanga tugirowoozaako ebbanja lya Uganda eririnnya buli lukya naye nga tetulaga nti tulinawo ekyamaanyi ekigenda okutujja mu bbanja lino wawulirako story eya Kenya ne Zambia yali Zambia Zimbabwe
it is Zambia
we bakwata ebisaawe ne babigowa
Zambia bakwata ekisaawe ky'ennyonyi era be bakuŋŋaanya Abachina era the same thing in Kenya Mombasa kati olaba abo batwala Mombasa Apollo Uganda were affected because terms and conditions bazichuka so kati the moment you go to China especially China because sente zaabwe ziriko strings attached okwakulizo bwe bateekako toloza nti bajja kuwa sente nokola ki tibojja damu
Abachina tebasaaga bw'obanga olemeredde okusasula ebbanja bajja ne bakwata ekisawo nga kino eky'entebe ne baga nti ekisawo ky'entebe kati tusooka kukikuŋŋaanyamu ssente zonna nga ffe twesasula
era baali bagambyeko ekisawo kyaffe neno we gavumenti neva negaa nedda tebakitwalangako twataddeko ebigambo zing ching ebyo naye nga kansuubire
tuli safe tukyali safe weewaawo
naye okutwalizaamu Apollo okwewola kizibu okwewola nga ate toplanize kizibu ennyo abagenda ne bewola ssente
ensonga gye nina Moses ennuma ya abantu abatasasula musolo mu Uganda muno tulina abantu abatasasula musolo bonga mwebali bakola zi business nga government senga na cheche kikolako ekyokunoonya ababa abepene emisolo ne basasula emisolo waliwo abantu abamu munansonyiwa naye nga bagagga banene nenga bepe n'emisolo ebintu byabwe bakuba akasimu n'agamba bayulayo mu biti ebyo tubyogera nenga tukimanyi tuyina abatutegeezaako abatuwa information nti abantu abamu bepe n'emisolo actually ne president yakyogeddeko nti gemu ku makubu ge bagenda okusala okulaba nga bakwata abantu abadde tebasasula misolo batandika okusasula emisolo then n'ekirala kyekyokubanga tunoonyereza nga ebyo byenjogedde sectors ezimu ezibadde nga tezivamu musolo ebintu byaffe nga gold ebyo byebisinga okuvaamu nnyo omusolo okitegeera kati bw'obanga gold ayita buyisi ne bamuyise manju babeera nga bamuyiseeyo tasasula musolo netufuna kyebayita royalties ku minerals ezo tube eggwanga liba lifiirwa butereevu ensimbi ezandibadde ziyimirizawo budget ye
not only that apple gyogereko kya minerals especially gold yaffe eyawani mu Uganda olaba nga we just donate raw materials to those developed countries era singa tuteekako omutindo ku bintu byaffe especially gold olabanga ojasanga nti tubiteekako omutindo nebigende bweru netulooka tufunamu sente ezisingako zino naye kati okwata nga tudonatinga you donate something for them.
President Museveni yagambye mu State of the Nation address era yakyogerako emabega kaawo yafulumya ekiragiro tewakyali kuddamu kufulumya gold waffe nga tali refined n'agamba mu Uganda gold refineries zimwe ziri esobola okusengejja gold oyo okumutereeza paka to 99% netusobola okuba nga tumugyamu sente ezegasa emwanyi yaffe senga tugyongerako omutindo ne tulema okubeera nga tudonatinga budonatinzi ne tumufulumya nga tetufunyeeko raw materials ezo ezisinga copper simanyi kyatuuka copper waffe ow'ekirembe I don't know na nikiranga waliwo enteekateeka eya musigansimbi agenda okuddamu okuyiikula kopa waffe ekirembe mines tiini wa Uganda tulina bingi bye tusobola okufunamu omusolo naye olw'okuba nti ekisooka abamu tebaagala kusasula misolo ekyokubiri ne musolo gwe tufuna omutono Moses okwejalabya kuyitiridde wane Uganda
Apollo nekirala kyoyogeddeko omwanyi byebimu ebituleetera sente wano mu Uganda especially okuyambako segundi sectors zaffe mu Uganda kati otandise kulaba nti abantu batandise okubba omwanyi bagenda mu nnimiro ne bajjayo omwanyi nga tegunajja bulungi so ojasanga nga omutindo gwaffe gweyongera okwonooneka era kyolaba nga Apollo alwaki amajaani gaagwa era ndikuwa omu ku balimi b'amajaani naye why it is because
mutindo
fe abalimi fekka abalimi bokka abaliye abatulaba bonoona era bagamba twagala size weight twagala standard weight
honorable Amos Rugorobi ndaba naye abegaseeko mulabyekaawo ba minister baffe ba finance bekubya kifaananyi ekisemba yaawo balyoke batwale budget
minister w'emyogo akoze omulimu gw'amaanyi nnyo okulabanga
honorable Kasolo
emyogo agikoze atambudde eggwanga in fact ye minister gwendabya Apollo atambudde eggwanga lyonna abasinga ba minister wano bakoledde wano mu Kampala kibatambudde babeera wano
atulaba atuwuliriza n'atugoberera bebo ba minister baffe abakwasaganya ensonga y'ebyenfuna n'ebyensimbi mu ggwanga Uganda beteekateeka awo nno wendaba eyo kololo yennyini eyo minister of finance basimbula busimbuzi ku minister of finance okugenda ekololo
bafuluma nga bagenda kololo kati okulaba nti
honorable ba minister ba finance basimbula wali ku minister of finance eriawo mabega wa president's office ne parliament basimbula bagenda kololo awali omukolo ogw'okusomwa kwa budget ey'omwaka 2024-2025 olwaleero nno vibe yanjawulo Moses
olaba abasose baffe batuseeyo bulijjo okulanga bakitutuusaako tutandikidde ku minister ya finance
tutandikidde gyeziva ensimbi gyeziva
kuvuga straight
paka okutuuka eri gye bagenda okutusomera n'okutwanjulira mu nteekateeka
tebakawamba
Wamala Muhammad senior parliamentary reporter wali ali standby ndoza tusigire ekifaananyi butya enteekateeka bwe ziri ababaka batuuse tebanaba kutuuka erudde eno ekyotalaba kyenjagala okutegeeza nti minisita ali mu kkubo asimbula ku minister of finance offices wali ajja ekololo naye twagala okumanya bo ekololo beteesetese batya ababaka batuuse oba tebanaba tulaba nga esaawa kubulako eddakiika ziringa 37 tandikiraawo Wamala Muhammad.
akadde kano tuli kololo era nga wali enteekateeka ez'okusoma budget lunaku olwaleero akadde konna minisita w'ebyensimbi Matiya Kasaija ajja kubeera nga atuuka mu kifo kino naye nga twogera akadde kano baminisita ab'enjawulo bamaze okubeera nga batuuka era mu kifo kino n'abaka palamenti ab'enjawulo bamaze okuba nga batuuka mu kifo kino mulimu abaka abakiikirira abakozi abaka abakiikirira amagye mu palamenti y'eggwanga y'omulundi ogw'e11 era nga tuli mwaka ogusembayo ogwokutaano ogwa palamenti eno y'omulundi ogw'e11 era nga olwaleero lwe lutuula ate olwokubiri mu lutuula olwo olw'omulundi olututeberera ddala nga bututegeezesa tuli wano ekololo era nga bajeti egenda okuba nga esomwa yayisibwa dda okusinziira ku tteeka erya Public Finance Management Act 2015 era nga twogera ku buse oba obutabalika 72 obuwumbi kumpi 13 egenda okubeera nga batumatema ebitundu ebyafunye era nga tukutegeeza nti embalire eno yeeyongeddeko n'akatundu 0.3% bw'ogeraganya n'embalire y'omwaka gutambuliramu ebuzaako ennaku entono nnyo okubeera nga efundikira embalire y'omwaka ogwa 2024-2025 eyali y'obusensa 2 mu obuwumbi 10,000 kale twagala kufuna abantu ab'enjawulo beri nga batubuulira enteekateeka eno era nga mu kiseera kino minisita ow'ebyensimbi amaze okubeera nga asimbula wali ku minisita wa finance nga kikatono nja kubeera nga atuuka wano bw'anaaba atuuse tujja kulaba ekigenda okuddako era nga bw'anaaba atuuse sipiika wa palamenti ajja kubeera nga ateekateeka ekifo kino okubeera olutuula olutongole omuteeka omukolo gwa palamenti era nga ekifo kye babatuddemu alina okugenda mu maaso okubeera nga akifuula nti kya palamenti then ajja kubeera nga akola proclamation ateeketeeke tugende mu maaso okubeera nga tulaba enteekateeka ez'enjawulo twagala okubeera nga tufuna abaminisitaz ab'enjawulo kafune wano honorable acrobat ajja tubeeruliko ku nteekateeka n'ebintu ebyenjawulo byayogera ku honorable tukwaniriza ku solution byakadde kano oli wano mu nteekateeka eya budget mwaka 2025-2026 gwe mu mbalire eno kikyolaba ekyasinza okukusanyuwa bolaba wawabuzeemukko
for sure ndi musanyufu nnyo leero nti budget y'omwaka guno egenda kusomebwa na pulezidenti waffe Yoweri Kaguta Museveni ndowooza ffe nga babaka twakikolako twapasinga budget eno leero tugenda kugirisivinga bingi biri mu budget eno ekisooka issues za PDM olaba nti abantu baffe abawansi babadde bali bubi nnyo nga batalina sente mu nsawo zaabwe kati luno ku nsonga za porogulamu za PDM omuntu wa wansi naye anyumirwa gavumenti abw'ensonga nti afunayo akakadde mulamba olaba nti ku kyalo abantu 100 be bafuna esente zino ku buli mwaka ndowooza mu myaka 5 since the inception ya PDM abantu ku kyalo bali basanyufu ku nsonga ya gavumenti ya NRM juzi luli esente bali baziweereza under NADS under wealth creation nga zifuna abantu batono zifuna abantu abalina balina emikwano n'ababaka abalina emikwano n'abakulembeze balindi bafuna balindi bagubamu esente za NADS naye luno ku luno PDM buli muntu wena afunako
kale mwana tuyanza nnyo tujja kulira ate kadde nga katuwaddaawo gye bujjako tujja kubona okubanga tumanya enteekateeka ez'embalire tuli wano kololo era twalufuna omu ku babaka abalala ate abeere nga atubuulira enteekateeka eya budget mukadde kano tugenze Hoima twagala okufuna omubaka omukyalo w'e Hoima naye atubuulireko ku nsonga ez'enjawulo tukwaniriza twatubulira ku nteekateeka ya budget tulaba nga NDP4 embala egenda okubeera nga esooka muteekateeka muno gwokuna gwotunulidde ki oba ekyambo kyafunyemu kyehoima oba olyawo
ekyoyima gye kitunuliddemu ekisooka tuli ku mafuta kubanga tukimanyi nti eggwanga lyonna ekonomi etunulidde hoima etunulidde bunyoro kubanga tusuubiramu bingi tusuubira nti ekonomi boost ku bino ebizibu ebibaddeko mu byakasente eri eggwanga kuva we twakubwa covid tulina okusubira kungi ku mafuta nti industry y'amafuta kasite kickinga off ejja kuboostinga economy yaffe ebintu byonna bitambule. So mu bino kye tusuubira mu budget eya leero kuli kulaba nti ebintu ebitanaba kuggwa especially nga airport eyaffe eri Hoima okulaba nti akapasetage akasigaddeyo akatono okuggwa nti sente ezo zirabika mu budget eno eggwe etandika okuba operational tutandika okukola. Ekirala tuli ku kopu yaffe tukimanyi ne bapartners nti mu budget eno mubeeko sente ezimala okumaliriza pipeline kubanga tukimanyi bulungi nti ku mafuta obwadde tubadde tusuubira nti ku this time 25 yali target okulaba oil esooka 25 yino. So mu budget ngene tukira ddala ku target tusuubira nti sente ezimaliriza pipeline n'aba partners share ya Uganda mweri mu budget okulaba tusindika pipeline erabikako. Ekirala kiri ku nyanja yaffe Lake Albert abantu baffe bali bubi nnyonnyonnyo tusuubira ng'ababaka era nabwe twali tufumba mufumbiro ku budget eno twasaba nti wabeeko akasente akali sizable akagenda mu bantu bali mu fishing villages eziri ku Lake Albert because basically they've lost their livelihood. Tebasobola kuyingira mu mazzi, tebasobola kufishinga ate ya gazetted fishing villages kitegeeza nti tebalina kyakulya, tebalina kyakola ki. So engeri gye bakola PDM eno waggulu muwalala oli omuwaaka kadde ayinza okulima ebijanjaalo n'akakadde n'agezaako naye kati oli ow'ennyanja olwedde gavumenti emutaddeko nti akole ki nti alina okufuna gears eziri prescribed nga zez'okugenda mu mazzi. Bw'aba taziina tagenda mu mazzi, bw'aba tagenze mu mazzi kitegeeza tagenda kulya. So twasaba mu budget eno nti akasente tukongezeeko ak'abennyanja engeri gye bafuna subsidizing ebintu ebirala abantu b'ennyanja ku Lake Albert n'enjanja endala mu Uganda.
Waliwo ensonga y'okusonyiwa abantu omusolo okumala emyaka 3 abantu abatandika bizinesi y'obukadde ebitaano n'okugenda waggulu okiraba otya?
Kirungi nnyo kubanga tulina bizinesi mu Uganda z'olaba tezisaanidde n'okuba taxable because they've not taken off bali awo bayunga kubanga ne President Museveni yali akyoddeko especially yali akireeta ku power ku masannyalaze nti kasinga baweereza subsidy ku bintu ebirala ebiwanirira abantu babeere ku business kubanga tukimanyi mu Uganda ate oba eggwanga COVID yali kuba ate ba business people banoomu ate bano abatono nnyo kyevalaba kati it is not a surprise okulaba nti business ezisinga kati zigaddeko olwaliro business osangako ekyo osanga nga yagenze. So nze ekyomusolo okubasonyiwamu kuba wamu grace period nze nkiwagira ate nkisuubira.
Twazanya honorable tujja kuddira ate gye bujjakaawo ekale tukyali wano kololo mu nteekateeka ate eza budget ey'eggwanga omwaka ogw'ebyensimbi 2025-2026 era nga akadde konna minisita w'ebyensimbi agenda kubeera nga atuuka mu kifo kino okwongera okumanyirira enteekateeka bwezigenda okubeera nga zitambula. Abaka ab'enjawulo bawulidde nga batuwa opinioni zaabwe oba endowooza zaabwe ku mbalire eno gye twogerako ey'obuse 7.2 ate mu obuwumbi 300. Tugenda kuba tufuna abaka abalala ab'enjawulo batubuulire nga tutatutemeratemera ebitundu ebyenjawulo ebifunyeemuko oba oliawo human capital development ku mbalira yonna bafunyeeko okutabalika nga 11. Mulimu ebyenjigiriza, mulimu ebyobulamu n'ensonga endala ezigenda mu maaso okubeera nga zituyambako. Twagala okufuna omubaka omulala Alan Tugonza naye atubuulire ensonga ono embaka Alan atugonza era tuzeeyo mu nsonga z'amafuta be bafunyeemu okusinga ddala. Omubaka atubuulire gwe olaba otya embalire eno waye mwafunyeemu wa awabuzeemu?
Mbalirire eno kinsanyusiza etunudde kukolera abantu etunudde nnyo omuntu wa wansi yembalirira erimu nnyo service delivery nga mwaka gwa kulonda wadde nga tulina budget ya byakulonda naye olabira ddala tugezezaako nnyo kusindika sente mu ebintu service delivery bituukira ddala ku muntu wa bulijjo ng'amakubo mwagawulira mu state of national address mu byamalwaliro n'amasomero buli sekita yonna tugikutteko mu budget eno wadde nga tulina okusomoozebwa okwo kogamba kuno mwaka gwa byakulonda sente mpitirivu ezigenda mu byokulonda. Yes.
Waliwo okutya nti gavumenti egenda kwewola nnyo twalengedde almost ebitundu nga 3.7 bya kusupportinga interest ku mabanja.
Wetu wekibadde eno budget ya trillions 7 newedde yali ya trillions 7 so bwetwe kibadde era tubadde mukwewola buli kaseera konna ekikulu kwewola si kubi nnyo nga mukozesa ssente ebyo ebigenda okuleetera abantu okuproducinga economy begrowinga kibi nnyo kwewola ate ssente nzimalira nga zigenze mu nsawo z'abantu yenguzi kati tulina kulwanyisa enguzi tumaking sure tumanaginze ssente zigende mu bintu ebireeta essente mu ggwanga oba enablers za economy
twalengera mwagatta ebitongole parliament yabiyisa Rapex bwe yayita era ebitongole byagattibwa ekyemmwanyi ekyappamba ekyamata naye abantu beebuuza unra naera tudon enamba eyagattibwa yalagawa mukadde kano kubanga balaba nti wakyaliwo maintenance ekyali ndi mu by'enguudo n'ensonga endala ez'enjawulo naye ng'ebitongole byagattibwa okukatinga cost.
Rapex of course twagikola ffenna nga tupapa ffenna twayanguya naye kyetumanyi mu long run bwe tuba nga biri bye batugamba Rapex byegenda okwachivinga ng'okusala ku ssente ezisaasaanyibwa mu bakozi of course kibeera kintu kirungi kati mulimu gwaffe ku making sure ngu ebintu bye batugamba Rapex byejookola ebikola indati bwe tuba nga twasala ssente ku makubo kugamba kusasula misaala ntuziteeka mu makubo tulina okulaba kilomita nga zeeyongerako tulina okulaba quality ya maintenance nga yeyongerako manyi minisitule yaliteteeseteese bulungi kati tulowooza kati base tolinze in kati tweexpectinga kulaba ebikolwa si bigambo.
Tuweza mbaka Alex atugonza tujja kudira ala atugonza yes twalafuna mbaka ate omu ku babaka abataano ababakozi ombaka Margaret Wabushaija naye agenda tubuulira ng'abakozi olwo tukulamusizza nnyo tukwaniriza nnyo gwe ng'omubaka w'abakozi budget ogiraba otya abakozi bo bafunyeemu oba kyekyabuzeemu mu sekita yo.
Webale nnyo kumpa omukisa amannya Margaret Wabushaija Namubiru tuli mu kiseera kya budget era omukulu waffe pulezidenti agenda okubaako byatubuulira naye nze byesaaga ebinakuwaza mu byonna bye tukola kwe kulaba nga abasomesa tulowooza nti abamu bali more professional than others. Omuntu aba asomesa science afuuka profession asomesa fine art yewa bulijjo kwegamba obuntuntu obwo bwe butyo bunyize abaana abasomesa be banyigiddwa oli naafuna miliyoni 4 naafuna miliyoni 6 owuwo naafuna mitwalo 9 obutali bwenkanya ne constitution yaffe mwekiri oba bwe twogera ku workers people of same skill they have to get some same salary but here we are being told it is coming. May the good Lord bless them if that's what they think is the right thing.
Honorable Secretary nakulengera ku parliament ku flongo njogera ku nsonga eno yennyini eya disparity mu misaala kubanga n'abasayansi bennyini abamu tebanafuna ssente zaabwe ezo.
Yeah, abasayansi n'abamu abasawo emulago baabawa ssente ezo tubayina nga kasigundi embeera omuntu akola mu gavumenti nga ssente zo bazongeza buli mwaka oguddako n'ebyo byafa dda kwegamba tetukyayina kyetugoberera kwegamba mukama oli bwamusanyu bwagwamu n'akigwamu n'agandi neesiimye ennyo naye aba tebalina mu mwezi gw'omunaana omwaka oguyise ab'ekabaale aba primary ne secondary ssente tebafuna bonna naye nga ne minisita without portfolio kaŋŋambe aliki aveeyo naye sirowooza nti tamanyanga nti tebafuna omwezi mulamba kati omwezi mulamba nga tona nakyobagambye olowooza amaanyi gye gali okutwala abantu ababo ku ssomero nga gwabonaabona nga tolina na ssente zimala hino omwezi ne bagulyawo kubanga oba tezajja zabulirawo waliwo abaziryawo
tujja kuddira kaseera nga katuuse okwongera oyo mbaka omu ku babaka abataano ab'abakozi mu paalamenti y'eggwanga Margaret Wabushaija naye ng'atubuulira ate perspective ye ku mbalire eno yewa abakozi ng'abamudde ensonga zayogedde era ayogedde ku nsonga ez'abasomesa disparity eriwo mu misaala wakati w'abasomesa aba arts n'abasomesa aba science ate ng'era aba arts akadde kano bavuddeyo ne bateeka wansi ebikola baagaye bagenda teeka wansi ebikola naye nga aba science ate bo bakyagenda mu maaso kuba kale kadde mu studio tujja kudda gye bujjako awo ate katono nnyo amukadde kano deputy speaker amaze okubeera nga atuuka tujja kudda twongere okutuusaako ensonga zonna nga zigenda okuba nga zitambula wano kisaawe Kololo.
Kale tweyanza nnyo tweyanzeege omusasi waffe wa Mala Muhammad ng'asinziira wali ku kisaawe Kololo atuwa ekifaananyi embeera nga bweri ng'eggwanga lyeteekerateekera okusomwa kwa budget nga tulaba ne mu kifaananyi awo minisita ow'ebyensimbi Honorable Matya Kasaija ne ttiimu ye ey'abaministers ababeezi batolontoka okugenda ku kisaawe Kololo. Ndowooza kyekisaawe ndowooza batuuse butereevu. So eyo Kololo we batuuse nga awo banaaba nga batuuse batugambye nti ne deputy speaker naye atuuse. Sirowooza nti deputy speaker yagenda okukyeringa kyemanyi nti ne right honorable Anita Among naye ajja kuba nga atuuka then ne his excellency the president naye atuuke mu nteekateeka eyo omukolo gubeere nga gutandika. Ne tukujukiza nti omukolo gwa parliament etudde ku kisaawe Kololo kubanga basomebwa embalirira eyo eya obusiriivu 7.2 ne billioni 367 ku mulundi guno yeeyongeddeko obuwumbi 239 Munnayuganda alindiridde okulaba mu budget mwali oba taliimu. Honorable Margaret Lwabushaija abadde ayogera ku basomesa eyo injustice ndowooza injustice oba nayo kati ngenderere ey'okubanga abasomesa bonna basomesa nenogamba nti bano abasomesa wo kabafuna omusaala ate nga musava ssebo ate abalala basigale ku musaala omutono. Ekyo nakyo omanyi discussion eyo Moses twagirina nga enteekateeka eno yakatandika ey'okusosowaza sciences naye nga abantu bali mu field yemu batuula mu kirasi yemu batuula mu bibiina bye bimu n'abayizi be basomesa be bamu ne bona ogamba nti bano bafuna omusaala omunene ate bano basigale ku musaala omutono. I think it is an act of injustice.
It's true, very true Apollo. Kubanga Apollo tulina akakiiko ka Equal Opportunity Commission akalina okutunula mu nsonga ezo where omwenkanonkano especially bwebanga obwenkanya kubanga bawa emisaala gya gavumenti naye kati akakiiko kano weekali tukalina kikayambye Abannayuganda era kasasulwe taxpayers money tekayambyeko okulaba nga ensonga zino kazireeta especially on the floor parliament oba to make an amendment basinziirawo okulaba nga aba sciences even though it was a presidential directive kyasinziirawa kubanga tutambulira ku mateeka ku ssemateeka wa Uganda. So akakiiko kanako tekalina ekyo kayambyeko
abasomesa ba arts baatiisatiisa okwekalakaasa
era kyetubadde twogerako ku macha Apollo kubanga natunde mu budget ya education gye ba incentives babawadde there is no salary increment.
Naye Moses ekyewuunyisa kiri kino ensimbi ze basaba si nnyingi. Nawulidde boogera ku billions obanga nga mukaaga oba musanvu something like that ezeetaagisa okubongera ku musala gwabwe. I think that is money that we can look out for netuzifuna netukola ki netubatereeza nabo nekiggwa kubanga actually oyogera ku salaries disparity mu salaries tekiri ku basomesa bokka Moses naye ne structure eya government ne civil service yonna obotunulamu olaba nga disparity ebadde across the board. Abamu kubeekubira enduulu batusuubiza nti wajja kubaawo salaries review commission nti waliwo akakiiko akagenda okutuddamu okutunula misala gy'abakozi ba gavumenti naye nakako tekakolanga ki tekateekebwangawo katunule mu misala gyaki gy'abakozi ba gavumenti. Atulaba n'atugoberera ye minisita w'ebyensimbi w'ebyensimbi wa finance n'enkulaakulana y'eggwanga agenda maaso n'okubanga akola ki alambula ennyiriri z'abasirikale bamwaniriza ku kisaawe Kololo era ye mugenyi omukulu kubanga Katonda akiikiridde president asoma mbalirira nga akiikirira president wadde president abeerawawo ng'atudde era abeera akiikiridde president baminisita bababeezaawo bamwaniriza
w'ebyensimbi akyali very strong. Omwaka guno awezeza emyaka
80 akyali strong
kyalabira ddala akyatambulira ddala kyalina
naye balala bawummudde
simanyi abasajja abo balyaki
Moses abalala bawummudde twalabye abasajja bakuteesa nga bawuumula tala abasajja banasaasira nga bawuumula
tolabye kati ono wa state for high education
muyingo yagambye takyaddamu ebyo
nalabye ow'amazzi ono mukawe kapichorwa naye yalangiridde tagenda kuddamu okwesimbawo muzeeyo wa full minister wa water era naye agambye oyo agambye tagenda ddamu okwesimbawo naye tugenda kulaba n'abangi abagenda kukulangirira
kulangirira nga Moses alajayo mpapula
ne West Nile waliyo waliyo abazee
omumyuka wa saba minister nga yajeyo mpapula
amaanyi gama matono na yachi agama kyalina amaanyi
kale tunabiraba naye kale kyekifaananyi ekyo ndowooza kyekifaananyi kisembayo ba
era nono mu minister wa private Anita agambye naye abyobufuzi abiwumudde
mpozi ebyokwesimbawo ebyokuvuganya ebyo bana abalala nvuumuulo Henry Musasizi oyo nvuumuulo akyali Kasolo nvuumuulo yennyini yasobola okukwatamu olugoloobe naye akyali bonna abalala ndowooza eggwanga teriri bubi lirina replacements mangi oli bw'aba asazeewo nti akoze eki nti awuumudde
wano apolo bananga the gender balance oba kitambulira awo
kale tulaba nawe atuwuliriza byebyo bigenda mu maaso ekifaananyi kiva Butereevu e Kololo abasasi baffe bali ku ground tujja kuba tukuwa Butereevu ekifaananyi n'eddoboozi nga minisita oyo yennyini gw'olaba Mateya Kasaija myaka 81 ajja kuba nga asoma speech budget budget presentation presenting a budget then his excellency the president ajjawe post budget speech tunamulaba nga aganywa amazzi oyo ajja kuwuuta amazzi oyo
omusajja oyo tatera kunywa nova galeeta agagaana is very strong
ebyo
very strong no baleeta amazzi agaana okuganywa asoma budget okumala essaawa nnyo essaawa 3 naye nga ababaka ba palamenti tibebase
agenda tukalakata
ojjukirako abaminisita abalala abava mu portfolio eyo baali basoma budget nga ababaka ba palamenti bebaka naye
ayina viga
era social media ne media houses endala front pages they used to call it state of sleeping address ennaku ezo gye baali bagiyita state of sleeping budget naye kati
byakyuka
era tugenda n'okumulaba olwaleero
musajja mugumu musajja naye era akaseera ke kuva mu 79 kyaweza
yaliko mu internal affair oyo golaba yaliko mu financiers junior minister state for planning
olwo tusomera kife fe tusomera tusoma bya
so retirement soma tomanyi constitution ya Uganda as amended ekiriza kati noboba wekienda ojja there is no age limit
simu public service mwebyo political appointments osobola okubeerayo naye simu public service retirement ya myaka
simanya akasawa ako kakaddi buli kaseera babakola yakalala naye keko
alaba naawe agoberera budget y'omwaka guno etambulira wansi w'omulamwa ogwa full monetization of Uganda's economy through commercial agriculture, industrialization, expanding and broadening services, digital transformation and market access. Bagatise ebintu bingi Moses Kajangu bagamba nti ekigendererwa kyakulaba nti buli Munauganda waali akwata ku ssente yefuule monetization nga buli Munauganda waali akwate ku ssente.
Yes, Apple akwata akasente naye ndaba ebigambo ebyo byokozesezza
ndaba senior reporter ali standby Segirinya Grace oli Kololo minister tumulaba amaze okutuula mu ntebe ye kati tusigire ekifaananyi amangu awo embeera eri etya batutegezeza nti deputy speaker yamaze okutuuka naye right honorable triple S manyi naye oba atuuse kati tu update nga twetekeratekera budget eneyomwaka ogwa 2025-2026
is more or less composed right now.
Yes, mulabi wa SO TV nate tukwebaza okubanga tweyunseeko ku ssaawa ey'okubiri ekitundu kyaffe ekyokubiri ogenda maaso n'okutuusaako enteekateeka ez'embalirira ugite budget process ey'olunaku olwaleero kinajjukirwa nti ate omwaka gwa palamenti gwafundikidde sabiiti ewedde gakaddwawo era ngeri enteekateeka ebeggulawo omwaka otandikira okulaba ebyenfuna bigenda kubanga bitambula okusinziira ku nteekateeka eryekololo wano. Ate minisitule by'ensimbi Matya Kasaija alabiseeko n'okujja n'ettuli yateekedde eggwanga ng'era emu ku ebyo azze n'enkola ey'okukwata briefcase ku ebyo ate byagenda okuba nga asumira eggwanga ng'era abadde awerekeddwako baminisita bakola ogumu, minisita wa investment omukyala Evelyn Anite saako ne baminisita abalala Henry Musasizi n'abalala bagwabukoero. Genda maaso n'okutegeeza nti mu kaseera kano akuliza palamenti y'eggwanga omukyala Anita Amongo asobodde okuba nga atuuka wano zibadde essaawa 7:38 era ngasuubira ezinamya ssaawa 8 olutulano lugenda kuba nga ate lugibwako akawo omutongole okulaba engeri gye bagenda okuba nga parliamentary session sitting era ng'ensonga enkulu etambulira ddala ng'olukangaga bwe luli nga sipiika ajja kukola nga bwakola bulijjo okusooka okusomera eggwanga ebisobodde okuba nga bituukibwako kuno kwe kuni amabago agasobodde okuba nga gasomwa petitions ezikolebwa okusiima abakoledde palamenti ebirungi bingi ate abanavaawo ayite pulezidenti ku mulundi guno ebigambo ebiba bitono nnyo okusinga omulimu okusinga obungi guba gwa minisita w'ebyensimbi omukulu Matya Kasaija agenda okujja okutematemera eggwanga biki ebikulu ekisinza okuba nga biteekebwako essira. Gwe munnaffe alaba So TV mu dakiika ntono nnyo tugenda kubanga ate tufuna omukisa kulaba abamu ku bakabaka ba palamenti abasobodde okubaako bye bakoledde ebitundu byabwe n'otuwulira obukiiko basobodde okuba nga babukolerawo. Omubaka Mukasa Opondo ye mubaka ava ku bizinga gwe tugenda okuba nga tuwaako ne honorable tusanisa okukubaako naawe oli live ku So TV sooka obuze ku bantu b'oku bizinga.
Mbalamusiza nnyo mwenna abatulaba naddala abantu b'oku bizinga ewaffe Ssese e Kalangala naddala constituency y'Ebujumba. Tuli wano olwaleero nga bagenda twanjulira embalirira oba enteekateeka y'eggwanga ey'omwaka ogugenda okuddako gw'ebyensimbi.
Honorable tukimanyi nti ebimu ku bisinza obayisa by'omwaka guno nga bannabyabizinga y'enjega eyagwawo gye buguddeko emabega. Ensonga eno bannabizinga mugikutte mu kyokulaba nti eddamu kubaawo.
Ensonga ekwatagana ku njega, enjega ey'omuyaga guno ogubadde gujja gutukuba ng'oggyeko guno ogwatukuba ogususse ogutabangawo. Omuyaga guno okusinga guva ku butonde bw'ensi obukoseddwa ennyo mu ggwanga ne mu bizinga byaffe. Ebizinga bino okusinga byali bya bibira nga bijjudde ebibira. Naye ebibira bwe bigenze bitemebwa okulimako emmere, ebinazi, emiceere, ennanansi, kati ne kikuliyeetingawo vacuum ennene mu butonde bw'ensi. Ne tuba nga tukosebwa omuyaga ng'ogwo gwe mwalaba ogwatuyisa obubi ennyo. Naye tuli mu kaweefube ow'okulabika nga tuddamu okusimba emiti mu bungi. Ssese waffe, Kalangala waffe addemu okubeeramu emiti n'ebibira nga bwe byali olubereberye.
Honorable bajeti eno nga abava mu bitundu ebivibwamu mugyesunze mutya era bintu ebikulu mwandyagadde bibe nga biteekebwako essira?
Okusookera ddala kyensinga okwebaza gavumenti newankubadde kyo si kya buvubi lyekkubo lyaffe eriva e Bugoma lye tuyita Luku, Kalangala, Mulabana Road. Ekkubo erya central government lyokka twagala okwebaza gavumenti nti mu bajeti eno egenda okusomwa lyateekebbwamu ligenda kutandikibwa okuyiibwa kolas. Achievement y'amaanyi nnyo era gavumenti tugisiima. Bwe tudda ku nsonga ezikwatagana n'ebyobuvubi tusuubira nnyo nti gavumenti luutu eno egenda kufaayo ejje amagye ku nnyanja. Amagye nga tegannajja ku nnyanja, ebyennyanja mu nnyanja byalimu. Amagye bwe gajja ku nnyanja ne galwanyisa abavubirako ate go ne gateekako abantu baago ababadde bavubya ennyanja bubi nnyo. Era bwe twogerera kati ennyanja twasigadde gitambulirako nagiwugiramu tekyalimu byennyanja. Naye tusaba gavumenti etteeka ly'ebyobuvubi lyayisibwa tugenda teeka puresa ku minisita abadde akyagaanye okuleeta regulations ezigenda guiding engeri etteeka ly'ebyobuvubi gye ligenda oteekesebwamu mu nkola. Tugenda kumuteekako puresa aleete regulations ezo etteeka eryo liteekebwe mu nkola kuba etteeka eryo ligaana amagye ku nnyanja. Amagye gakkirizibwa ku nnyanja nga gazze ku bya security naye nga si kulwanyisa nvuba mbi.
Bubaka ki bw'olina eri abantu b'e Bujumba obugalawo omwaka suubiri obawa otula kakiiko ki finally nga
akakiiko ak'ebyobulimi obulunzi n'obuvubi ya agriculture committee.
Biki byemusinza okusaako akasente omulimi ow'ewaffe Bulemeezi Kalasa ebiyinza omusanyusa nti omulimi ajjukiddwa wansi?
Okusingira ddala owaffe Kalangala ensonga y'ebyobulimi tutadde nnyo essira kulima ebinazi era ndowooza butto sabbuuni gwe mukozesa ebizigo bye mwesiiga bye babikolamu kati biva waffe Kalangala. Kaakati era mu bajeti yaffe eno ssente mweziri ez'abannakalangala okwongera okulima ebinazi naddala ate mu ssaza liri ery'ekyamuswa gye babadde batanatandika kulima bagenda kutandika okulima mu mwaka gw'ebyensimbi guno. Feri zaffe Bunyama Bubembe tusuubira feri empya mu mwaka gw'ebyensimbi guno ne Bukasa tusuubira nti bagenda kufunayo feri egenda okusooka egenda okubayambako Kaabuga naddala eri bannaffe abagenda okutandika okulima ebinazi mu constituency y'ekyamuso.
Tweyanzeege. Yes, eyo Mukasa Julius Opondo ate ageze maaso n'otubuli ebisobodde okuba nga bituukibwako. Kinajjukirwa nti eggwanga lino ate essira liteeka nnyo ku by'obuvubi saako n'ebyobulimi naye nga bannaffe abava mu bitundu ebyennyanja ate badde bakyagenda mu maaso n'okulaajana naddala abavubi ku tteeka erya Fisheries Protection Unit oba eggye ly'oku nnyanja lye bagambye nti libadde libaliisa akakanja era omulimu guno tebasobola gweyagaliramu nga badde bateekateeka. Kakati Opondo era yava mu kitundu kiri emboozi ey'enjega mwe twalabira amabaati nga gabuuka mu bbanga abantu bafiira obulamu bwabwe ekyava ku mbeera y'obudde buzinga eby'ekalangala embeera eyatiisa ennyo. N'olwekyo tubadde tulina okuba nga tugaziya ku bwongo gaziya mu Bwalaba So TV naddala ku lw'obulungi lw'abantu baffe ababeera ku nnyanja batuula okulaba ate programu eno nga bwe tugenda maaso n'okukyusaako embali y'omwaka guno ogw'ebyensimbi. Bingi nnyo ebisobodde okuba nga bituukibwako era nga kujjako kusigira kifaananyi bye twayogerako ne President ku State of the Nation Address bwe yavaayo n'ayogera ku nsonga ez'enjawulo ezaali ziruma omuntu wa wansi muno mwe mwali ate okurecapitalizinga Uganda Development Bank yakakasa okwata obuwumbi 5 ng'era ndiyo enteekateeka ya revolving gye twalaba mweyagamba okweseza obusenana nga bwe tugenze maaso n'okusigira ekifaananyi. Tufunye omubaka omulala. Yes, Honorable. We are glad to have you tuli live ku So TV. Oluganda onalusobola?
Oluganda ndusobola bulungi era lunaku lwa leero lwakusoma bajeti bagiyisa dda kati saawa eno bannayuganda bakuumiridde mu butongole okugisoma netwongera okumanya biki ebiri mu budget. Nze of course negwanyiza ekifo kya member wa parliament Kawempe era we mukimanyi ne member wa parliament waffe taliiwo naye nga ndi wano
soko bagamba erinnya abakula wangu
ndi wano nga Hajat Hanifa Karad era okulaba ebyo bye bapasinga bye basoma mu budget ate tulaba budget eno etuwaddemu essuubi olw'ensonga nti bingi byekutteko bingi byeyongezzaako kuviira ku budget eri eyaggwa tulaba nti eno budget singa teekebwa mu nkola ne tufollowinga kigambo kye bayita accountability ne allocation neetambula mu budde tusuubira nti districts oba constituencies zigenda kubanga zituukiriza ebyo abantu bye basuubira, that is on service delivery kubanga kati ffenga mu kitundu kyaffe eky'Ekawempe North obuzibu bwe tulina poor service delivery nga kwekyo etambulira mu budget bw'obuuza budget yaffe eri bweti ne bweti nolwekyo nzize kwerabirako okulabika nti tumanye ffenga Kawempe North tugenda ganyirwamu tutya mu budget eno ye yayisiddwa 2025-2026.
Hajat Karad ngenda kuzaako e Kawempe ku mbeera yaliwo mu kalulu kali ojjawo obuvumo kakasa nti era ogenda kuddamu okujja okuvuganya kwe byonna bitwala byali mu kalulu ebyeyoleka n'okwewala ensobi ezo.
Saawa eno tulina essuubi nga bannakawempe okufuna ebipya okufuna ebintu ebirungi olw'ensonga nti tuli kwetegeka ka 2026 saawa eno twapiikiza empapula za nomination forms tugenda kuba nominated nga ekibiina kya NRM tusunsule bulungi tufune anatukwatira flaga. Kyensuubira nti ku mulundi guno era nja kukwata flaga ye Kawempe kubanga era n'abantu bakiraba luli nti Kaladi yali asanye ki flaga kubanga ensonga zange z'entambuza zezo ezitalaba kala newankubadde tuli mu bibiina nti bya yellow ne red neki wabula ensonga zange saawa eno za Munakawempe North sagala kulaba Munakawempe North ng'omukubi wa Kalugu wabula ng'omuntu ayanirira obuweereza kubanga tuludde nga tuli bubi nnyo e Kawempe North.
Mobilization y'ekibiina kya NRM mukoze mutya okuddamu okubanga mubukala bantu n'okunyweza amaanyi g'ekibiina eri abantu?
Tuvuddemu structures benga NRM mu Kawempe North tujuziza structures abantu baffe 30 buli zone abo 30 bagenda kubeera n'abalala 3 ba mobilizers kati eyo zone tujja kutulaga nti tuyina we tutandikira nga NRM already tuyina set up oba structure kwe tutandikira kati ejo structure we tunakolera mobilization eimu yaffe naddala aba mobilizers nga Hanifa Kaladi ne team twagala tu rebranding e Kawempe North tujikyuse tugiteeke ku mulama gwa NRM tugiteeke nti kubanga NRM yeri mu buyinza kiriza Ghana yeri mu buyinza byonna bye tuyanirira obuweereza bwe twagala buli mu government eno kati Bannakawempe North we bakoma okubanga ate bateekayo abawakanya government we bakoma okubonaabona ku mulundi guno tujja tukibanyonyola okulabika nti bateekayo abantu abakolagana neki abanaasikayo obuweereza baleetere omuntu wa bulijjo lwolugogo lwenjogera nze njaga kubeera olugogo olwo olugatta government central government n'omuntu wa bulijjo we Kawempe North.
Honorable Kaladi wandiyagadde tuula kakiiko kibona oba oyiseemu okusobola okuweereza abantu babe Kawempe obulungi?
Nze akakiiko kenjaga ke ka Public Accounts Committee.
Lwaki?
Kubanga akakiiko ako katunula buli wamu buli sekita yonna ey'obuweereza ey'ebulamu ey'enguudo ey'embeera yonna y'obuweereza obukute enyingiza mu maka esente za PDM zatambula zitya kati bwembeera kakiiko ako kajja kunnyamba okumanya entambula ya budget buli sekita esaanidde okubanga ate yeeyo ebeeramu obuweereza okutuuka ku muntu wa bulijjo.
Tuyanze honorable. Yes, bwebityo bibiri omukyalo no Kaladi mumujjukira yomwe yabaye okuvuganya ku bukulembeze obubaka bwa Kawempe North ku ntebe y'ekibiina kya NRM yasobola okuvaayo n'avuganya nga bwe mwabiraba ne bifundikira butyo gye byafundikira naye omu kubaza okwetaba ku ntula luno nga bwe tugenze maaso n'okusigira ekifaananyi gwe munnaffe alaba ababaka bangi bakyagenda maaso n'okwetanira olutula luno era nga bingi byasuubira mu kusoma kwa bajeti y'olunaku olwaleero. Omubaka Kafulegu mbaka we Fort Portal ajatubuze ku yes honorable tudde mu luzungu oyagala kwogera lutooro oyagala kwogera lulimi ki?
N'olutooro luyinza okukola
sooka obabuuzeeko mu lutooro ate era onyumye nnyo tuli live ku SOT TV honorable.
Ngenda kutwala omukisa kola mu kyaba na Uganda enywena mwebale kwija n'okutegeereza ekiro ekikulu kya budget and for us it's very important day as members of parliament because this is the only way we plan for our nation in Uganda. It's one of our roles as members of parliament.
Honorable, which committee do you sit on?
I sit on Trade and Tourism Committee and Government Assurances, but above all a lot of money has gone to PDM. So why? Because we want to chase poverty out of these people in this country. And whoever gets 1 million, please use it well. Make sure you fight poverty. Njagala ogoba obwavu. Bw'ofuna akakadde kamu kakozese bulungi ogyeko obwavu. Ate kye njagala okubayigiriza kiri kimu kyokka. Akasente akatono kayinza okukola ekintu ekinene. Si ya kunyooma ssente, si kunyooma business. It's always you grow from small to big, not from big to small. Awo ogudde oweddemu. Naye kati bugamba abasajja afunye miliyoni emu n'agula embuzi n'ezaala emirundi 6 aba mugagga mu mwaka gumu abalina embuzi nga 2 oba 10 n'olwekyo kyabugagga nnyo kwekyo. Ate ekisonga endala gye njagala okwogerako kiri nti budget yennyini efevaringa bamusigansimbi naffe bennyini abannayuganda abali wano nibo bwina bizinesi above 500 billions gyogenda okutandika mu ggwanga bakuwa tax holiday emyaka 3 oba okoze sente zo.
Honorable, ng'abantu bakatula kakiiko abasuubuzi bavuddeyo ne beemulugunya naddala kuzimu ku nteekateeka za gavumenti enkuŋŋaanya y'omusolo group kago wagiwuliddekeyo eyo ensobola ekikanga ekyo nga basuubula mu kirindi bagamba waliwo ebitawoomya bulungi ensonga eyatuuseko mu kakiiko.
Of course kati kyolina kuba omanyi kiri kimu kyokka waliwo ebintu byaffe wano ebitukola e Uganda kati gamba bw'oleeta ebintu ebikadde ate ne wano babikola ki babikola omusolo gulina kuba waggulu twagala babiwe mu Luganda simanyi bwe bakyogera babistopinge gamba tutandika okukozesa ebintu byaffe tuapulayinga awa poliisi ebubu build Uganda, buy Uganda, build Uganda. Agamba nti abantu baffe bakola wano abamanufacturingira wano batunde ebintu byabwe si kugenda okugula ebintu okuva ebweru. So n'olwekyo ebintu ebimu ebitulina wano era emisolo inakuba mingi. It's the only way okustopinga abantu ne batandika okugula wano ebintu ebyo locally wano. Then tugende maaso n'okwagira abana Uganda okola value addition n'okola production mu bintu ebitali bimu ebimu.
Honorable ngabaka batula kakiiko ak'ebyobusuubuzi waliwo ensonga eyaguddewo n'abasuubuzi abavuzi b'emmotoka ate baagala kwekalakasa. Wajuliddeko ya express penalty automatic ey'ebitaala eyo mwajuliddeko
esinga kukosa nze kubanga nze mbeera Ntebe nga naffe ebitaala twabirabiddeawo naye ensonga eyo newe twagala mu sensitization kubanga abannayuganda bangi abakozesa ekkubo eryo naye tiwali signage bw'aba tiwali signage tewaliwo okuyigirizibwa era kiba kizibu nnyo okulaba nti abantu ne batandika okugwera amateeka obulungi naye ekikulu nnyo kiri kimu nti etteeka lyonna bwe liba lijja era liba litusumbwa naye ekikulu kiri mutusomeseza ebipande mubiteeseko ku kkubo kubanga ebikamera weeziri yes good naye kamera bwe zibeerawo omuntu alina kuba amanyi nti ekipande kirina kusooka wano kamera eri mu maaso si kamera okubeera mu maaso ate ekipande ekiri eri kamera weesembera.
Abavuzi ba taxi babadde baagala kwegugunga bagamba emitwalo 3 agabasabwa within 72 hours nikubeerako surcharge ya 50%. Olowooza zino siza nyongeza zandibadde zisooka okuteekebwako essira ng'etteeka terina bakudda kuva ministry ya byentambula.
Naye kirungi minisita yakitunuddemu n'agamba kiteese hold. Kati bw'aba kiteese hold kitegeeza nti abataxi n'abavuzi b'ebidduka bonna badde bavuga babawuliza nga babadde bakaaba era nange mbasagika twagala tusooke tukiddemu bakirondoole bulungi balabe nga bwe kisaana okubeera era kituufu omuntu wa bulijjo abeera anyigirizibwa okusingira ddala omuvugi wa taxi bambi aba anyigirizibwa taxi ya looni nanyini ayagala ssente driver naye ayagala ssente so bibadde bibenyigiriza buli muntu yenna n'olwekyo etteeka eryo lyo wadde lize ddungi tugenda kufuna ssente ng'eggwanga naye twagala tufune ssente mpolampola buli omu alabe nti azifunye tuzinyigiriza omuntu wa bulijjo nange ekiwagira
nga tufundikira ku tteeka eryo manyi likalubirizamuko kampani eno y'abarasha mwe mwaja approving okujja n'okusoloza ensimbi
twagigana
yayitawa okutandika okusoloza abantu
ffe beyaje ewaffe era ewaffe mu trade akimanyi ffe twasooka nikigaana naye naffe twalaba etandika kukola of course ebintu bya palamenti gwe bw'ogaana si gweka otula mu house wabeerawo abalala abakkiriza so bwe bayita mu komiti endala naye ewaffe mu trade and tourism nedda ssebo
tugambe nti bagisimagolinga
nedda ssebo ekyo sikimanyi kwa komiti nyingi kati bwe weyise mu area endala neyitawo yayitawo naye yoti yandibadde mbi naye ekikulu okuyigiriza omunnayuganda nalaba bulungi kyo buvaamu buli omu alina kuba amanyi kiki ekivaamu digital number plate is good okumanya kituufu naye ekikulu kiki ekivaamu ate ekivaamu kiyamba kityo omunnayuganda webalinyo balira
tuyanze ng'obonero bonna bugenda mu maaso n'okwoleka bulaga nti pulezidenti anatera okutuuka mu ddakiika ezisasuka 5 era ng'abamu ku bakumi balabisedde okuba nga batuuka mu kitundu kino nga bwe tugenda maaso n'okusigira ekifaananyi sobodde okwezinga ku nsonga nga bwe tugenze maaso n'okulaga ku mbeera eriwo nti ensonga ya automated express okufuna omukisa okufuna mbaka atula akakiiko kano akabyobusuubuzi kakati mu kaseera kano gwe munaffe alaba So TV atusuubira obonero bonna bwateza ti atu era nga omukulu jjukira minisita w'ebyensimbi abeera president nga ayambako buyambe minisita Matiya Kasaija yatuuse edda mboliko era yamuwa n'obuyinza ng'ayita mu kawaayiro akasemateeka ka Public Finance Management Act okuba nga ayanjula embalirira y'eggwanga oba embalirira y'ebyenfuna kujjukiza buli omu okuvunaanyizibwa obwa paalamenti embalirira eya mwaka nga bwe tugenda emmotoka ez'oluseregendere zituuse nga bwe tugenda mu maaso n'okusigira ekifaananyi alaba So TV mu kaseera kano mu dakiika ntono nnyo tumusubira okuba nga ava mu mmotoka era nga bw'enkola bw'etera okuba nga werekeddwako maama Janet Museveni era nga agenda okuba nga receivingibwa akuza paalamenti y'eggwanga omukyala Anita Among eyatuuse edda okuba nga akola omulimu guno nga bwe tukusigira ekifaananyi wano bwe tuva wano ate tugenda kuba nga tusuubira okuba nga ate olutuulo lwa paalamenti lutongozebwa wa mbutongole nga bwe tugenda maaso n'okusigira ekifaananyi gwe alaba So TV mu kaseera kano kakati omukolo omukulu gulabise nga yessaawa mulindirwa eddakiika entono nnyo ez'essaawa 8 eziteewa okubanga ate olutuula olwa paalamenti lulinomo lutuula tusuubira olote kusoma kwa budget kuno obutasukka ssaawa 2 era wezinabya ssaawa 10 tujja kubanga tufundikidde omukolo guno ogw'ebyafaayo nga gye gimu ku mikolo egibeera ku parliament calendar enkulu State of the National Address ebeggalawo omwaka budget wasomera embali y'eggwanga era nga abaka bamane bafuna ekiseera ogenda maaso negikubaganyako ebirowoozo gwe alaba So TV oluvannyuma lw'okuba nti budget eba eyisibwa naye tubadde tugenda maaso n'okulaga obukiiko ebikiibi ebisinza okuba nga bisaako essira era ababaka obwedda betugenda maaso n'okulaga be bamu abatula ku bukiiko obw'enjawulo obwedda bagenda maaso n'okutulaga ensonga nga bwe zitambudde gwe munnaffe alaba So TV mu kaseera kano sipiika paalamenti yatuuse dda era nga ye mugenyi alinda kukyaza omukulembeze w'eggwanga nga tugenda maaso n'okusigira ekifaananyi era nga awerekeddwako amyuka akubiza paalamenti y'eggwanga omukulu Febaster Yebwa saako minisitule w'ebyensimba era nga abeera komishona Matiya Kasaija ne kubeerako ne clerk paalamenti pulezidenti bw'atyo ate bw'agenda okutuuka ku red carpet okubanga ate ayanizibwa mu butongole ate olutuula lubenga lutandika gwe alaba So TV mu kaseera kano omukolo gwe tuliko gwe gw'okusoma embalirira omwaka gw'ebyensimbi omwaka 2025 26 nga bw'olaba mukolo gutandise mu butongole era pulezidenti bw'atyo balabise ng'atuuse ku red carpet awerekeddwa ku maama Kadaga Museveni maama Janet Kataha Museveni ate okujja okwegatta ku parliamentary commission nga ekulembererwa speaker parliament omukyala Anita Among mumyuka Febaster Yebwa minisita w'ebyensimbi Matiya Kasaija era nga wano pulezidenti waba atuuse paalamenti yonna eyimuka okusiima oba okumuhonaringa nga bwe tugenda maaso okusigira ekifaananyi gwe alaba So TV nkujjukiza nti omukolo gwe tuliko gwe gw'okusoma embali y'omwaka ogw'ebyensimbi 2025 2026 era nga guno guli mu ssemateeka byebimu ku bikolebwa okugulawo paalamenti oba gwe mukolo gusooka ng'omwaka ogwa paalamenti ogusooka guguddwawo gwe alaba So TV mu kaseera kano so omukolo gutuuse bwe gutyo bwatyo bwasinkanye ate abakungu aba paalamenti n'abawuubirako nga bwe mulaba gwe alaba So TV mu kaseera kano n'olwekyo pulezidenti agenda okuva eyo ate atuuke butereevu mutemu agenda okuba okutuula kubanga ate alamula obanga agenda maaso n'okwanjulira eggwanga ebisuubira okuba nga bikolebwa mu mwaka guno gw'ebyensimbi bwatyo n'awuubira ku baka ba paalamenti bagiyite paalamenti gwe alaba So TV mukyala Anita Among nekanekanye ne mukulu Febaster Yebwa omumyuka we clerk of parliament Adolf Mwesije saako ne minisita be babasembye mabega ate abagenda okubanga ate bakola omukolo guno gwalaba So TV mu kaseera kano nga betugenda maaso n'okusigira ekifaananyi bwatyo bayolekedde gyagenda okubanga atuula olunaku olwaleero ate ekifo kye pulezidenti wabeera era nga kiba kyetemereddeko akatemerero okuva ate paalamenti webeetuulidde ddala nga bwe tugenda maaso n'okwanjulira gwe alaba So TV mu kaseera kano sipiika agenda kwanjula ate olukanga gwe lugenda okubanga luba olwo tutandike omukolo nga bwe tugenda maaso n'okulaga gwe alaba So TV mu kaseera kano naye nga enteekateeka bwetyo bweri emikolo protocol oba enteekateeka bwetyo bwebeera sipiika paalamenti agenda okumwaniriza mu butongole akumwanjulira ebisobodde okubanga bikolebwa nga mu kaseera kano olutuula lutandise mu butongole gwe alaba So TV nga bwe tugenda maaso tugenda kubanga tuya national anthem bwe tumala tudde ku ya East Africa nga ate olutuula olulinomo bwe lubeera ndowooza bwe tunaamala okufuna okwogera kwa sipiika tujja kubanga tugenda mu kwebyo ebigenda okubanga bikolebwa nga bigenda kubanga birolanga sipiika paalamenti omukyala Anita Among gwe alaba So TV mu kaseera kano ndowooza tugenda kubanga tudda mu studio tugenda kulegera ekifaananyi ne ttiimu ebenga ategenda maaso okulukuviira ku ntono ku nteekateeka eno bwegenda okuba ndi Grace Girinya ngenda kubanga ntambula ne bannange okuli Eric Sebalamu saako ne Muhammad Wamala okutuusako olutuulo olwaleero nga tusoma embalirira ey'omwaka guno gwe alaba So TV mu kaseera kano tukusuubiza tugenda kubanga tukuwa omukolo guno mubujjuvu okutuukira ddala lwe gunaafundikira nga bwe tugenze maaso okusigira ekifaananyi alaba So TV mu kaseera kano speakers
after of the official estimates expected to be utilized in financial year 2025-2026. And thereafter, the House shall adjourn, and it shall be a close of business for the day. This shall be witnessed through the anthems in reverse order, which shall be the East African anthem, followed by the Uganda national anthem, and thereafter the departure shall be in reverse order, which means the last person to arrive here today shall be the first person to depart. This is the first meeting of the 5th session of the 11th Parliament of Uganda, this Thursday afternoon, the 12th of June 2025. This session is the last session of the 11th Parliament. Going to receive has been the last budget that will be utilized within this 11th, the term of this 11th Parliament, but it is the second last budget that is being made by the 11th Parliament. The last will be the budget for the financial year that will come next year, 2026-2027. That means Parliament of Uganda still has another budget to work on. His Excellency has concluded signing in the registration book, and now the Speaker shall bring us into the official business of Parliament. Thank you.
Honourable members, His Excellency the President and Madam Speaker.
The anthems.
Almighty God, who in your infinite wisdom and providential goodness have appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of humanity, we beseech you to look upon with your abundant favor these your servants, whom you've been pleased to call to the performance of such important trusts in this land. Let your blessing descend upon them here assembled, and grant that they may, as in your presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under that deliberation, in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the good of those whose interests you have committed to that church. Amen.
Amen. Item number 3, proclamation by the Right Honourable Speaker of the Parliament of Uganda.
Whereas Article 101, Sub-Article 2 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda states that His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, may, in consultation with the Speaker, address Parliament from time to time on any matter of national importance. Aware that His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, has, in accordance to Article 102, Sub-Article 2, indicated to the Speaker of Parliament his intention to address Parliament and the nation on the national budget for the financial year 2025-2026. Now, therefore, in accordance with the Rule 18, Sub-Rule 1 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament, I hereby proclaim that Parliament shall sit at Kololo Ceremonial Grounds on Thursday, 12th, 2025 at 14 hours to receive the address of His Excellency the President on the national budget for financial year 2025-2026, and the Kololo Ceremonial Grounds to be the precincts of Parliament for the above-mentioned purpose, given under my hand at Parliament House, Kampala, this 12th day of June 2025, signed by Anita Anet Amon, Speaker of Parliament.
Item number 4, communication from the Chair.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, accompanied by the First Lady, Mama Janet Kataha Museveni, who also doubles to be the Minister of Education and Sports, Her Excellency, the Vice President, retired Major Alupo Jessica Epel, His Lordship, the Honorable Chief Justice, Honorable Chigamoy Alphonse Owinyidolo, the Right Honorable Deputy Speaker of Parliament, Right Honorable Thomas Tayebwa, the Right Honorable Prime Minister and Leader of Government Business, together with your deputies, the Right Honorable Leader of Opposition in Parliament, Honorable Joel Senyonyi, the Cabinet Ministers and Ministers of State, Your Excellency, the Commissioners, Ambassadors and members of the Diplomatic Corps, Honorable Members of Parliament of Uganda and the East African Legislative Assembly, the Vice Chairman of the National Resistance Party, Alhaj Moses Chigongo, members of the Central Executive Committee of NRM Party, the Secretary General of the National Resistance Movement, Right Honorable Richard Trodong, the former national leaders present, traditional and cultural leaders present, the religious leaders who are present here, the Inspector General of Government, IG, Honorable Betty Olive Namisango Kamia, the Chairperson of the Constitutional Commissions, the Head of Public Service and Secretary to Cabinet, Madame Lucy Nachove, the Auditor General, Mr. Akol Edward, members of the Constitutional Commission, permanent secretaries present, the Chief of Defense Forces, General Muhosi, the Inspector General of Police, Mr. Baz Byakagaba, the Commissioner General of Prisons, Dr. Canon Johnson, the Governor of Bank of Uganda, Dr. Tinyego, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome you to the second sitting of the 5th session of 11th Parliament. You may recall that last week on 5th June 2025, Parliament hosted His Excellency the President of Republic of Uganda, General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, at the official state opening of the 5th session of 11th Parliament, during which His Excellency delivered a remarkable address on the state of nation. I take this opportunity to acknowledge and thank His Excellency the President of the Republic of Uganda for fulfilling his constitutional obligation as enshrined in Article 101, Sub-Article 1 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda. Today, we are once again immensely gratified to host His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, who is here to deliver the budget speech for financial year 2025-2026 in fulfillment of his constitutional obligation under Article 155, Sub-Article 1 of the 1995 Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, which states that the President shall cause to be prepared and laid before Parliament in each financial year, but in any case not later than 15th day before the commencement of the financial year, the estimates of revenue and expenditure of government for the next financial year. Honorable members, today's budget speech is a culmination of the participatory budget process, which involves various stakeholders as guided by the 1995 Constitution, the Public Finance Management Act 2015, the National Audit Act 2008, the National Audit Act, the Local Government Act 1997. This participatory budget process is an avenue of the citizen involvement in policy decisions, resource prioritization and allocation, and the monitoring of the public expenditure. As a people-centered parliament, we commend the various stakeholders for making their input in the national budget, and we urge them to sustain the civic awareness and responsibility during the actual budget execution and accountability as well. Your Excellency, the Parliament of Uganda is cognizant of the people participation as a cornerstone for deepening democracy, which is a standing governance principle for our beloved nation. Your Excellency and honorable members, allow me to highlight some of the key milestones achieved by legislature during the budget consideration process. Pursuant to Section 9, 5, and 8 of the Public Finance Management Act 2015 and Rule 145 of the Rules of Procedure, the House approved the National Budget Framework Paper 2025-2026, 2029-2030 on the 30th day of January 2025. 2. Pursuant to Section 12 of the Public Finance Management Act 2015 and Rule 152 of Rules of Procedure, Parliament approved a ministerial policy statement for financial year 2025-2026 during the period of 9th to 16th April 2025. Pursuant to Section 8 of the Public Finance Management Act 2015 and Rule 157 of the Rules of Procedure, Parliament passed 7 tax and revenue bills on 13th and 14th May to enable the realization of revenue to finance the national budget for financial year 2025-2026. In furtherance to Section 14 of the Public Finance Management Act 2015 and Rule 158 and Rule 159 of the Rules of Parliament, Parliament approved the national budget for the financial year 2025-2026 on 15th day of May 2025. Your Excellency, the efficiency and effectiveness of legislature is as a result of constructive engagement between legislature, executive, and judiciary, as well as the relevant stakeholders. I take this opportunity to greatly appreciate all the honorable members of Parliament, the front bench, the shadow cabinet, and all the stakeholders for their dedication throughout the budgeting process and ensuring that we do not only meet the legal and constitutional timeline, but also adequately interrogate the budget. Your Excellency, without preempting your speech on this day, I would like to highlight the salient issues that arose during the budget consideration process. 1, the need to strengthen the oversight over wealth creation funds, notably the parish development model, the youth livelihood, UWEP, SAGE, so that the funds actually reach their intended beneficiaries and attain the desired impact. 2, to strengthen the implementation and oversight of high-impact projects under the NDP4 so that the intended objectives are achieved. These high-impact projects are what we previously referred to in NDP3 as the core projects. 3, to strengthen the commitment control in budget execution by compelling the accounting officers to commit to the actual budgets and work plans as approved. This is important for budget discipline. 4, the minimization of supplementary budgets and the need to adherence to Section 25(7) of the Public Finance Management Act 2015 to limit supplementary budget requests to items that are absorbable, unavoidable, and unforeseeable. 5, the need to adequately plan and resource efficiency management measures to address the prevailing debt burden. The need to increase public investment in productive growth areas such as EMIOGA, parish development model, the 4-acre prosperity model, and deepen the financial inclusion and aid the growth of taxable formal sector so as to widen the tax base and improve on the tax to GDP ratio. Your Excellency, in the spirit of fostering regional integration, Parliament is cognizant of the need for deliberate reforms in customs and migrations. These requirements and procedures are in order to eliminate the non-tariff barriers and ease the movement of people, goods, and services across the East African community. The need for deliberate intervention to enhance the human capital development as a way of strengthening the competitiveness of Ugandan population. Your Excellency and members, as we embark on financial year 2025-2026, I call upon the accounting officers to ensure the prudent efficient and effective utilization of public resources, and that is pursuant to Section 21 and 45 of the Public Finance Management Act 2015. Your Excellency and honorable members, Article 83, Sub-Article 2A of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda permits members of Parliament to leave and join political parties or political organizations of their choice within 12 months before the end of term of Parliament in order to participate in activities or programs for political parties or political organizations relating to the general elections. I am in receipt of notification from the following members of Parliament who have left the Forum for Democratic Change, FDC, and opted to join the People Front for Freedom, PFF. Honorable Semuju Ibrahim, MP Kira Municipality. Honorable Kabusu Moses, MP Chamuswa County. Honorable Nakato Asinansi, the woman MP of Hoima City. Honorable Kamara Nicholas Tadeus, MP Kabale Municipality. Honorable Katshabe Atkins Godfrey, MP Bukonjo County West. Honorable Mohindo Harold Tony, MP Bukonjo County East. Honorable Namanya Naboth, MP Rubabo County. Honorable Muijiche Francis, MP Buhesh County. Honorable Awol Betty Ochan, Gulu City Woman Member of Parliament. We extend our best wishes to the members as they exercise their freedom of association as enshrined in Article 29 of the 1995 Constitution that we sought to uphold. Your Excellency, the President, and honorable members, and distinguished guests, I say all this for God and my country.
Item number 5, presentation of the budget speech by His Excellency the President of the Republic of Uganda.
Honorable members, I have been duly notified that the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development will deliver the budget speech on behalf of His Excellency the President, and thereafter the President will also give his remarks, additional remarks to what has been delivered. I now want to invite the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development to deliver the budget speech. Honorable Minister.
Your Excellency, the President of Uganda, Your Excellency, the Vice President, Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament, Your Lordship, the Chief Justice, Right Honorable Deputy Speaker of Parliament, Your Lordship, the Deputy Chief Justice, the Vice Chairman of the NRM Party, the Right Honorable Prime Minister, Right Honorable Deputy Prime Ministers, Honorable Ministers, Your Excellencies and the Ambassadors and the heads of diplomatic missions, Honorable Members of Parliament, former national leaders, cultural leaders, religious leaders, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Madam Speaker, in fulfillment of Article 155 Part 1 of the Constitution, and on behalf of His Excellency the President, I present to Parliament and the people of Uganda the budget for financial year 2025-26 as approved by Parliament. Madam Speaker, in this speech, I will, 1, provide accountability to the people of Uganda on the performance of the commitments made by the NRM government for the first half of the Uganda Vision 2040. 2, present the recent performance of the economy and outlook. 3, account to the people of Uganda on the commitments that government made for financial 24-25 that is coming to an end in a few days, and the private areas of the budget for financial 25-26. 4, highlight the financing strategy of the financial 25-26 budget. Now, accountability of the performance of the commitments made by the NRM government for the first half of Uganda Vision 2040. Madam Speaker, let me first congratulate His Excellency the President on his leadership that has built a resilient, stable, transformative and competitive economy that is attractive to investors. Obugaro. Uganda is among the fastest growing economies in the world and is projected to become the fastest growing by 2031 according to the Harvard Growth Club. This is despite the various domestic, regional and global shocks that have impacted us in the recent years. The growth is on account of a unique economic ideology championed by His Excellency the President, which is built on the 4 principles of socio-economic transformation, patriotism, Pan-Africanism, and democracy. Madam Speaker, the first half of Uganda Vision 2024 started in 2010 with the implementation of the first 5-year National Development Plan and thereafter NDP 2 and NDP 3, which ends this financial year. The initial years of the NRM government before 2010, we dedicated to restoring sustainable peace, recovering and stabilizing a broken economy, addressing extreme poverty, and implementing reforms that liberalized the economy and created an environment for private sector to flourish. We are now in the phase of socio-economic transformation to facilitate wealth creation and prosperity. Your Excellency, I thank and commend you for this. Madam Speaker, the budget for financial year 2025-26 will conclude the implementation of the current NRM manifesto and start the implementation of the 4th National Development Plan. For the next 15 years, the successive national development plans will implement the 10-fold economic growth strategy. This strategy aims to expand the size of the economy to US$ 500 billion by 2040 from US$ 61.3 billion estimated this financial year 24-25. Madam Speaker, over the accountability period, government has undertaken targeted investments that have built a firm foundation and strengthened the resilience of our economy. I wish to highlight the following achievements. 1. Total peace, security of person and property, political stability have been the foundation upon which sustained high economic growth and wealth creation to be built. 2. The economy more than tripled to shillings 226.3 trillion Uganda shillings, equivalent to US dollars 61.3 billion this financial 24-25, from shillings 64.8 trillion, equivalent to US dollars 27.9 billion in financial 2010-2011. In March 2024, Uganda met the criteria for graduation from the category of least development countries. Let me repeat this. In March 2024, Uganda met the criteria for graduation from the category of least development countries. 4. Life expectancy has improved to 68.2 years in financial 23-24 from 63.3 years in 2010-11 and from 50.4 years in 2002. This has been partly driven by improvements in access to health services, massive immunization campaigns that reduce disease prevalence and child mortality. 5. The population living within a 5-kilometer radius of a health facility is now 91% from about 8% in financial 2010-2011. And 81% of parishes now have government-aided schools. 6. Poverty has decreased by 16.1% in financial 2023-24 from 24.5% in financial 2010-2011. In addition, Madam Speaker, persons in the subsistence economy reduced to 33% in financial year 23-24 from 69% in financial year 2010-2011. Madam Speaker, Uganda is becoming a more equal society. The results of the National Household Survey released by the Uganda Bureau of Statistics last month show that income inequality has declined significantly in the past 4 years. The Gini coefficient, which is a statistical measure used to determine the extent of income inequality within a population, has reduced to 36% from 41% in 2020. 8. Madam Speaker, Ugandans can now connect to all borders on tarmac and reach all parts of the country, east, west, south, north, by tarmac or improved mudam roads. 9. Installed electricity generation capacity increased fourfold to 2,051 megawatts in financial year 23-24 from 595 megawatts in financial year 2010-2011. Consequently, the proportion of the population with access to electricity increased fivefold to 57% in financial year 23-24 from 11% in financial year 2011. The percentage of the population subscribed to the internet rose to 53% in 2022 from 1.8% in 2010, and the national ICT backbone infrastructure extended to 4,300 kilometers in financial year 22-23 from 1,380 kilometers in financial year 2010-2011. The economy has diversified from the traditional 3 C's, which are coffee, cotton, copper, and 3 T's, which are tobacco, tea, and tourism, to a more sophisticated economy. For example, Uganda has added 31 new products to its export basket in the last 15 years, including light manufactured products such as steel, processed food, cement, pharmaceuticals, dairy products, ceramics, and clothes. The number of manufacturing units has increased by about 18,000 from 31,757 in 2010-2011 to 50,000 in financial year 2023-24. As a result, this has increased the share of manufactured exports significantly. Madam Speaker, Uganda's economy has been able to achieve all these milestones on account of the right strategy of the NRM government. Let me repeat. Madam Speaker, Uganda's economy has been able to achieve all these milestones on account of the right strategy of the NRM government. Madam Speaker, since the necessary foundation has already been established by intentionally prioritizing investments in infrastructure, the speed of economic transformation is destined to be faster in the medium term. Madam Speaker, the budget for next financial year and over the medium term is focused on people and wealth creation. Consequently, the theme of the next financial year 25-26 remains full monetization of Uganda's economy through commercial agriculture, industrialization, expanding and broadening services, and digital transformation and market access. Recent economic performance and outlook. Madam Speaker, our economy has strengthened its resilience to domestic and external shocks and is estimated to grow by 6.3% this financial year 24-25. This is after recording growth of 8.6% in the third quarter of this financial year. Last financial year 23-24, the economy grew by 6.1%. In nominal terms, the size of the economy is estimated at shillings 226.3 trillion, equivalent to US dollars 61.3 billion in financial year 24-25, rising from shillings 203.7 trillion, equivalent to US dollars 53.9 billion in financial year 23-24. This is equivalent to US dollars 174.2 billion in purchasing power parity terms. My economists will tell you what that means. 12. Madam Speaker, this growth has broad-based, including this growth was broad-based, including in agriculture, industry, and services like ICT. This was on account of continued implementation of government interventions and sound fiscal and monetary policies that have supported private sector investment. Madam Speaker, the impressive economic performance has been driven by His Excellency the President's commitment and deliberate investment in wealth creation initiatives. I thank His Excellency the President for setting the tone and for providing leadership and direction. Madam Speaker, government has invested over shillings 9 trillion in key wealth creation initiatives over the last 10 years. These include Uganda Development Bank, 4.45 trillion, the Parish Development Model, shillings 3.3 trillion by end of financial 24-25, Emioga, shillings 553 billion, the Youth Livelihood Program, shillings 207.95 billion, the Small Business Recovery Fund, shillings 100 billion, the Agricultural Credit Facility, shillings 495 billion, the Youth Venture Capital Fund, shillings 12.5 billion, Uganda Women Entrepreneurship Program, shillings 168 billion, the Invite Project, shillings 800 billion, the Grow Project, shillings 824 billion, and Uganda Development Corporation 1.2 trillion, among others. Madam Speaker, the economy is expected to grow faster by at least 7% next financial year 25-26, and to double digits at the onset of oil and gas production. The size of the economy is projected to expand to shillings 254.2 trillion, equivalent to US dollars 66.1 billion in financial year 25-26. This will translate into a higher GDP per capita of US dollars 1,000. Let me repeat this. This will translate into a higher GDP per capita of US dollars 1,324 next financial year compared to US dollars 1,263 GDP estimated for this financial year ending the 30th June this year. Inflation. Madam Speaker, inflation is under control. For the year ending May 2025, the speed at which prices of goods and services rose slowed to 3.4% compared to 4.1% in the same period of the year ago. The slower pace of the increase in domestic prices was due to good export performance and FDI inflows, which led to a stable shilling, increased food production and the Parish Development Model, and the close coordination of the fiscal and monetary policies. In addition, a reduction in the global prices of petroleum products also contributed to the lower prices. The country has been able to benefit from these lower global prices because of the direct importation of petroleum products by the Uganda National Oil Company, UNOC, which removed middlemen in the petroleum supply chain. Therefore, inflation is expected to remain below the policy target of 5% per annum. Now, exchange rates. Madam Speaker, despite global uncertainties, the Uganda shilling has been among the few most stable currencies in Africa. Can I repeat? Madam Speaker, despite global uncertainties, the Uganda shilling has been among the few most stable currencies in Africa. The shilling appreciated by 4% year on year in April 2025 compared to the same month in 2024. Uganda's shilling has been ranked the most stable currency in Africa, according to the International Financial Statistics Division of the IMF. This resilience is due to good export performance, strong inflows of foreign direct investment, and tourism receipts. Now, interest rates. Madam Speaker, the price of money has reduced to an average of 17.7% per year in March 2025 from 18.1% in November 2024. This decline was partly driven by a slight reduction in the Bank of Uganda's reference interest rate and increased lending at lower interest rates to lower risk borrowers. Private sector credit. Madam Speaker, the stock of private sector credit grew to shillings 23.3 trillion in March 2025 from shillings 21.9 trillion in June 2024. This represents growth of 6%. Although this is low, it is expected to increase as private sector activity and household demand continues to recover. Madam Speaker, contrary to conventional economics that government borrowing crowds out private sector credit, Uganda's government borrowing has instead availed cheaper and patient capital to the private sector engaged in wealth creation initiatives. Government borrows from commercial banks at relatively high rates and avails financing to the private sector in strategic sectors at relatively low or no interest rates. Government has provided direct credit to the private sector and household to supplement credit from commercial banks and other financial institutions through PDM, Emyoga, Youth and Women Livelihood Funds, Women Enterprise Support Funds totaling shillings 9.1 trillion, which is equivalent to 3.6% of total domestic economic output in financial 24-25. External sector development. Madam Speaker, total exports of goods and services for the 12 months of March 2025 is US dollars 11.8 billion from US dollars 9.56 billion for the same period in year 2024. Of this, exports of goods were US dollars 9.3 billion for the same period, up from 7.3 billion in March 2024, representing growth of 26%. The top exports include gold, US dollar 3.698 billion, coffee, US dollars 1.83 billion, which alone had an annual average growth of 84.9%. Industrial products, 626.5 US dollars million, cocoa beans, US dollars 410.8 million, milk products, US dollars 285 million, base metals and products, US dollars 230.6 million, sugar, US dollars 186.5 million, fish and fish products, US dollars 107.7 million, maize, US dollars 86.37 million, and other agricultural products like tea, tobacco, cotton, beans, fruits, vegetables, flowers, simsim, sesame, nuts, vanilla, and other grains, giving US dollars 575.9 million. Madam Speaker, this financial year, for the first time in the history of Uganda, coffee exports earnings not only exceeded the $1 billion mark, but are on track to double to US dollars 2 billion per year. While it took the country more than a century to reach US dollars 1 billion earnings per annum from coffee, it has taken just 1 year to double these earnings. This is an example of the kind of economic leap envisioned under the 10-fold growth strategy. I therefore implore Ugandans to grow more coffee and, most importantly, add value to our coffee before we export it for higher earnings. Madam Speaker, for the year ending March 2025, the Middle East was Uganda's top export destination, followed by the East African Community, Asia, and the European Union. Uganda recorded large trade surpluses with the Middle East worth US dollars 186.3 million, and the European Union worth US dollars 117.7 million. The main export commodities to these markets were coffee, industrial, and mineral products. Madam Speaker, I wish to note that His Excellency the President, Madam Speaker, I wish to note that His Excellency the President's message and deliberate strategy of increasing the share of manufactured exports in total exports has started producing positive results. New research by the Harvard Economic Growth Lab shows that Uganda has become more complex for its level of income. This means that while earnings from traditional exports like coffee are significantly increasing, their contribution to the total export basket is declining. New products that require more advanced production technology than that expected for our level of income are contributing an increasing share of our total exports. According to the study, in the last 15 years, Uganda added 31 new products to its export basket. Among these are ICT equipment, serums and vaccines, medicines, new pneumatic tires, batteries, gas turbines, electric integrated circuits, transmission apparatus for radio, telephone and TV, measuring instruments and instruments for physical and chemical analysis, and light manufactured products such as steel, processed food, cement, pharmaceuticals, dairy products, ceramics, and cloth. The country also has an opportunity of harnessing the production of 50 new complex products which are referred to as strategic bets. Tourism and foreign direct investment. Madam Speaker, tourism earnings have grown by 13.1% to US dollars 1.52 billion in 12 months to March 2025 from US dollars 1.36 billion during the same period in 2024. This impressive growth is attributed to the sustainable peace, increased competitiveness of Uganda's tourism industry, and government investment in strategic tourism infrastructure, including Uganda Airlines, remittances from Ugandans living and working abroad were US dollars 1.4 billion 12 months to March 2025, compared to US dollars 1.33 billion in the same period in 2024. 2024. Madam Speaker, Uganda has maintained its top ranking as one of the best investment destination in Africa. Let me repeat this. Madam Speaker, Uganda has maintained its top ranking as one of the best investment destinations in Africa. Foreign direct investments were worth US $3.4 billion in 12 months to March 2025, compared to US $2.99 billion during the same period in 2024. This performance was due to improved competitiveness of our economy. Fiscal performance. Madam Speaker, revenue collection is projected at shilling 31.9 trillion this financial year ending June 2025, equivalent to about 14.3% of total domestic economic output or GDP. Total expenditure outturn is estimated at shillings 51.53 trillion this financial year, excluding Bank of Uganda securities and domestic financing date rollover. The budget deficit is estimated at 7.2% of GDP. Madam Speaker, government plans to collect shillings 37.2 trillion in domestic revenue next financial year 25-26. This will finance about 60% of the national budget. The rest of the budget will be financed through borrowing and grants. Madam Speaker, government has stepped up efforts to mobilize domestic revenue. Going forward, emphasis will be put on the following. 1. Broadening the tax base through strategic investment in the opportunities in agro-industry, tourism, minerals, including oil and gas, science, technology, and innovation, including ICT, as well as interventions that support wealth creation and the growth of small and medium enterprises. Eliminating corruption at URA through punishing corrupt officers and taxpayers who collude with URA staff, as well as leveraging digital platforms to minimize human interaction. 3. Enhancing implementation of electronic fiscal receipting and invoicing solutions, which is Proclamation EFRIS, digital tax stamps, rental tax solution, and regular audits, especially for transfer pricing. Combating smuggling at border points through extended surveillance using advanced technologies like scanners, drones, and tracking systems, with increased patrols in high-risk areas. Rationalizing tax exemptions to focus on only those that support industrial policy and introducing sunset clauses. Amending tax laws to close loopholes that cause revenue leakage and providing clarity to encourage voluntary compliance. Strengthening URA in including recruitment and training of tax officers to effectively administer tax collection, and supporting local governments and revenue generating public entities to increase revenue collection. Accountability for financial 24-25 and priorities for the financial 2025-26. Madam Speaker, when I delivered the budget speech for financial 24-25, I made several commitments on government expenditure priorities for the financial year. In February 2025, I presented a detailed semi-annual budget performance report of this financial year to Parliament in line with the law. In this section, I provide the highlights of what government has achieved this financial year to date. Madam Speaker, with respect to investing in people of Uganda, the following has been achieved. Let me repeat. Madam Speaker, with respect to investing in the people of Uganda, the following has been achieved. Health. Madam Speaker, during this period, this financial year 24-25, the following milestones have been achieved in the health sector. 1. Government continued to invest in saving the lives of Ugandans by providing shillings 721 billion for healthcare supplies, general and essential medicines under the national medical stores. This included additional financing of shillings 100 billion for essential medicines, shillings 116.8 billion for RRVs, shillings 2.9 billion for anti-malaria medicines, shillings 17.8 billion for immunization supplies, and shillings 52.3 billion for laboratory supplies, and shillings 2.1 billion for anti-TB drugs. Government continued to improve healthcare infrastructure and equipment. For example, we completed, equipped, and commissioned 3 regional blood banks in Hoima, Arua, and Soroti, operationalized 16 high-capacity oxygen plants across key regional referral hospitals, continued infrastructure development and equipping of the 2 specialized centers for cancer and cardiovascular care. Infrastructure development of Ruvowa Specialized Hospital is now at 68% progress, and training of the specialists is ongoing. Constructed new maternity wards and the staff houses in the health center 2s that are being upgraded to health center 3s, distributed 20 digital X-ray machines to general hospitals, and installed CT scans in 14 out of 16 regional referral hospitals. Government implemented interventions for preventive health care, for disease prevention and promotion of healthy lifestyles. For example, trained and deployed community health extension workers across the country to deliver essential health education on hygiene and sanitation, nutrition and disease prevention, and to support routine immunization efforts. Undertook residual spraying in 13 districts, which protected the lives of 2.7 billion people and 560,000 households against malaria, and introduced the malaria vaccine into the extended program on immunization targeting children under 5 years of age. He improved the digitization of healthcare services by extending connectivity of the electronic medical record system in 4 national referral hospitals and 16 regional referral hospitals. This has improved patient record management, drug dispensing, and monitoring the attendance of health workers. Strengthened the national ambulance and emergency care system by providing additional ambulances to improve the national emergency response and referral system. Madam Speaker, to further improve the health of Ugandans, a total of shillings 5.87 trillion has been provided in next financial year 25-26. The priority intervention will include 1, functionalizing health centers 4, 2, strengthening primary health care and community health services, 3, scale up of national e-health infrastructure, 4, promotion of nutrition and education and reproductive health, 5, continued deployment of community health extension workers, 6, strengthening the national ambulance and emergency referral system. And 7, construction of specialized health facilities for cancer and cardiovascular care. Now, education. Madam Speaker, the following milestones have been achieved in the education sector. 1, provided access to universal primary education for 9.2 million learners and 905,116 learners under universal secondary education.
Minister, for record, it is 9.52.
Oh, 4.52. Well, my officers have misled me. And I close that one. 2, over 5,192 students, both on degree and diploma programs, benefited from higher education students loan financing scheme. In addition, 4,000 learners benefited from government sponsorship joining public universities. 3, a total of 166 seed schools have been constructed under the UGFIT program. 4, in preparation for CHAN and ACFON 27, government has so far spent shillings 496.8 billion for the construction of Hoima and Akibua stadia, as well as the associated training facilities across the country. Government will spend a total of shillings 1.3 trillion to get these facilities completed. In addition, Mandela National Stadium has been upgraded and government commissioned the National High Altitude Training Center, Teriyet, in Kapchorwa. In order to improve compliance with quality standards, government digitalized school inspections in all public schools and certificate awarding technical, vocational, education and training institution. To improve the qualifications and skills of primary school teachers to meet the new minimum education requirement of degree level, government has established the Uganda National Institute for Teacher Education, UNITE. So far, UNITE has enrolled 1,000 students across 5 campuses and has been supported to undertake staff recruitment and take over the operations of 23 primary teachers' colleges to upgrade certificate teachers to diploma level. Rolled out the abridged A-level curriculum to implement the competence-based curriculum for A-level. A total of 357 120 learners successfully completed the 4-year cycle under the new lower secondary educational curriculum and are transitioning to the new A-level curriculum. Implemented the TVET reform to increase industry participation in TVET training and delivery. A new TVET council, sector skills council and secretariat have been established with representation from various sectors. Madam Speaker, next financial year, I have provided 5.04 trillion for priority interventions, which include 1, continuing to provide free education to Ugandans under UPE, USE, and universal post-O-level education and training. 2, providing sponsorship and student loans for higher education. 3, rehabilitation of 120 traditional secondary schools and 31 special need primary schools. 4, construction of 106 new seed schools and expansion of 61 existing secondary schools. 5, recruitment of more teachers and non-teaching staff. 6, strict enforcement of teachers and learners inspection across the country using an electronic system. 7, providing textbooks and instructional materials to improve the textbook to student ratio to 1.13 from the current 1 to 1.5. Operationalization of Bunyoro and Busoga universities, and completion of the ongoing construction of stadia and training facilities ahead of CHAN and as AFCON 27, as I've said before. Social protection. Madam Speaker, to keep our senior citizens healthy and to actively participate in socio-economic activities, government has divided shillings 811 billion, benefiting 702 older persons across the country under the social assistance grants for the elderly program, SAGE. In addition, 1,741 older persons group enterprises have been funded with government grants worth 5.5 billion, benefiting 11,644 older persons under the Special Enterprise Grant for Older Persons Program, SEGOP. Other social protection intervention which government has supported include the following: Youth Livelihood Program, a total of 24,228 youth enterprises have been funded to the tune of 191.336 billion, benefiting 274,211 youth.
271,211. Not
I have read it wrong. Let me repeat. 271,211 youth. The enterprises are in agriculture, 30%, trade, 38%, trade, 32%, other services, 19%, and others, 11%. Uganda Women Entrepreneurship Program, WEP. Government has financed 21,948 women group enterprises, benefiting 235 million, 114 women. National Special Grant for Persons with Disability to address high vulnerability and poverty levels among persons with disability. Government has supported 8,107 enterprises, benefiting to 50,900 persons.
59,901.
59,901 persons with disabilities. Madam Speaker, I have provided an additional shillings 404.9 billion for social protection next financial year 2025-26. Water, sanitation, and environmental protection. Madam Speaker, to improve the quality of life, government continues to invest in the provision of safe water, improve sanitation, and ensure protection of the environment. These include the following. 1. Villages in Uganda with at least one safe water source have remarkably increased to 8 out of every 10 villages. Nationwide, 57,951 villages out of 71,225 have been served with a safe water source. 2. completed the construction of 259 medium and large solar-powered water supply and sanitation systems and gravity flow schemes across the country. 3. Construction of 42 large solar-powered water supply systems is ongoing in Agago, Yumbe, Amudat, Kabong, Kasese, Kakumiro, Sembabule, Kisoro, Rubanda, Mbulamuti, Bulambuli, Kyenkwanzi, Mubende, Kyegegwa, Buyende, Nakaseke, Namayingo, Rakai, and Buvuma. With regard to clean water, construction of piped town water supply systems is ongoing in 32 towns. These include Namasari, Kakingo, Kamuli, Ngoma Town, Lunya, Karogo, Phase 2, Ishaka, Mobilizing, Nyakashaka, Bukumi, Kanapa, and Odongei. Construction is also ongoing in Parabekar, Rhino Camp, Aradufile, Lubeli Refugee Settlement, Bulori, Nyanseke, Busale, Kibuzi, and expansion in 2 towns of Kiboga and Zigoti. Other beneficial towns are Lamuo, Lacheskot, Ir, Lorenga Kora, Chora, Manafwa, Butaleja Busorwe, Terinyi, Kibuku, Kadama, Budaka, Kaliro, Namungarwe, Lukungiri, and Obongi. Construction of various water supply systems in 26 districts is at varying levels of physical progress. These include Manafwa Town Council, an installation of solar packages that is ongoing in Loslang, Kasawo, Phase 1, Kaburawizi, Phase 1, Bukumi, Burangira, and Kievando, Kasimbi, and Busale Town. Also, government is starting the development of new piped water supply systems in Rwanda, Kabale, Albetong, Nakasongola, Kamuli districts, among others. Madam Speaker, I have provided an additional shilling 366.1 billion next financial year for water resource management, climate change mitigation, natural resources, and environment. The priority interventions include construction of water supply infrastructure to increase service in the unserved communities in rural, urban, and refugee settlements, increasing rehabilitation and expansion of existing water, sanitation, and hygiene infrastructure, and increasing forest and wetland cover. Madam Speaker, overall, I have allocated a total of shillings 11.44 trillion next financial year towards investing in the people of Uganda through health, education, social protection, and water and sanitation. Now, wealth creation programs. Madam Speaker, wealth creation programs have proved effective in integrating lower-income Ugandans into the economy. As already reported, poverty and inequality have reduced thanks to the following opportunity equalizing initiatives that government has implemented. Parish development model. Madam Speaker, by 30th June this year, a total of shillings 3.3 trillion will have been transferred to 10,589 parishes across the country to transform the household still in subsistence to join the money economy. Each parish gets shillings 100,000 per year. So far, the PDM funds have reached 2.63 million beneficiaries in all districts and parishes. The beneficiaries have invested 45% of the money in cash and food crops such as maize, cassava, onions, bananas, and Irish potatoes, 36% in livestock such as piggery, goats, beef cattle, dairy cattle, and sheep, 20% in poultry, and 6% in other enterprises. These investments are changing the lives of Ugandans by boosting household incomes, enhancing food security, and creating employment opportunities at local level countrywide. Madam Speaker, PDM operations have been fully digitized to ensure secure and smooth flow of the government grants directly from the National Treasury to the beneficiaries. Government using the National Identification Number, NIN, and the PDM information system to identify the beneficiaries, the Wendy application to send the money, and the Zaidi application to monitor and ensure that the money goes to the right beneficiaries and that they are using it to finance the right enterprises. This has enhanced efficiency and convenience in access and helped to reduce corruption in the PDM operations. Effective next year, every parish chief will make use of the PDMs to prepare an annual report on the state of their parish economy and asset register, the SPEAR report. This report will enable tracking of progress towards full monetization of the economy for every parish. Madam Speaker, I have provided an additional 1.059 trillion next financial year 25-26 for further capitalization of the PDM. This will avail an additional shillings 100 million per parish for households that have not yet benefited from the PDM. Government has also provided money to pay for the bank charges to ensure that beneficiaries receive the full amount of shillings 1 million each. Government is also providing a grant of 500,000 shillings for persons with disability over and above the loan of 1 shilling million to cater for the additional access requirements. Madam Speaker, in order to add value to and guarantee markets for PDM outputs, government has stepped up investment in agro-industry through vertical and horizontal value addition. This is targeting production of higher value multi-input products such as nutritional foods, baby foods that use several products like milk, eggs, and maize, and fruits and vegetables. Now, agricultural credit facility. Madam Speaker, government has injected a total of shillings 413.4 billion in the SEF since its establishment in 2010. In partnership with the participating financial institutions that match the government contribution, this facility has so far provided over 1 trillion in low interest loans by the end of March 2025 to support agricultural productivity, commercial farming, and agricultural value addition. The SF has so far supported 14,336 beneficiaries, of whom 3,531 are smallholder farmers, The loans have financed the following: grain trading, shillings 431.4 billion, 43%. On farm activities, shillings 312.8 billion, 32%. Agro-processing, 166.8 billion, 16%. And post-harvest management, shillings 89 billion, which is 9%. Madam Speaker, I have provided additional capital for the SCF of shillings 50 billion next financial 25-26. This is in addition to the agricultural insurance that benefits all farmers, including PDM beneficiaries. Uganda Development Bank. Madam Speaker, government has cumulatively capitalized the UDB to the tune of shillings 1.5 trillion to support industrialization, agricultural commercialization, and acquisition of appropriate technologies to increase productivity. UDB has so far achieved the following. 1. UDB has provided shillings 2.45 trillion to 607 businesses engaged in commercial agriculture, agricultural value addition, manufacturing, tourism, hospitality, education, health services, creatives, and construction industry, and as at the end of December 2024. 2. Businesses supported by UDB have created 55,553 jobs, generated out of value of shillings 23 trillion, contributed shillings 944.2 billion in taxes, generated an equivalent of shillings 3.3 trillion in forex earnings, and shillings 3.15 trillion in profits for the private sector businesses supported. UDB has implemented special programs targeting small and medium enterprises and youth and women-owned businesses engaged in wealth creation. This has been done through provision of business development and incubation services. In order to ease access, UDB is opening up regional offices and has supported wealth creation enterprises in 96 districts across all the sub-regions. Madam Speaker, I have now provided an additional shillings 1 trillion for UDB next financial year. We turn to Emyoga. Madam Speaker, in order to boost incomes of Ugandans engaged in specialized trades, Emyoga, particularly in urban and peri-urban centers, government has so far provided a total of shillings 660 billion. This has benefited a total of 2.4 million Ugandans in creating 471,000 jobs and kick-starting a new local economy in value-added enterprises such as winemaking, carpentry, coffee value addition, metal fabrication, tailoring, artisanal products, mechanics, women in markets, restaurants, and services like hair and beauty salons and transport, among others. Madam Speaker, I am providing an additional 100 billion Uganda shillings next financial year to support more Emyoga enterprises as off-takers of PDM outposts. Following enactment of new TVET Act, government will support certification and issuance of practicing permits to competent practitioners benefiting from the Emyoga program. Small Business Recovery Fund, Madam Speaker. This fund was established to support small businesses which were affected by COVID-19 to recover with an initial capital of 100 million shillings. To be matched by commercial banks and other financial institutions. The funding from the SBRF has enabled 3,496 micro, small, and medium enterprises to recover from the effects of COVID-19, saving over 26,672 jobs in the sectors of trade and commerce, hospitality, and education and construction. Madam Speaker, in order to accelerate full monetization of the economy through various wealth creation programs, I have provided shillings 3.05 trillion next financial year, 2025/26. These funds are going to be passed
2.3 trillion. Next
it is shillings 3.05 trillion. These funds are going to be passed on to Ugandans in wealth creation through PDM, shillings 1.059 trillion, Emioga, shillings 100 billion, UDB, shillings 1 trillion, Uganda Development Corporation, shillings 187.1 billion, and the Agricultural Credit Facility, shillings 50 billion. Others include GROW, generating growth opportunities and productive for women enterprise, 231.3 billion, Invite, investment for industrial transformation and empowerment, shillings 275.1 billion, presidential zonal industrial hubs and skilling initiatives, shillings 58.5 billion, to turn youth into manufacturers, and support to microfinance, shillings 48.5 billion. Agro-industrialization. Madam Speaker, the interventions in agro-industrialization this financial year and next financial year have prioritized research, increase in productivity, commercialization, and value addition in agriculture. Madam Speaker, some of the key achievements in this financial year include: 1, research and genetics development of selected value chains. The National Animal Genetic Resource Center and the Data Bank has introduced superior animal genetic resources for breeding, multiplication, and distribution to farming households under PDM. NARO has completed the manufacturing facility for anti-tick vaccines at Nakisesa in Wakiso district with the capacity to produce over 20 million doses of the anti-tick vaccine per year. NARO has also developed agricultural technologies that increase productivity, such as water-saving cultivation technology, drought-resistant varieties, and integrated pest, disease, and weed control technologies, among others. Research in coffee by Nakori has contributed to increased national coffee production, productivity, and export earnings. Increasing agricultural production and productivity. The capacity of water for irrigation has increased to 54.76 million cubic meters. This is on account of government investment in small and large irrigation systems, including solar-powered irrigation. In particular, 7 large-scale irrigation schemes have been completed. These include Ngenge in Kwene district, Luengaju in Kabarole, Tochi in Oyam, Mobuktu in Kasese, Olwenyi in Kira, Lira, Doho 2 in Butareja, and Wadley in Pakwach. Another 3 irrigation schemes are currently under construction. These are Akomai in Bukedia district, Atari in Kweni Bulambuli district, and Namatala covering Budaka, Mbale, Butaleja districts. Madam Speaker, another 142 solar-powered irrigation and water supply schemes have been completed across the country. In addition, 157 solar-powered irrigation and water supply schemes are under construction. Furthermore, 4,300 micro-scale irrigation facilities were constructed in 135 districts across the country and have benefited smallholder farmers of less than 2.5 acres. Madam Speaker, in addition, government completed Useke Dam in Kabong and Ogunga Dam in Katakwi for livestock, irrigation and fish farming. In addition, 5,251 small and medium-scale irrigation schemes were established in 135 districts. Madam Speaker, government established 5 zonal agricultural mechanization centers in Malere, Buama, Bungoko, Ogwata, and Sanga to support equipment access and tractor hire services, procured and distributed 260 assorted 4-wheeled tractors and implements to farmer groups in 60 districts countrywide, 750 power tillers, single youth and women as operators, artisans, mechanics for tractors and implements. Madam Speaker, beginning this financial year, government introduced the large-scale commercial farmer interest-free credit facility of shillings 175 billion. This facility will help to increase production and productivity for improved food security and export. The loan facility can be accessed through government-owned banks, namely Post Bank, Housing Finance Bank, and Pride Bank Limited. Agricultural value addition and marketing. NARO completed setting up an alpha-safe facility at Namulonge with the capacity to eliminate aflatoxin contamination in grains. The facility has capacity to clean 5 tons of produce per hour. This will save the country an estimated $38 million per year, which is lost in export rejections due to aflatoxins, and most importantly, save the lives of Ugandans. Madam Speaker, to add value to agricultural produce, government constructed 11 agro-processing and storage facilities to increase opportunities for value addition and access to higher value markets. These include Ruimi Rice Processing Facility in Bunyangabu, Kasina Maize Processing Facility in Kenjojo, Kigoyera Maize Processing Facility in Kenjojo, Itojo Maize and Rice Processing Facility in Ntoroko, Nombe Coffee Processing Facility in Ntoroko, Apara Oil Seed Processing Facility in Alebetong, Gatianga Coffee Processing Facility in Winyangabu, Akorinmonyin Rice Processing Facility in Katakwi, Kajamaka Rice Processing Facility in Kumi, Chikwata Coffee Processing Facility in Nakaseke, and Chiwoko Maize Processing Facility in Nakaseke Gay. Madam Speaker, government is strengthening partnerships with the private sector through Uganda Development Corporation to support local value addition and manufacturing in a wide range of agricultural value chains. These investments include Soroto Fruit Factory, Budadiri Arabic Coffee, Mbale Growers Tea Factory, Mabale Growers Tea Factory, Kayonza Growers Tea Factory, Bukona Agro Processors, Atiaka Sugar Factory, and Yumbe Fruit Factory. Madam Speaker, as a part of the effort to increase access of Uganda's products to international markets, we dispatched the inaugural exports of coffee and milk to Serbia and Algeria, respectively. The milk exports to Algeria have potential to fetch Uganda export earnings worth $500 million. Madam Speaker, I have allocated a total of 1.86 trillion next financial year towards deepening agro-industrialization. These funds will support investments in 1, agricultural research, 2, agricultural inputs including fertilizers, 3, water for irrigation, 4, extension services, 5, agro-processing and value addition, 6, post-harvest handling and storage facilities, 7, inspection, surveillance, certification, enforcement of quality standards and market access. Now we turn to tourism development. Madam Speaker, Uganda's tourism sector continued to recover with the tourist arrivals increasing by 7.7% to 1,000,037 in 2024 from 1.27 million in 2023. Similarly, tourism earnings grew by 26% to $1.28 billion in 2024, up from $1.02 billion in 2023. Madam Speaker, the following achievements were registered: promoted and marketed Uganda through international Explore Uganda promotion campaign in high-value market segments in USA, Canada, and the United Kingdom. As a result, the year-on-year growth of interest in Uganda by tourists is 33% for the United Kingdom, 19% for Canada, 5% for the USA. Additionally, through the theme Uniquely Ours, we have promoted domestic tourism. As a result, domestic tourism in national parks increased by 15.7% in 2024, reaching 244,843 visitors. Continue to innovate and modernize tourism products to make them more competitive. This involved maintenance of 1,300 kilometers of rail tracks and roads in tourism protected areas, increasing the cumulative coverage of electric fencing of 177 kilometers in Queen Elizabeth and Murchison Falls National Parks, continued construction of the pier and related infrastructure at the source of the Nile, continuing to upgrade the Uganda Museum and Namugongo Matters shrines, construction of 3,521 meters of climbing ladders and boardwalks on Wenzori Mountains to make hiking safer and fun, completion and commissioning of Kikorongo Equator Monument in Kasese, and the construction of works of Karamoja Museum, which is nearing completion. Government invested in a world-class convention facility in Munyonyo. This has promoted Uganda as one of the regional destinations for meetings, incentives, conferences, and exhibitions. Consequently, Uganda now ranks 7th in Africa in MICE tourism. Madam Speaker, I have allocated shillings 430 billion towards the direct investment in tourism next financial year. This is in addition to about 2.2 trillion provided for another tourism support investments such as tourism roads, ICT, infrastructure in tourism areas, African Cup of Nations, AFCON infrastructure, and security strengthening in tourism areas. Madam Speaker, The focus next financial will be on 1, branding and marketing of Uganda as a tourism and investment destination. 2, infrastructure development in tourism sites. 3, construction of refreshment centers and highway sanitation facilities. 4, improving and enforcing hospitality standards and training. And 5, promoting health tourism by investment in specialized health facilities. Madam Speaker, government has also stepped up investment in missions abroad to promote economic and commercial diplomacy. Every mission is now tasked to bring investors and tourists and open up export markets. Mineral-based industrial development, including oil and gas. Madam Speaker, the following achievements were registered this financial year. Government facilitated the establishment of 10 gold refineries, 4 cement manufacturing plants, and 1 tin processing plant, contributing to mineral processing and refining. In the oil and the gas sector, the Telenga and Kingfisher oil projects are on track for first oil production in 2026. An agreement to construct 60,000 barrels per day oil refinery, which will kickstart the petroleum chemical industry, was signed between Alpha MBM from AIE and the Uganda National Oil Company. Once operations start, the oil and the gas sector will contribute between $1 and 2.5 billion annually to the country's revenues. With regard to local content in the oil and the gas industry, more Ugandan companies and individuals have benefited from contracts issued and jobs respectively. Out of 5,693 Tier 1 contracts amounting to a total of value of US dollars 5.4 billion awarded to date, 4,796 contracts, 64% were Ugandan companies.
84%.
84%, yes, I said that, Mama, were to Ugandan companies amounting to US dollars 2.25 billion. Also, US dollars 33.4 million, equivalent to shillings 121 billion, has been spent on goods and services consumed from the surrounding communities in Bunyoro. More than 14,000 Ugandans have been trained in various technical areas, and so far about 17,000 direct and 39,567 indirect jobs have been created. Kabalega International Airport is nearly complete, and over 700 kilometers of roads have been constructed in the Albertine region to support commercial production of oil and gas. Government is expediting the finalization of the 1,443-kilometer East African crude oil pipeline, ECOP, which is now 58% complete, with engineering works at 98% completion and procurement of the major equipment for the pipeline at 83%. Following INOX commencement of the Baraka supply of petroleum products in August 2024, the country has experienced relative stability in supply and pricing. This has been realized due to elimination of the middlemen and speculative tendencies. As a result, Uganda currently saves up to US dollars 72.8 million annually on fuel imports. Madam Speaker, I have provided 875.8 billion in next financial year for mineral-based industrial development, including oil and gas, For one, continued qualification of mineral resources, starting with iron ore, gold, and copper, and strengthening their tracking systems. 2, capitalization of the Uganda National Mining Company. 3, establishing mineral markets and buying centers to enable transparent mineral trading. 4, expediting finalization of the East African crude oil pipeline. And 5, prioritizing of the construction of the oil refinery and refined products pipeline, among others. Science, technology, and innovation, including ICT and creative industry. Madam Speaker, STI, including ICT and creative arts, provide an important avenue for the country to develop high-tech exports and add new sources of growth and jobs. Madam Speaker, this financial year, the following milestones have been achieved in the development of knowledge economy. 1, completed and operationalized the Kira vehicle plant in Jinja. The plant has an annual capacity of 2,500 vehicles. So far, 41 buses have been produced, out of which 29 are electric. The electric buses produced can run up to 500 kilometers when fully charged. The plant has signed a letter of intent to supply more than 3,700 electric buses to West Africa. The plant has signed a letter of intent to supply more than 3,700 electric buses to West Africa. Kira Motors has created 800 jobs and has the potential to generate more than 14,000 direct and indirect productive jobs. Invested in vaccine development and commercialization, as well as innovation in therapeutics, diagnostics, and other healthcare tools. Government has cumulatively invested total of $274 billion in the thereby former manufacturing facility located at Matuga in Wakiso district. The facility is now licensed by the National Drug Authority and has started manufacturing generic drugs such as tablets, capsules, powders, non-antibiotic drugs, and antifungal drugs, among others. Madam Speaker, government is making progress in development of vaccines for the Crimean Congo hemorrhagic fever and Rift Valley virus. We also completed accreditation of the Alphasan vaccine manufacturing facility to produce anti-tick vaccines. Scientists at Makerere University developed a PCR kit which has been used to conduct more than 2 million tests at 50% of the cost of imported alternatives, saving the country $37 million. Guru University developed highly effective rapid testing kits for crop diseases for cassava and sweet potatoes. Madam Speaker, government has invested in a coffee factory in Intungam to fast-track local value addition to coffee. The factory will have 3 processing lines for roastery, freeze, dry, and spray dry technology to produce instant roast and ground coffee, respectively. The roastery line has started production and other processing lines are at 50% installation. The banana value addition facility in Bishenyi has started production. Oh, Katonda yebazibwe. The plant is producing several value-added products like banana flour used in bread, cakes, biscuits, and baby food. The plant is increasing automation and capacity to 140 metric tons from 14 metric tons. It has started penetrating the local and international markets with orders from South Korea, the Middle East, South Africa, Italy, and USA. Madam Speaker, with regard to ICT, government has continued to expand internet connectivity and digital infrastructure across the country. The geographical coverage of broadband internet connectivity stands at 72% of the country, covering 4,387 kilometers. Government has increased the digitization of service delivery to improve efficiency, promote transparency, and reduce bureaucracy. Madam Speaker, a total of 36 electronic services have been developed and rolled out. Some of these include online business registration system, electronic government procurement, and the online passport, visa, national ID, and driving license application system. The Uganda driver licensing system, which was introduced in 2021, has reduced the turnaround time for processing driving licenses to 45 minutes in Kampala and 48 hours in up-country stations from a period of 1 month. To support business process sourcing, government has licensed over 50 companies that have created over 10,000 jobs, mainly for the youth that provide online services internationally. Madam Speaker, with regard to the creative arts, government provided 10 billion to the creative arts industry. This was to support the artists to recover from the effects of COVID-19 and create a revolving fund to support younger talents to create wealth and jobs. Madam Speaker, I have provided shillings 835.98 billion for science, technology, and innovation, including ICT and the creative arts industry. Of this amount, 388.23 billion is for STI, shillings 381.75 billion is for ICT and digitalization, and shillings 66 billion for the creative arts. Madam Speaker, these funds will be utilized for: 1, establishing a high-tech city to support development of technologies and innovations; 2, taking STI products to the market, especially Kira motor vehicles, coffee, dairy farmer, drugs, vaccines, and banana products; additional investment in R&D and innovation; increasing coverage, reliability, and affordability of internet; enhancing digitization of government services and e-commerce; promoting BPO for job creation; acquiring a home for creative artists for their production and innovation; fast-tracking the Copyright and Neighboring Rights Act to protect intellectual property and artistic works; and finally, further capitalization of the revolving fund for arts with an additional shillings 18 billion, bringing it to a total of shillings 23 billion. Now, infrastructure development. Madam Speaker, this priority area includes both transport and energy infrastructure. During this financial 24-25, some of the following achievements were realized. Integrated transport infrastructure and services. Madam Speaker, the road network that is tarmacked now stands at 6,287.6 kilometers, representing about 30% of the national road network compared to 3,112 kilometers in financial 2010-11. With this improved road network, the travel time, for example, from Malaba to Kisoro by road reduced from 48 hours, 2 days, to about 10 hours. This will further improve with the completion of the Kampala-Jinja and Busegampigi Express highways. Uganda is now connected by tarmac roads at all its major international border points, from the South Sudan border, Kitgum, Nimule, Oraba, in Acholi and West Nile, to the southern border of Tanzania, Mutukula, Rwanda, Mirama Hill, Katuna, and Chanika, and the Congo border, Bunagana, and from the Kenya border, Wakaka, Maraba, and Busia, to the Congo border, Mpondwe, Busunga, and Kaisotonya in the west. Madam Speaker, despite the challenges faced in the road sector this financial year, we continue to make progress as follows. 1. Rehabilitated a total of 125 kilometers on several ongoing projects. 2. Upgraded over 100 kilometers of roads to paved bituminous standards on several ongoing projects. 3. Government fully disbursed shillings 579 billion, which was used for maintenance of national, districts, urban, and community access roads. 4. Government is revamping the road and drainage infrastructure within the entire Greater Kampala metropolitan area, to the extent that the entire city is now a construction site. A total of shillings 1.4 trillion has been dedicated to improving roads and drainage within the Great Kampala metropolitan, what that is. To deal with the traffic congestion arising out of gridlock generated by roundabouts, all major junctions are being improved and signaled with traffic lights. The Kampala flyover and road upgrading project has been completed. Beverly. Construction of 10 bridges is ongoing at an average of 74.7% progress. Madam Speaker, next financial year, government has significantly increased the budget for road infrastructure development. I have allocated an additional 790 billion, bringing the total budget for roads to 4.28 trillion. The following will be prioritized next financial year. 1. Start construction and complete ongoing works for road projects as highlighted by His Excellency the President in his State of the Nation address. In addition, the roads which had been left out to be prioritized are Puranga Acholi Bur, 64 kilometers, Kampala Gayaza Karaji, 33 kilometers, Lugazi Wikwekiyindi, 28 kilometers, Kabwohe Wiziwera Nyakambu Nsika Nyakabirizi, 92.2 kilometers, Kisubi Nakauka Natete Kasanje Impigi Mauguru Nanziga Maya Buaya 71 kilometers, Busegampigi 10 kilometers, Najanankumbi Usabara 11 kilometers, Lusalira Nkonge Lumegere Sembabule 97 kilometers, Arugutu Ntoroko 50 kilometers, Kabale Lake Bunyonyi 15.1 kilometers, Kisoro Nkuringo Lubugiri Muko 70 kilometers, Laropi Moyo Afoji 39 kilometers, including a bridge at Laropi. Koboko Yumbe Moyo 105 kilometers. Namagumba Budadiri Kalugugu 33 kilometers. Tororo Busia 25 kilometers. Katuna Mukono Kamuganguzi 104 kilometers. Moroto Lokitanyara 42 kilometers. Hamurwa Kerere Kanungu 47 kilometers. Liantonde Kashagama Nyabitanga Ntusi 57.7 kilometers. Isingiro Rugaga Mutukula Ngarama Kashumba on the border with Tanzania 164 kilometers. I hope my friends who are talking to me yesterday, I have satisfied you. Masindi Bridge and Karuma Bridge. Start construction and complete ongoing works for bridges as highlighted by His Excellency the President in his State of the Nation Address. 3. Commence implementation of the Kampala-Jinja Express Highway through public-private partnership framework. And 4. Prioritize maintenance of the core national road transport network and DUCA. Railway transport, Madam Speaker, in November 2024, His Excellency the President launched construction of 272-kilometer standard gauge railway from Malaba to Kampala. The SGR is a strategic investment for our country. It will cut cargo transport costs by half from the current $120 per ton and reduce transit time from Mombasa to Kampala from 7 days to 1 day, turning Uganda into a land-linked country as opposed to being landlocked. These initial works, the initial works for construction of the standard gauge railway have started. Madam Speaker, government of the Mukono completed by February 2026. Madam Speaker, next financial year, priority intervention will include completing the rehabilitation of Tororo Gulu meter gauge railway line, refurbishment of the Mukono Jinja meter gauge railway line, and construction of the standard gauge railway from Kampala to Malaba. Now, water transport. Madam Speaker, government has constructed and maintained a number of ferries providing essential services to connect isolated communities and facilitate access to markets. Government will continue to operate and maintain these ferries next financial year, in addition to continued development of Kasa Port, completing construction of 2 ferries for Bukungu, Kaberamaido, Kagwara, and the 2 ferries for Lake Bunyonyi. Air transport. Madam Speaker, since the revival of Uganda Airlines 5 years ago, by His Excellency the President, connectivity has improved within the continent, the Middle East, Asia, and the United Kingdom. The airline is now flying to 17 direct destinations, which has contributed to reduce travel time at more affordable costs. Madam Speaker, the competition brought about by the airline has forced other regional airlines to reduce the cost of their air tickets. For example, a return air ticket to Nairobi has stabilized at about $300 compared to $800 in 2019. Madam Speaker, the airline is supporting trade and tourism in addition to business air travel. The national airline is now the largest operator and has 24% market share of all air travel out of Entebbe Airport, up from 4% in 2019. Its revenue has increased to shillings 319 billion in financial 23-24 from 28 billion only in 1920. Madam Speaker, with the increased capitalization and acquisition of additional aircrafts, the airline will increase efficiency and travelers to and from Uganda will enjoy direct and cheaper travel to more international destinations. Madam Speaker, the upgrade, rehabilitation and expansion of Entebbe International Airport is nearly complete. The expanded airport has a new cargo facility and a new passenger terminal, among others. This is going to further improve the passenger experience and the trade and tourism. Madam Speaker, next financial year 2025-26, priority intervention will include 1. Additional capitalization of Uganda Airlines to acquire more aircrafts, to open up more routes for passenger and cargo transportation, handling capacity. 2. Operationalization of Kabalega International Airport. 3. Rehabilitation and upgrade of the existing strategic airports and aerodromes. Madam Speaker, I have provided 6.92 trillion next financial year 25-26 for integrated transport and infrastructure service, including roads, bridges, railways, water transport, and air transport. Now I turn to energy development. Madam Speaker, several milestones have been registered in the development of our energy infrastructure. These include installed electricity generation capacity has now reached 2,051.6 megawatts. 2. The electricity transmission line network expanded by 874.8 kilometers to 5,140 kilometers. 3. Access to electricity has increased to 6% from 57% in financial 23-24 after connecting over 197,000 new customers. Following Uganda Electricity Distribution Company Limited takeover of distribution electricity, the cost of power has reduced by 14%, saving consumers shillings 250 billion annually. A tariff of $5 cents per kilowatt hour has been achieved for all extra large consumers of electricity, as those consuming above 1.5 megawatts at off-peak. Madam Speaker, I have provided 1.4 trillion next financial year 25-26 to undertake the following priority interventions. 1. Additional investment in UDCL to ensure affordable, efficient, and reliable distribution of electricity to consumers. 2. Enhance access to electricity through implementation of the $638 million electricity access scale-up project covering grid expansion, connectivity, and clean energy options for 1 million new electricity connections. Further, government will continue investing in priority transmission lines and substations, particularly to the industrial parks, growth centers, and other strategic manufacturing facilities like the clinker factory in Moroto, Karamoja, the fertilizer factory in Kampiringisa Mpigi, Simba cement factory in Imbarara, Western Uganda, Dairy Farmer in Matuga, Wakiso district, and the coffee factory in Ntungamo, among others. Commence development of new power generation plants to meet growing demand. These include new hydropower plants at Ayago and Oriang in Nyoya district, and Kiba in Oyama district, the development of the nuclear power in Wiyene district, and the rehabilitation of Kira Narwali power plant, industrial development and manufacturing. Madam Speaker, with regard to industrial development and manufacturing, the following achievements have been registered. Government has operationalized 8 industrial parks, which include Namamve, Luzira, Bweyogerere, Mbale, Soroti, Kasese, Mbarara, and Jinja industrial parks. We have also supported the development of 3 private-owned industrial parks, which are Lionishen in Kapeka, in Nakaseke district, MMP in Wikwe district, and Tiantang in Mukono. To date, a total of 628 companies, stroke industries, have been allotted land within the various industrial parks, 47% of which are in manufacturing. Out of all the companies allocated land, 307 are fully operational, 105 are undertaking construction, and 122 have commenced preparatory activities. The parks have attracted a total capital investment of US dollars 4.5 billion and created 181,403 jobs. Madam Speaker, several industrial parks have become centers of innovation, hosting firms that have introduced new technologies and products, such as a single HIVP, Quality Chemicals Limited, GIS Transformers, Orion Electricals, Plastic to Fabric Recycling, Fay Long Investment Limited, locally manufactured electric vehicles, Kira Motors, the first powder-free surgical gloves, East African medical vitals, and import substitution products like fridges, transformers, toiletries, textiles, ceramics, television, and blankets. Government has supported industrialization by investing in strategic manufacturing facilities through Uganda Development Corporation with a total investment of 1.2 trillion. Madam Speaker, next financial year, I have provided 308.9 billion to further support infrastructure development in industrial parks, including roads, waste management, drainage, utilities, and shillings 187 billion for capitalization of UDC. Security, good governance, and the rule of law. Madam Speaker, security, good governance, and the rule of law are the foundation for socio-economic transformation. Everybody knows that. During this financial year, the following achievements were registered. 1, strengthened and modernized the security infrastructure to protect Ugandans, investors, and our visitors from any security threats. We have invested in security apparatus, more sophisticated intelligence network, and border control mechanism. 2, provided adequate funds to security institutions, including the military, police, prison, and intelligence agencies, for operations and improving capacity and welfare of men and women in uniform. 3, promoted regional and international relations, including playing a strategic role in the peace process in Somalia, South Sudan, the DRC, and Equatorial Guinea. Registered a 4.1% decrease in the volume of crime from 274 cases reported in 2023 to 218,715 cases in 2024. and a subsequent decline in crime rate from 516 to 476 per 1,000 persons. Commenced mass enrollment of Ugandans on 17th May 2025 to acquire national identity cards with a target of registering 17.2 million unregistered persons and renewing 15.8 million expired cards. Apart from securing elections and aiding our national security, the national ID has contributed to improve the efficiency in accessing public services, broadened financial inclusion, easily travel within the East African community, and stamped out fraud arising from identification. Improved efficiency in the delivery of citizenship and immigration control services. The average turnaround time for processing of honorary passports has reduced to 4 from 14 days. Beverly. Government has started to roll out the intelligent transport monitoring system to improve security. To date, 26,818 vehicles and 62,512 motorcycles have been registered. In addition, government has invested in security cameras to improve tracking of crime in Greater Kampala metropolitan area on major highways. Sorry. Government has also started implementing regulations for speed limits using the express penalty system to reduce fatalities on roads. This is the way to go. If there is any problem with the rates, they will be reviewed and the penalty will stay to save the lives of Ugandans. Uganda prisons is transforming from a consumptive to a productive force. This has contributed to food security and reduced the budget required to look after enemies. In addition, the prison service contributed to growth of local textile industry through increased production of cotton. This financial year, the service produced 1,733 metric tons of maize seed, 485 kilograms of cotton to the local textile industries, and 12,290 metric tons of grain to contribute to prisoners' feeding requirements. Government was effectively represented in courts, tribunals, and commissions. Out of 393 cases concluded, government won 285, which is 72.5%, and saved shillings 548 billion that would have otherwise been paid as costs. Government implemented the NRA manifesto commitment on cattle compensation in the Acholi, Rango, and Teso sub-regions. Since financial year 2021-22, a total of shillings 142.9 billion has been paid to 53,592 claimants. I have provided shillings 80 billion next financial year to pay the remaining claimants. In addition, I have provided 15 billion for ex gratia Akasimo to the Ruero war victims. Madam Speaker, next financial year, I have provided shillings 9.9 trillion for 1. Consolidating Uganda's security through continued modernization and professionalization of the security agencies. 2. Improving the welfare of the security forces. 3. Undertaking general elections in 2026, which are just around the corner. Increasing access to justice, law and order services, and 5, strengthening immigration and border security. Madam Speaker, government is stepping up the fight against corruption. We are automating all government processes to reduce human interaction and ensure traceability. Investing in more performance and forensic audits and enforcing accountability. I think I should read this paragraph. Let me read it. Madam Speaker, government is stepping up the fight against corruption. We are automating all government processes to reduce human interaction and ensure traceability, investing in more performance and forensic audits, and enforcing accountability. Administration of Justice. Madam Speaker, the following achievements were registered. The judiciary has significantly scaled up alternative dispute resolution mechanisms like mediation, plea bargaining, and small claims procedures, reducing justice costs and speeding up dispute resolution. For example, in 2024, a total of 3,391 cases were resolved through mediation. In addition, plea bargaining achieved a success rate of 87%. Completed the Supreme Court, Court of Appeal, Rukungiri High Court, and Budaka and the Patongo Magistrates Courts, 5 new High Courts, court circuits in Wakiso, Entebbe, Kumi, Ugazi, Patongo, and 10 magistrates courts were operationalized, bringing the total to 268 courts countrywide. Construction is ongoing of regional appeal courts in Gulu and Mbarara, Soroti and Tororo High Courts, and Karenga Magistrate Court. This will further reduce travel distances for justice. 3. There is increased use of technology in delivery of justice. The electronic court case management system is now operational in 20 courts, boosting filing rates by 20.6%. Additionally, 20 courts have video conferencing systems enabling online case handling, which has improved efficiency. Madam Speaker, I have provided 602.7 billion shillings next financial year under the Administration of Justice program for strengthening alternative dispute resolution, increasing the use of technology in justice delivery, building more courts to improve access to justice, and increasing the civil jurisdiction of magistrates courts. Legislation and oversight. Madam Speaker, the legislature has registered several achievements during financial 24-25. Parliament held 73 sittings and passed 35 bills, concluded 3 petitions, passed 45 resolutions, adopted 53 reports. Most importantly, the turnaround time for enactment of legislation has reduced significantly. I commend you, Right Honorable Speaker, for this tremendous achievement. Madam Speaker, I have provided a total of 1.03 trillion next financial year for legislative processes, public engagements, and outreach, providing parliamentary oversight of democracy and governance, and ensuring accountability for public funds and implementation of public programs. Management of natural disaster. Madam Speaker, to protect Ugandans from disaster, this financial year government invested 200.3 billion in early warning systems, mitigation interventions, and the provision of relief items to affected households and communities in the disaster-prone areas. Madam Speaker, next financial year, I have provided shillings to 20.7 billion plus a contingency fund of 169 billion to support disaster management. I have also provided 12.4 billion for improving meteorological services and early warning systems to improve efficiency and accuracy of weather forecasting for agriculture, air travel, and climate change tracking. Elimination of domestic arrears. Madam Speaker, government has put in place a strategy to eliminate domestic arrears in 3 financial years, starting financial year 25-26. Payment of domestic arrears will prioritize suppliers of goods and services, contractors, and compensations for land and to war claimants. Madam Speaker, I have increased the allocation for domestic arrears to shillings 1.4 trillion from 200 billion provided this financial year. To prevent accumulation of new arrears, starting next financial year, my ministry shall implement the following measures, and they are not easy measures. 1. Enforcement of the commitment control system. 2. Sanctioning accounting officers responsible for creation of any arrears. 3. Providing and ring-fencing adequate counterpart funding for multi-year projects. I am about to close. Financing the budget for the financial year. Resource envelope. Madam Speaker, the total resource envelope for financial 25-26 amounts to 72,376,481,502,103 shillings. This is detailed as follows. Domestic revenue amounting to shilling 37.55 trillion, of which 33.7 from 33.94 trillion will be tax revenue, shillings 3.28 trillion non-tax revenue, and shillings 328.6 billion local government revenue. Domestic borrowing, shillings 11.38 trillion, domestic financing maturing domestic debt 10.30 trillion, grants and external borrowing for general budget financing is 2.08 trillion, external financing for projects is 11.33 trillion, of which 2.8 trillion are grants. Expenditure allocations. Madam Speaker, the following resources have been allocated as follows. Wages and salaries, 8.57 trillion. Non-wage recurrent expenditure, shillings 28.33 trillion, which also includes operational funds for institutions, financing for all wealth creation funds, financing for science and technology investment, grants for education and health, medicines, maintenance of infrastructure, and interest payments, among others. 3. Development expenditure, 18.24 trillion. 4. Domestic debt for refinancing, shillings 10.03 trillion. 5. Debt amortization, 4.98 trillion. 6. Domestic debt repayment to Bank of Uganda, 493 billion. 7. Domestic arrears, 1.4 trillion. 8. Local government expenditure from own revenue, shilling 328.6 billion. Madam Speaker, I have attached the details of the resource envelope and expenditure allocations by vote for financial year 25-26 as annexes 2 and 3. The financing strategy for financial year 25-26, Madam Speaker, below is the financing strategy for next financial year. 1. Improving tax administration to raise an additional shillings 1.89 trillion. 2. Introduction of new tax measures to increase domestic revenue by shillings 538.6 billion. 3. Rationalizing tax exemptions to eliminate inefficient ones that do not support industrial policy. 4. Repurposing resources in the budget for financial 24-25 from less productive to high impact areas in line with the 10-fold growth strategy. 5. Mobilizing more concessional financing from international financing institutions such as the World Bank, IMF, African Development Bank, Islamic Development Bank, Badeya ECT. 6. Mobilizing development finance from other innovative sources, including public-private partnerships, climate finance, private equity, sukuk bonds, panda bonds, diaspora bonds. Tax for financial year 25-26. Madam Speaker, an additional revenue of shillings 538.6 billion will be raised from new tax policy measures that were approved by to raising revenue. The measures will support the growth of businesses and the economy. The measures also include technical amendments to tax laws aimed at improving clarity and consistency, creating a fairer and a more predictable tax environment for businesses and taxpayers, and removing ambiguities that create loopholes leading to revenue leakage. These amendments are also intended to enhance tax administration, encourage voluntary compliance, and empower Uganda Revenue Authority to effectively enforce tax laws. Madam Speaker, I wish to present key highlights of the changes in tax laws. Income tax, exemption to start-up businesses. The NRM government has granted a 3-year income tax holiday for start-up businesses established by citizens after 1st July 2025. This is intended to support startups that struggle with the high initial investment costs. The incentive is to foster innovation, encourage formalization of SMEs, enhance business survival, and promote employment. Exemption from capital gains tax on transactions. Government has granted an exemption from capital gains tax on transactions where an individual transfers assets to a company they have established but also under their control. This is a deliberate policy intervention aimed at encouraging formalization of businesses. Madam Speaker, currently many Ugandans operate businesses under their personal names, often as sole proprietors or informal entities. When these individuals seek to transition into more formal and structured corporate entities for purposes of growth, access to finance, strengthening governance, or succession planning, they face a capital gains tax liability simply for transferring their assets into a company they fully own. This tax burden has been removed. Income tax exemption for Bujagali hydropower project. Madam Speaker, government has granted an income tax exemption to Bujagali Energy Limited for 1 year up to 30th June 2026 in accordance with our contractual obligations. This is intended to mitigate a rise in electricity tariffs. Stamp duty. Removal of stamp duty on mortgages and agreements. Madam Speaker, government has removed stamp duty on mortgages and agreements. This reform is intended to lower the cost of debt for businesses and individuals. It will also remove the financial burden imposed on businesses and individuals when they enter into agreements. Tax Procedure Code, waiver of interest and penalty for voluntary payment of outstanding principal tax. Government has extended the waiver period of any interest and penalties outstanding as at 30th June 24, provided that the taxpayer pays the principal tax by 30th June 2026. This waiver is intended to provide relief to businesses and individuals to enable them to settle outstanding tax liabilities and resume normal operations. Value-added tax, reform of the penalty regime for non-compliance with IFRIS. Madam Speaker, we have implemented the electronic fiscal receipting and invoicing system, IFRIS, to improve tax compliance and reduce tax evasion. However, concerns have been raised regarding the high penalties of shillings 6 million per invoice, regardless of the value of the transaction, which disproportionately burden taxpayers. To address this issue, the penalty structure has been amended so that the penalty for non-compliance will instead be twice the tax owed by the taxpayer. I urge taxpayers to embrace the IFRIS system as it helps the taxpayer to reduce lengthy and burdensome transactions with URA staff, audits and penalties. It also promotes transparency and creates an even playing field. Excise duty, Madam Speaker. We have increased the taxes on cigarettes to discourage consumption, but also generate additional revenue. Excise duty on soft cap cigarettes has been increased to shillings 65,000 per 1,000 sticks from 55,000, and hinge lead cigarettes to shillings 90,000 per 1,000 sticks from 80,000. For those outside East African community, excise duty on soft cap cigarettes has been increased to shillings 150,000 per 1,000 sticks from shillings 75,000, and hinge lead cigarettes for 200,000 per 1,000 sticks from shillings 100,000. Madam Speaker, government has removed the excise duty rate of 30% or shillings 950 per litre, whichever is higher, on beer manufactured from barley that is grown and malted in Uganda, because it was redundant. Also, government has adjusted the excise duty on beer manufactured with local raw materials content of at least 75% by weight of its constituents, including water, to 30% or shillings 900 per litre from 30%, or 650 per litre, whichever is higher. This is to ensure that a manufacturer pays the same amount of tax whether using a specific rate or an ad valorem rate. Taxes on external trade. Introduction of an import declaration fee on imported items. Madam Speaker, I have imposed a small fee of 1% of the customs value on taxable items under the common external tariff. This measure seeks to align Uganda's tax policy with those of other East African community partner states where similar fees have been imposed. For instance, Kenya applies a 2% CIF charge. Establishment of an export levy on wheat bran, cotton cake, and maize bran. Madam Speaker, government has imposed an export levy of US dollars 10 per metric ton of wheat bran, cotton cake, or maize bran to encourage local value addition, particularly in the production of animal feeds. Currently, these products are exported as raw materials in the region, where value is added and imported into Uganda as finished goods. Therefore, this measure will encourage value addition and create jobs for our children. Taxes and on textiles. Madam Speaker, the NRM government has listened to our traders dealing in imported taxes for value addition, as they requested the import duty on imported fabric has been reduced. Effective 1st July 2025, the duty will be $2 per kilogram or 35%, whichever is higher, down from $3 per kilogram or 35%, whichever is higher. In addition, the import duty on garments has been reduced to $2.5 per kilogram or 35%, whichever is higher, from $3.5 per kilogram or 35%, whichever is higher. Public debt. Madam Speaker, the stock of public debt is projected at $31.5 billion, equivalent to shillings 116 trillion by the end of June 2025. Of this, external debt accounts for $15.49 billion, equivalent to shillings 56.3 trillion, and domestic debt $16 billion, equivalent to 59.77 trillion. As a ratio of GDP, our public debt is estimated at 51.26%, which is consistent with the Charter of Fiscal Responsibility. Madam Speaker, Uganda's debt is sustainable and is projected to remain so in the medium to the long term. The debt has financed investments that support private sector growth by providing requisite infrastructure. Over the last 10 years, the areas which public debt has financed, including integrated transport infrastructure, 29.3%, electricity infrastructure, including power generation plants and transmission lines, 27.6%, water for production and consumption, 11.5%, agro-industrialization, 5.1%, education and health, 5%, housing and urban development, 3%, and development of industrial parks, 2%. To maintain public debt sustainability, government is implementing the following actions. 1. Domestic revenue mobilization to increase revenue collection and reduce borrowing. 2. Mobilization of more concessional financing from international financial institutions such as the World Bank, IMF, African Development Bank, Islamic Development Bank, BADEA, etc. 3. Implementation of Saving initiative, where Ugandans will invest in government securities using mobile money. Now, I want to conclude. Madam Speaker, I know I have tired you. Madam Speaker, in conclusion, Uganda's economy has taken off. Can I repeat? Madam Speaker, in conclusion, Uganda's economy has taken off. When I did this thing, people started we know what we are doing, man. The economic fundamentals, GDP growth, price stability, currency stability, jobs, export, FDI receipts are in good shape and highly competitive regionally and globally. The economic fundamentals, GDP growth, price stability, currency stability, jobs, export, FDI receipts are in good shape and are highly competitive regionally and globally. We have met the criteria for graduation from the category of low development countries. Poverty and inequality have just hold on. We have met the criteria for graduation from category of low LDCs. Poverty and inequality have reduced. Listen to this. Poverty and inequality have reduced significantly. Our deliberate onslaught on the subsistence economy has resulted in cutting the number of Ugandans working for only the stomach, kida kionka, to just 3 in every 10 homesteads. With our renewed commitment to fast-track a full monetization of the economy and redirect resources towards agro-industrialization, tourism, mineral beneficiation, manufacturing, innovations by our scientists, and digital transformation, Uganda is indeed unstoppable. Unstoppable. Mwandibadde mukuba mu ngalo nammwe temumpadde maanyi. This budget, therefore, is for all Ugandans who are ready to create wealth. Fellow countrymen and women, take full advantage of the innumerable opportunities contained in this budget. Innumerable opportunities in this budget. To those still in subsistence economy, the PDM and other wealth creation funds have been availed to support you to join the money economy in any of the 4 sectors: commercial agriculture, industry, services, or ICT. To the private sector, the 10-fold growth strategy presents many opportunities. Demand for household services and consumables is going to increase exponentially in the next 15 years on account of rising household incomes. The increase in GDP represents larger demand for intermediate goods and services among businesses. With a larger economy, government revenue will increase, and so will the size of government contracts to the private sector. To the investors and our partners in development, this budget guarantees peace, security, ease the taxes, and a tolerable administration of justice. In Uganda, we protect private property, enforce contracts, and pay our debts. To the youth, this budget offers opportunities to acquire more skills, access finance, innovate and develop new and better products. The budget also contains huge investments in sports, particularly to upgrade the facilities in preparation for CHAN and AFCON 27. To those in the creative industry, the NRM government has fulfilled its promise to provide you with a revolving fund, acquire a home for you, and enact a copyright law to protect your intellectual property. This is just the beginning of what we intend to do to open doors for you to escape unemployment and manipulation by self-interested individuals and groups. Take full advantage of the opportunities to make money and live a productive life. Take full advantage of the opportunities to make money and live a productive life. To the women and mothers of our nation, the budget has provided funds to improve your health, to ensure that your children are born in safe hands, are immunized, sleep under mosquito net, drink clean water, safe water, and are educated in a nearby school for free. The budget has also allocated billions of support to your businesses. However, small to graduate. Let me repeat this. The increase in GDP represents a larger demand for intermediate goods and services among businesses. With a larger economy, government revenue will increase. Money is coming, and so with the size of government contracts to private sector. To the investor and our partners in development, this budget guarantees peace and security, is the taxes and the tolerable administration of justice. In Uganda, we protect private property, enforce contracts, and repay our debts. To the youth, this budget offers opportunities to acquire more skills, access finance, innovate and develop new and better products. The budget also contains huge investments in sports, particularly to upgrade the facilities in preparation for CHAN and AFCON 27. To those in the creative industry, the NRM government has fulfilled its promise to provide you with the revolving fund, acquire a home for you, and enact a corporate law to protect your intellectual property. This is just the beginning of what we intend to do to open doors for you to escape unemployment and manipulation by self-interested individuals and groups. Take full advantage of the opportunities to make money and live a productive life. Make money. To the women and mothers of this nation, the budget has provided funds to improve your health, to ensure that your children are born in safe hands, are immunized, sleep under mosquito net, drink clean water, safe water, and are educated in a nearby school for free. The budget has also allocated billions to support your businesses, however small, to graduate into sustainable businesses. To the elderly, persons with a disability, and other vulnerable persons, wherever you are in this country, the budget offers several social safety nets, not only to shield you from poverty, but also to ensure that you can be productive and begin to live a decent life. To our cultural leaders, this budget has fulfilled His Excellency the President's promise of enhancing government support for your operations. For the religious leaders, the budget has provided funding to support functions of Interreligious Council. I now appeal to you to support mobilization of people for wealth creation and implementation of government programs. To the gallant men and women in uniform who are serving in UPDF, in the Uganda police, in the Uganda prisons, and the intelligence services, this budget contains money to improve your welfare and capabilities. Continue to serve your country and keep it as safe as you have always done. Happy belated Heroes Day. I have adequately provided resources to ensure elections go on successfully by ensuring peace, security, law and order, and availability of all required equipment and documents. As we go about the electoral process, I implore all political actors to observe peaceful engagement and avoid distracting wealth creators. Madam Speaker, as I step off this podium, because the people are tired, but it was inevitable. I could not have abridged this speech. Madam Speaker, as I step off this podium, I would like to reiterate His Excellency President's call to all Ugandans to embrace wealth creation. We have a wonderful country. Those of you who have not traveled around the world, you don't know. But we know Uganda is God, when He was creating Uganda, I don't know what our ancestors had done. I think they did very good things. We have got good weather. You think I could have put on a suit here in some other places? We have rainfall, although we are making a problem by cutting trees. You can grow any type of food here. You can eat whatever you want to eat here in Uganda. And we continue crying and poverty. Government has given you all the money that you should take to take it in your enterprises. Please. You excuse me to quarrel when I come to this when I talk, wanting to emphasize of the beauty of this country, I become emotional. Will you excuse me? No wars. Systems are around. If somebody has done something wrong to you, the courts, the chief is here. Hey. And we want to live to 100 years. Have you heard? Me, I'm aiming with my president 100 years. Have you heard? I am 82 now. You can see. Okay, Madam Speaker, as I step off this podium, I would like to reiterate His Excellency the President's call to all Ugandans to embrace wealth creation, but also embrace what I've said. I dedicate this budget to all the wealth creators, particularly the youth and women. Madam Speaker, I humbly beg to move.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. And by extension, His Excellency the President, who is the Minister of Finance, for clarity of delivery of the budget speech. Honorable members, you will be availed with the text of the budget speech in the due course. I want to urge you to take note of the government's budgetary priorities and relate the matters to the coming financial year. Next item. Next item.
Remarks by His Excellency the President of the Republic of Uganda.
Honorable members and distinguished guests, I now take the opportunity to invite His Excellency the President to make his remarks to crown the budget speech. And remember, our rules of procedure state that when the President is making a speech, it must be heard in silence. Your Excellency, you're most welcome and kindly talk to the members of Parliament and by extension, the nation.
Her Excellency the Vice President, the Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament, all the other leaders, honorable members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen. The long speech of the Minister, I would want just to emphasize for you I'm trying to see where it is here in the speech. There's paragraph 11 when you get the speech where he informs us that the size of the Ugandan economy is now $61 billion by the exchange rate method and $174 billion by the PPP method, purchasing power parity. And because of that, and given our population, which is about 46 million, 49 something, we are now no longer an LDC, the least developed countries. We are now a lower middle income country. In 1986, the size of the GDP was $3.9 billion. So you can see the economy has grown more than 20 times from that time. So I thought you should mark that, because in a long speech like this, you may not notice the big picture. Then finally on the speech, there's a way he summarized. I'm trying to see the page. This is paragraph 140 in his speech, where he said, he told you of the economic fundamentals. That's a very good summary. And he said, Madam Speaker, in conclusion, Uganda's economy has taken off. The economic fundamentals, and what are those fundamentals? GDP growth. Is the economy growing or not? Price stability. Are the prices stable or not? Currency stability. Is the currency stable or not? Jobs. Are jobs being created or not?
export earnings. Are the export earnings going up or not? And then finally, FDI receipts, the foreign direct investment. Are they coming in or not? I thought that you should note that. Now, going to my own speech. You remember last time I promised that I would address two issues. During the State of the Nation address, I told you that today, as part of the budget speech, I will address two issues. And these are the East African Federation and corruption. I will do exactly that. However, I will dissect the corruption into two. First of all, corruption for getting money through crooked ways as one type of corruption, and political corruption through the use of money to get political support not based on principles or policies. Politics is about principles and policies. That's what you should be telling the public to choose from. My policy is this, his policy is that, you the public, you choose. But when you bring in money, you are polluting the Chiriza. Let me start with the more important question of the political federation of East Africa and possible other federations in other parts of Africa. This was a goal pursued by our ancestors, starting with the Pan-Africanist pioneers among the black people in the United States of America. These were W.B. Du Bois, George Padmore, Marcus Garvey, Sylvester Williams, and others. By the mid-1900s, new actors had come on the scene in the persons of Jomo Kenyatta, Kwame Nkrumah, Julius Nyerere, Sekou Toure of Guinea, Modibo Keita, and others. But if you go back, you will find that by 1900, the whole of Africa had shamefully been colonized because our egocentric and incompetent kings had failed to defend us, and instead we are busy fighting fratricide wars among us. At that time, when we were colonized, the slogan for survival was, in quotes, Uhuru na Umoja, independence and unity. That's what we were saying. We unite, we fight for freedom, independence, and then after we unite to get strength. That was the slogan. Starting with 1912, the Africans in South Africa took the initiative and started a new anti-colonial force, the African National Congress of South Africa. And you should know that even Mahatma Gandhi of India
was also in India, in South Africa at this time, so he was part of this effort. This marked the beginning of the new African resistance, led by more informed people. Our resistance was assisted by two factors that came on the scene during that century. These were, number one, the emergence of the socialist camps of nations in the form of the Soviet Union in 1917, China in 1949, and others. These huge countries were taken over by people who did not believe in colonialism. These were the communists. So this was a new factor. As we were fighting for our freedom, this new factor came on the scene. And the second factor were the fratricidal wars, fratricidal inter-imperialist wars of 1914 to 1918 and 1939 to 1945 among the imperialists. The imperialists were now fighting over us. Who will control which one? You know, those imperialists had divided us up, shared us like a cake because of our incompetent kings here. Came, sat in Berlin, this is for you, this is for you, this is for you. Then there was a new country called Germany, which had become united a short while before that. They wanted to start a war. Say, you are cheating us. We also want a share with the colonies. Then they said, please don't start a war, Bismarck, please. Let's give you some of the properties. You take Tanganyika, Rwanda, Burundi, Namibia, Cameroon, and so on. But by the end of the century, Germany was saying, you have cheated me. I also need more slaves. I need more colonies. That's how their wars started, fighting over us. These two factors, on the one hand, meant that the worldwide anti-colonial movement, including the African anti-colonial movement, could receive solidarity from those socialist countries. And on the other hand, the imperialist countries had weakened themselves in the process of their greed for world domination. So as they were fighting over us, fortunately they weakened themselves, which was good for us. The worldwide anti-colonial movement, on account of these three factors, the three factors are our resistance, number one, number two, the emergence of the tried in many cases to maintain colonial control even after these catastrophes. The French tried to recognize Indochina, Vietnam, Cambodia, and Laos until the Vietnamese defeated them at the Dien Bien Phu in 1954. The French were defeated in Algeria. The British faced the Mau Mau armed resistance in Kenya and mass resistance throughout the whole of Africa. Here in Uganda, Ignatius Kangabe Musazi led the mass resistance movement. I don't hear you, the political actors who are always on the radio, I don't hear you talking about I.K. Musazi, talking about nothing most of the time. Musazi played a very big role in our struggle. On account of this resistance, but this is also the weakness of the NRM Secretariat. They should do more sensitization. On account of these resistance efforts, by 1963, 36 African countries had achieved independence. Uhuru, so we had achieved Uhuru. It is these countries that founded the Organization of African Unity at Addis Ababa. There was, however, another almost 20 African countries that were still under colonial rule. The African Summit gave an ultimatum to the imperialists to give independence to the whole of Africa peacefully, or they would be ejected by force. People don't know this history. They just run around, but if you don't know this, you can make a lot of mistakes. So the OAU meeting in 1963 gave an ultimatum to the imperialists, said, get out of the whole of Africa peacefully, or we shall throw you out by force. The imperialists thought it was a mere hot air. They never paid heed. However, the Africans were serious and able to defeat the imperialists by force. Indeed, by 1974, Samora Machel had defeated the Portuguese army of 70,000 in Mozambique. Amílcar Cabral and his colleagues had defeated the Portuguese army in Guinea-Bissau. Agostinho Neto had defeated the Portuguese army in Angola. By 1980, Robert Mugabe and Zanla, their army, had defeated Ian Smith in Zimbabwe. 1990, Namibia got independence, and in 1994, the African majority defeated the white racists in South Africa. 5 centuries of Africa's shame of the slave trade and colonialism should have ended then. This is where we need to really examine ourselves, because we achieved victory both by peaceful method and by war. So what happened? What happened? When you hear people on the radio talking, just talk, empty talk. What happened? Why did we people? This is not fiction. It is history. We defeated the imperialists by peaceful means, but also by war. So what happened? Exactly what happened? Five centuries of Africa's shame of the slave trade and colonialism should have ended then. we had achieved independence, uhuru in the whole of Africa. The question was, where was umoja? Because you remember the slogan was uhuru na umoja. Now by 1994, the whole of Africa had achieved uhuru. So what happened to the umoja? In the meantime, the question was, where was umoja, unity? In the meantime, we who were participants in much of this time had to diagnose the problem. In that process, we established the 3 historical missions and the 4 ideological principles. To establish the missions and the principles, we would start with a question. Question number 1 was, do the Africans need, deserve, and are they entitled to prosperity like other peoples in the world, or are they not so entitled? That's the question we would ask. Are the Africans entitled, and do they deserve prosperity like all the other people in the world? If the answer is yes, the next question would be, where does prosperity come from? Can prosperity sustainably come from begging? Because you remember the issue of aid. Can you get prosperity through aid? Our answer was no. Prosperity can only come from producing a good or a service, which is what Honorable Kasej is saying, by being a wealth creator, producing a good or a service by an individual, a family, a company, etc., and selling it sustainably with Echibaro. Echibaro is the assessing the profitability. In that way, you will get income and solve your problems. That, however, raises another question. Who will sustainably buy our goods or our services reliably with predictability? Because you can see what's happening in the world. The other time, you people, you said, well, we don't want our children to be homosexuals. Our children, we didn't say other people's children. We don't want our children to be homosexuals. Oh, and some of our friends who had given us market access took us off the AGOA list. Imagine. So, how can you rely on such a person for business? Today, you trade with him. Tomorrow, he stops you because of your internal policy, not even anything affecting him. So, the third question, who will sustainably buy our goods or services reliably and with predictability? When we started the African tribes, including my own, the Banyankwere Bahororo, we discovered that intra-tribal trade is either limited or completely absent. Why? It is because these communities sometimes produce similar products. The Banyankwere Bahororo, for instance, all have milk, beef, bananas, etc. A does not buy from B and vice versa. Therefore, identity, being one tribe, does not necessarily solve the problem of prosperity. Happily, we discovered a ready solution, and this was Uganda, that multi-tribal unity, which was already there. You had the Banyankwere Bahororo there, but you also had other people. Even in the colonial times of the small enclave economy, the business complementarities among the tribes were already coming up. I was able to pay for education on account of two categories of actors. Category one was Amos Kaguta, my father, who had cattle he had inherited from his ancestors. Hence, those cattle were Enshugi, the cattle of Jaja, inherited from ancestors. He could therefore sell some of them and pay my school fees. The problem, however, was that there was neither a single Munyankwere Mhororo cattle trader at that time, nor was there a developed beef market in the area of Ntungamo. You know where Ntungamo is? Do you know where Ntungamo is, you people? You may not find it on the Uganda map. You may not find it. So Ntungamo, we had neither traders of cattle, nor did we have a meat market at that time. That is how the second category of rescuers came in. The people who rescued me to go to school. These were two Baganda, one of them called Warusimbi Mpanga, and another one called Buchenya. Buchenya, the Banyankwere would call him Buchenya, but the Baganda would call him Bukenya. Now that of Bukenya has a grandson who is a big fellow now in the government. I think he's in the Equal Opportunities Commission. If that Munyankole Muganda is here, he can come and they see how Banyankole Baganda look like. Banyankole is the Baganda. If that boy here, if he's here, let him come and they see him here. And then there was also a white man, Shea. Was a white man, Shea. Walusimbi was buying cattle for the Kampala beef market, Bukenya for the Mbarara market, and Shea for the Kirembe copper mines workforce. So it was these three people who supported my education. Walusimbi would buy the cows to bring them to Kampala. Bukenya would take them to the small Mbarara market. Shea would take the cows to Kirembe market. Even at that time, the complementarity among the tribes was becoming clear. But even in the pre-colonial times, the interzones trade had become clear. Textiles, Emyanda, were coming from the coast in Zanzibar. The glass beads in Kwanzi were from the same source, and so were the guns. Ivory, Emino, however, was coming from the interior of the African continent, and so were the salt, the backcloth, the hulls, etc. It is this historical mission of the need for prosperity that led us to discover the first ideological principle of our movement, of the NRM, as the minister was saying: patriotism, love Uganda. Why? It is because you need it for your prosperity as a market, among other advantages. However, learning from the history of other countries and also seeing what is happening in Uganda once it settled down and started recovery, we discovered that the internal market is not enough. As we speak today, Uganda has got surplus of milk, maize, bananas, beef, sugar, cement, steel products of certain types, etc., as the minister was telling you here. Where do we sell all these? This is when the NRM asked the Ugandans the following questions. Number one, have you heard of East Africa? Because you are stuck with your products. Have you heard of East Africa? Because you are busy with the tribes. Some people are telling you, we, as Banyankole, we, as Baganda, we, as Acholi, some of those pharaohs are busy telling you about the tribes. If nga Abasoga bene, we are this one, are this one. But why don't we solve the, if those are enough, why do we have a problem of surplus milk, surplus sugar, surplus this? And this is where the NRM said, have you heard of East Africa? Have you heard of Africa? Why don't you check whether they can buy what we produce and also buy what they produce? Indeed, as I speak now, East Africa and Africa are already buying parts of our surpluses. Otherwise, these sectors of the economy would have collapsed by now. That is how the NRM identified the second ideological principle of Pan-Africanism. Pan-Africanism. Love Africa. Why? It is because you need it for our, we need it for our prosperity. This realization of the need for bigger markets was not only clear to the NRM, Others before us had realized this. Germany was not one country until 1871. German-speaking people were divided into 39 kingdoms of Prussia, Saxony, Bavaria, etc. However, there was a strong business group in Prussia known as Junkers. It is written Junkers, but they pronounce it Junkers, that saw the importance of a united German market. Working with Bismarck, they pushed the pan-Germanism agenda, the unity of the Germans. France, by 1789, had been a united kingdom for a long time. There were, however, internal taxes between the provinces of France known as Gabelle. Those provinces were fiefdoms of the princes of those areas. The rising French middle class, the bourgeoisie, could not accept this. Indeed, the removal of these internal taxes were part of the grievances of the French Revolution. On these two ideological principles of patriotism and Pan-Africanism, we added socio-economic transformation and democracy. This was all to achieve historical mission number 1, prosperity for the African people through market integration. We are glad by 1980, the African leaders had started seeing the importance of market integration as part of the Lagos Plan of Action. When the NRM took power, we worked with the Wazee, Mzee Mwinyi, Mzee Mkapa, and Mzee Moi to revive the East African community that was relaunched on the 30th of November 1999. The East African community has now expanded to incorporate Rwanda, Burundi, South Sudan, DRC, and Somalia. In addition, we have got COMESA and the CFTA, the Continental Free Trade Area. We need to remove all the trade barriers and develop infrastructure to facilitate this trade. However, we also need to ensure that countries that are beginning to come up are assisted. We don't want a common market where some countries benefit, others lose. No, it's very dangerous. The countries which are coming up must be assisted so that they also trade equitably. We should never allow trade imbalances among member states to persist. This market integration will address the historical mission of prosperity. However, we had also identified the second historical mission as that of strategic security. How can Africa ensure that never again will its people be threatened by anybody having gone through the 5 centuries of the slave trade, colonialism, and neocolonialism? Economic integration, if it is fully implemented, will address the issue of prosperity. However, during the Second World War, the developed countries of Holland, Belgium, Denmark, France, Norway, etc., became victims of German aggression. They are being developed notwithstanding. It was the Soviet Union and later the USA and UK that defeated the hegemonic Hitler. Even we, the Africans, 500,000 of Africans took part in that war, as did 2.5 million Indians who took part in that war to save those those countries, France and Holland and all that. The highly developed Israel, in terms of technology, would find it difficult to survive in that zone without the cover of the United States of America. Some actors in the world talk of achieving superiority in the 4 dimensions: land forces, air forces, at sea, the Navy, and in space. Where does this leave Africa? Are we going to exist or not exist with the permission of others? Are we only to thrive with the permission of others? Coming to multidimensional strategic security, only 4 countries have been to the moon. These are USA, Russia, China, and India recently. Can Uganda manage a serious space program even when it becomes the first world country? As we tried to answer that question, there was already an answer given by our elders before independence. This was Uhuru na Umoja, freedom and unity. The present weaknesses in Africa are partly due to the mistake of arrivism, where the leaders prefer to remain big fishes in small ponds. It was only Mwalimu Nyerere of Tanganyika and Mzee Karume of Zanzibar that consummated the economic and political integration of the 2 countries to create Tanzania that has been a great success. Recently, the Union of Tanzania celebrated 60 years. We congratulate our brothers and sisters of Tanzania. Economic and political integration, where possible, are the correct answer to the question of prosperity and strategic security. It handles the 2 missions. In 1963, we were about to achieve the political federation of East Africa. There is a picture which I will give some of the, you can see it there. That picture. I have that picture. I will give it to a few people after my speech. But that was 1963, Uganda, August. They were saying federation this year, Federation of East Africa this year. That's what they were saying. Thank you. You can see the declaration, that declaration by our leaders. However, along the way, some of them developed cold feet. That is why Mwalimu Nyerere and Mzee Karume must be hailed as some of the most devoted Africans that have ever lived. You can be sure that if that federation had taken off, so many of the problems that afflicted us could have been avoided. Certainly, Amin would never have taken power in Uganda. If that federation was there, Idi Amin would never have taken power in Uganda here. Maybe the problems of Rwanda and Burundi could have been handled differently. The problems of South Sudan and Somalia could possibly have been handled differently, as would have been the problems of Congo. Why do I say this? Uganda, Kenya, and Tanzania, under one political authority, would have been so strong that their voice in these matters would have been decisive. I remember, for instance, our leaders then took a stand on the issue of Congo in 1965. Soon, however, the states started taking divergent positions, which would not have been the case if they were under one political authority. We must again salute Mwalimu Nyerere and Tanzania, because without the support of much of Africa, except for Zambia, Botswana, Algeria, Nasser's Egypt, and Guinea-Conakry, They were able to be a reliable rear base for the anti-colonial armed struggle that raged in Southern Africa from 1962 to 1994 when South Africa achieved freedom. It is a pity that after victory, we only got Uhuru, independence, and not Umoja, unity, especially political integration. The third historical mission we identified was the Undugu, brotherhood of the 1.5 billion African people. These people belong to only 4 linguistic groups: the Niger-Congo, the Bantus and the Kwa, the Nilo-Saharan, the Nilotics, the Cushitic and the Sudanic, the Afro-Asiatic, Arabic, Amharic and Tigrinya, and the Khoisan, the group in South Africa. Recently, I had a delegation from Congo, but we did not have a French translator. However, there was a Runyoro Rutoro speaker from Ituri province in Congo, Tebasima Atenyi. I therefore spoke in Runyoro, and he translated to the rest in French. This was just like 2 weeks ago when I had a group from Congo. I was speaking in Runyoro, and he was translating to those people in French. Apart from similar Interakistian, Bantu, and Nilotic dialects, we have the good luck of Swahili, which is a neutral, non-tribal dialect developed by our ancestors when they met at the East African coast to conduct business. Therefore, the third historical mission is a question, in quotes: why can't the responsible political actors use the Undugu, the brotherhood, similarities or linkages of these people to create units that support the other 2 historical missions of prosperity and strategic security? You don't hear anybody talking, this is political class, talking about, I don't know what they talk about on TV. I normally once in a while watch, talking nothing. Da, 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 da. How can you have a political class lost? Because when we were young, we were very much involved. Whatever happened in the whole of Africa, we were involved. In 1968, I went to Mozambique, to the liberated zone with some other students. I was not a Mozambican. Balekanga byewasande kukola, nibokola byetasaanidde kukola, n'amazima tegali mu bo. Ani anaavunula ekyo bannange? They left undone what they ought to have done. They left undone what they ought to have done. They did what they ought not to have done, and there is no truth in them. That's what it says in English. With these 3 historical missions and the 4 ideological principles, we were able to shape our strategy vis-à-vis Africa. The movement, when you talk of movement, you are talking about the 3 historical missions and 4 ideological principles. Not about me. You are not important. Elect me. Elect you for what? Because you are handsome, because you are what? What medicine do you have for us? What medicine do you have for us? We need a medicine for our problems. With these 3 historical missions and the 4 ideological principles, we were able to shape our strategy vis-à-vis Africa. Whatever we did was guided by this. Why did we tactically work with Obote? But when Amin came, we decided to fight him. Because we saw what we are trying to see how we can move him, beg him, see how to move him to our program. But Amin was off the point. So we said, Kwenda, talk. You cannot interfere with our destiny. We have a journey. We are on a journey. You stood in front of us, tunakutoa. The strategy that we always commend, this strategy we always commend to our supporters, is to work for economic integration of the whole of Africa, so as to support prosperity of the African people and support the additional political integration in the parts of Africa where it is feasible by creating political federations, such as the Political Federation of East Africa. Mwalimu Nyerere and ourselves diverged a bit from Mzee Nkrumah and Muammar Gaddafi, who are talking of a continental government of the whole of Africa. We do not think that such a target of a continental government of the whole of Africa was either feasible or even desirable, because the whole of Africa does not possess enough similarities and linkages to be cohesive, a necessary prerequisite for political integration. East Africa is, and with the use of Swahili, can be very cohesive. The whole of Africa should be one common market. Apart from the Niger-Congo linguistic group that has got a lot of similarities, there are also linkages with, for instance, the Nilo-Saharan groups of languages. This is how, amazingly, I discovered that the Somali word for cow is Saa. It is the very word that most of the Bantu dialects in the Great Lakes use to describe the cow dung, not any other dung. So what the Somalis call a cow is what we call cow dung here. But you can see the linkage. There are a lot of linkages with the Nilotic dialects that we do not have to go into here. It is this belief in the three historical principles and three historical missions and 4 ideological principles that enabled the student movement of the 1960s to metamorphose into the armed Fronasa that fought Amin and eventually the NRA-NRM. We rejected the sectarian politics of identity of religion, tribes, and gender chauvinism. By 1986, by the force of 20,000 NRA fighters, backed by millions of civilians that were only propelled by conviction, not by any mercenary interests. The majority of the NRA-UPDF have maintained this. That is why between 1971 and 2021, the NRA-UPDF was fighting for no pay or low pay. Owing to death of some of our supporters, from natural causes mainly, we started getting some corrupt elements, but a minority. These are a minority and are easy to identify and isolate. The spirit of voluntarism was also strong among the civilians. That is why the National Resistance Council, for instance, we are getting a low salary, but we are content. When we came to the Constituent Assembly, we improved the pay, knowing that it was a temporary parliament. However, subsequent parliaments made 2 mistakes. One was to increase their salary and allowances, thereby departing from the spirit of sacrifice that had been the hallmark of the NRA, UPDF, NRM. Secondly, a group known as YPA, Young Parliamentarians Association, opportunistically and for cheap popularity, started going around the country and conducting fundraising for some cheap popularity projects, such as schools, etc. I warned them, but they could not listen. I did not want to precipitate a crisis with them when we had problems of Rwanda, Congo, South Sudan, etc. This is, however, why I rejected the call to raise the pay of the president. I said the president will never get a high salary as long as I'm in government and as long as the economy is still growing. Comrades, it's now time to see how to correct these two mistakes. This is because it led the population to believe that the political leaders have a lot of money and must share it with the voters in the form of bribes and endless fundraisings. Although the MPs gave themselves a lot of money, it is not enough to meet these indisciplined demands for bribes and fundraisings. Hence, they end up with debts and some have run from the constituencies. I hear some of them are IDPs. Internally displaced persons. The government, through the budgets, is the one that can help the people to solve their problems. Programs like NADS, Operational Wealth Creation, PDM, MYOGA, etc., have already shown that they can liberate people from poverty. You can see it. You can see it. Eh? There's a man from Kamwenge. If you can show me that Kamwenge man, you people, my group, the man in Kamwenge, the man of coffee. The man of coffee. Is that the one? That's another one. The one of Kamwenge was what has happened? Sabotage? That one was interesting because he used NADS and get him, when you get him, put him, Amazina ni akole na Kodirias, a retired teacher. That's the one. Indi Kahunje, Town Council, Rwenkuba Ward, Yamgunira Ser. Ejifamu ya Kolina and Family Enterprises, Elia ha acres makumi atano. Hanu maziroho emyaka mingi iri kuyenga makumi ashatu. Kuko mugeje myaka makumi ashatu emyaka yo kubanza mingi nkanje umuhinji w'ibicori. Nkandi ntinya kimwe bicori bingi munonga. Konga kuna kutandika no His Excellency ya ari na PMA, Plan for Modernization of Agriculture. Then of recent, we have 4-acre model. Then when I think of Mubichori. I woke up Mubichori, camping acres and acres. Hamhirwajona, Ishangani Mukatani, Kaishatu, Ukuzubuza, Ishangani Muka million. The important thing is that this man moved into coffee and all those things. When we were with the NADS, PMA, there was something we were calling PMA, Plan for Modernization of Agriculture, which was like NADS. Then he started growing coffee. So what I'm saying here, the government, through the budget, is the one that can help the people to solve their problems. Programs like NADS, Operational Wealth Creation, PDM, Emyoga, etc. have already shown that they can liberate people from poverty. The current coffee boom was on account of the government scientists who developed the improved clonal coffee, different from the old variety that the people in Bushenyi had abandoned for the dairy industry. Now, I had some people saying that they are the ones who developed coffee, and so I had some people claiming that. I didn't want to quarrel with them before telling them, but coffee and all these enterprises, oh, that is the grandson of Buchenya. Zahari Uganda abantu is half Uganda, half Munyankole. Bagambira Buchenya kuyagire mbara. Tell them in English.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, the President. My name is Sirwaji Habib, a grandson of Bukenya, a very close friend to His Excellency, the President. I am privileged, Your Excellency, that my grandparents migrated and found themselves in Mbarara. So for us, we are actually very more fluent in Runyankore more than Luganda, although I'm called Seruwaji Habib. I thank Your Excellency for giving me an opportunity. Waffe Mbarara Katete.
Bajaja wagenda yodi.
Bajaja bagenda 1997 era bakwata ettaka ddene nnyo.
Nsanvu.
1970.
No. This was in the 1950s.
Yes, Antikati, Your Excellency, fetwabasanga, I mean, batuzaalanga gye tuli. Ne bali balina ettaka ddene nnyo.
No, you go and find out from your parents if they are.
Thank you, Your Excellency.
Okay, again.
Thank you very much.
This was in the 50s. Your man number 70. So some people are saying that claiming coffee, this one, you remember there was a group called, the one we abolished, what was it called? The one we rationalized. UCDA. UCDA. They were saying, oh, we are the ones who developed coffee. Coffee was saved by NRM, working with the scientists. When we developed improved the Chrono coffee, which was yielding much more than the other coffee of the 1960s, 50s. To prove that, we had very, very important coffee growers in Bushenyi, people like Mukaira, like Chikuri, like others who are growing Kekuruto, they were growing coffee. But because the coffee price collapsed in the 60s, I think, they abandoned and went to cows. Up to now, they are big dairy farmers. They had abandoned coffee. We are the ones who rescued coffee. So it is the government. The current coffee boom was on account of the government scientists who developed the improved Chrono coffee, different from the old variety that people in Bushenyi had abandoned for the dairy industry. The dairy industry in the cattle corridor, you can see it for yourself, what it is doing there. If you can show us people like Kabera, the one of Gomba. Can you show us Kabera of Gomba?
wano ku Gomba Next Generation Farm Institute era nga ye Gomba Next Generation Model Farm. Nze farm manager farm eno yatandikibwa omwami Kalera Philip era nga yawangula empaka z'omulimi asinga 220 eziteekebwa Vision Group mu ggwanga lyonna. Farm eno yatandika omwaka gwa 2003 era nga ekigendererwa kyali kyakulaba tutya tuyinza okufuna mu byobulimi n'obulunzi. Twatandika nga tulunda ente ezaffe ennansi oba ze tuyita Enyankole paka mu mwaka gwa 2018 bwe twalaba nti ettaka lye twalina obunene bwalyo eka 405 amagoba ge twajjangamu otunulidde vali y'ettaka nga tegenkanankana na capital oyo ali mu ttaka. Twalaba nti bizinesi tekola, ne tukyusa ne tudda mu okulima okw'ekibalo mu 2019 ne tutandika olunda ente ez'amata ez'omubiyumba, enkoko, kulima amatooke, emmwanyi, kulunda embizzi n'okuteekawo ettendekero lisomesa abasawo b'ebisolo n'abalimisi. Twatandika ettendekero lino erya Gomba Next Generation Farm Institute okutendeka abavubuka. Twakizuula nti abavubuka bangi baagala nnyo okwenyigira mu byobulimi n'obulunzi naye nga babulamu obukugu obuli practical etwandiyise hand zone. Nti twakizuula nti abavubuka bangi bafuluma mu matendekero ag'ebyobulimi n'obulunzi naye nga balina theory mungi naye ng'okukwatako okukola faama kikyayagala oba yekenyi kyayagala okwekolera nga tebakimanyi. Ekitufuula ab'enjawulo nti abaana baffe tubayigiriza nga bakolera ddala ekyo okugeza nti okuwakisa ente okuzijjanjaba kuba faamu eriko ente 5 tegeeza ente ezo zibamala okusomerako. Enkoko nazo weeziri nnyingi zisukka mu 2,000, embizzi, emmwanyi eka 5 nti omwana ono byonna abikolera ddala. Wano tuli mu nkoko ez'amagi ze bayita layers. Fenno wano tulina enkoko ezisoba mu 2,000 mu kudda waggulu. Naye kansomese omuntu wange addala nfubuka munnange oyo gwe baalyako ssente z'empitirivu nti yali asobola olunda enkoko ez'amagi 1,000. Nti okuzimba ekiyumba eky'enkoko ez'amagi 1,000 weetaaga wakati w'obukadde 3 ku 5 okusinziira ki ky'oyagala. Kati nga wano ewange nkozesa ssente entonotono ze twakozesa. Kati enkoko obukoko obuto okulya eddagala drinka mweziriira ne mwezinywera okutuuka ku level wezibiikira emyezi 4 n'ekitundu ku myezi 5 weetaaga miliyoni 18 ku miliyoni 2. Lwaki? Nti olumu emmere ebeerako ng'eguddemukko olumu ng'eyambuseemukko sobola mbala nti miliyoni 18 ku 2. Bwe zituuka ku level eyo nga zitandise obiika kiba kitegeeza zisobola okwebeezaawo ate naawe ne zikubeezaawo. Kakati mu mbeera eyo nga zitandise okubiika tubala lunaku zirya kyenkana ki. Enkoko 1,000 zirya buli nkoko erya grams 12. Kitegeeza enkoko 1,000 zirya kilo 12. Ogenda obalaabalamu.
He will take long, but that is now, you hear how he started this modern farming in 2019, and he's earning quite a lot of money. So, the coffee, the dairy industry, the poultry, the Karangara palm oil project, these are projects pushed by the government that have transformed people's lives, not petty money from MPs for fundraising or bribes. So this is suicide for nothing. The voters need to know that these practices of bribes and fundraising are overthrowing the voters' power. The voters, you are overthrowing your own power by electing people because they have given you money. Because then you are power to elect leaders that will work with the central government to solve the problems of the voters, such as infrastructure, supervise wealth funds that are being stolen by the parish chiefs, etc. Do not accept petty money from politicians and throw away your power to elect a leader that can kwemerera. Kwemerera is the Runyankore word to supervise the money sent to you through the parish or to fight corruption in your area. Once we solve the problem of political corruption that has paralyzed the populist politicians, it will be easy to fight the corruption of the public servants. Why? It is because we have a reliable source for Okurega. Okurega is whistleblowing. These are the people, the victims of the corruption. The people who are the people who are deprived of these services, the population are the victims of the corruption. In the 1960s, we would go to the people. They had all the information. The big changes that are happening in Uganda are by the following actors: the National Resistance Army, UPDF, that liberated the country and has been ensuring peace ever since. The wealth creators in the 4 sectors of agriculture, manufacturing, services, and ICT. The government scientists that make innovations, and the responsible members of the political class that have been supporting the NRM programs. It is therefore not fair for some actors to spoil these successes. Some people say that they give bribes because Museveni is always giving the khaki envelope to members of the population. Do not draw water mixed with mud. Do not mix up issues. The brown envelopes I give are part of the ancient tradition here. It is called Okorongora. It is the king who does that to the singers or wrestlers, etc. President is the modern king. You are not kings. You are not kings. I have a budget for that. I do not sell my cows to get money kurongora singers. Murekerao umwenkano onkano. This is the Uganda word. It summarizes the whole thing. Murekerao umwenkano onkano. Stop trying to be like the one who is bigger than you. You tell those people that Museveni gives the envelope because he has got a budget. He's president. I'm not president. Why do you want? Fundraising was and is premature. The head of the fundraising is Oksonda. Fundraising is our word is Oksonda, whereby you make small equal contributions but by many contributors. In the 1950s, Mzee Kaguta sometimes would participate in Oksondera to contribute for Enjoga. Enjoga, a pot full of ruagwa, of banana alcohol. At that time, Enjoga, a pot full was 5 shillings. 5 people would contribute 1 shilling each. That's the Kusonda, that is the fundraising. You contribute equal, small amounts that you can afford. But with what's happening now, with the rampant fundraising, the MP carries the whole burden. The MP carries the whole burden. It is really extortion. But it was instigated by the MPs who created the impression that they had the type of money when they did not have. Even the church leaders and other elders should ask those young mistake makers the following question. Naye mwana wange, esente zino zonna ozijjawa. That's what I would ask my people if I saw young people throwing around money. That is what a responsible parent should ask Omwana, son or daughter, or Omuzukuru, grandchild, if he or she sees him or her throwing around money. The translation of that question is, my child, from where are you getting all this money that you are throwing around? The responsible parents should not accept stolen gifts from their children or mawanja from their children. So I thought this is what I wanted to comment on the issue of the political corruption and the other corruption. Now, I'm getting information about Obtarondora not checking on government work. I keep hearing, for instance, of bad feeder roads, that feeder roads in some of the areas are not good. Yesterday I was in Kakumiro. The feeder road I rode on was good, it looked good. When I was going to Kagadi, it was a short one, but it was good. The other time I was in Obongi, and the feeder roads there were very good, which we rode on. The other time I was in the Bugwere area of Dhaka, Parisa, from the cassava factory. I think we were going to Kamonkori. The feeder roads looked good, but when I drove from Busunju to Mitiana, the road was very bad, the Maram road there. And also the other road to the Tamak road, but that one they are working on it, Tamak road. So, and when we were in Bunyangabu, this issue came up. The question is, what are the districts doing with the 1.3 billion shillings you are sending to them? What is happening? I'm now going to send my spies quietly to check on some of these roads. And once I find the road is not worked on, and yet the government people are there, the cow is there, is quiet, the diesel is there, the diesels are there, I will go for them. They will have to answer. If the 1.3 billion is not enough, tell us, because the feeder roads are very crucial. If you say it's not enough. Now I found that of Bunyangabu, they were mixing up issues. The 1.3 billion is to maintain the roads which are already done, which are already made. But they were saying, oh, they want to make bridges across swamps. No, you can't do that with the 1.3 billion. That's new money. That's a new project. Maintain the present roads the way they are, so that you have the maram there, you have the gravel, they are compacted, drainage. This is a must. I will check, and if I find there will be casualties on the local government people there, even the RDC. Why should this be the case when all these people are there? But now for the voters, that's why you need to vote people who care, not the ones you give money to, the ones who have given you money. Now on the issue of the implementation, we'll have to, so much money has been already availed for so many roads. I have a whole list here. Masaka Mutukura, the money is there. The money for Rusari, Lakasambia, Nkonge, Rumegere. Roads like Moyo, Afoji, Katuna, Muko, Kamganguzi, Kumi, Ngora, Serere, Kagwara, Kampala, Maraba, Meter Gauge, Chitugum, Chidepo, Greater Kampala Metropolitan Roads, so the MPs should follow up this money which is already provided, because I have got a long list here of the money already provided, some of it from loans. Even for education, for health, all this money is here. Now, finally, you get misinformation. For instance, the other day I was in Riantonde, and some of the veterans of the NRA, of the Ruero veterans, were talking about some issues. And when I checked, we have already provided 218 billion shillings or something like that for the Casimo. And the Casimo was supposed to be 5 million for leaders each, and 1 million for supporters. Now, this money, 218 billion, has already, it's too much money. So what happened? Who took this money? And yet I heard some of them were complaining. You are going to dig up the whole thing. Then you get the cattle compensation. Teso, Lango, Achori. We have already spent 200 billion shillings on that. Who got this money? And we have now budgeted for another 80 billion. You had it being read here. So, you the leaders, follow up this money. Of course, I will also follow up, now that I'm involved. Then you get things like the stadiums. Quite a bit of money has been sent to some of these stadiums. So the National Council of Sports needs to explain to us. I hear some money has gone for stadiums like Kachieka, like a number of them. To do that, to do this, some work. Others are going to be done massively, like Akibo and so on. So the Council of Sports should also explain, come and brief Mom about all this money. Now, finally, I saw some issue about the digital number plates of vehicles, about fines, that people are being fined for, I don't know for what. But the issue about the number plates is not fines. It is anti-crime. I want my people to put on the TV a picture I saw in today's paper. Put that picture, if you have it. Today, you see that young man? 45 years, was killed on 10th of June, a few days ago. This one here, Geoffrey Wayengara. It was in today's paper. I cannot accept our Ugandans dying because of an incomplete infrastructure. You remember when I addressed you in Parliament, I think it was 2018, I told you about the cameras. You were here with your policemen, just there, and Amravie. That was all they were doing. And Amravie, the one who's going to kill people doesn't call witnesses to see him. So I said, please, let's go technical. Let's have cameras. Now the cameras have helped us to handle a number of things. But the problem they have is that the number plates, these ones which are just, they are cooked. They just go and pick something and put it there. These are digitized number plates with a central command post. You touch it, the command post alarm goes off. This is the work of the digital number plates, not collecting fines and so on. I think the confusion about fines could be because we didn't have money, and we told these people to do the number plates, maybe recover the money from those who make mistakes, fines. I don't know, I think that's where the confusion started. But the issue is about the number plate is digitized. Every vehicle must have a digital number plate, traceable by the central machinery, central command, to know which pikipikis were in this area at this time, which cars were in this area. These number plates which are put on and put off, these are meaningless. This is the whole thing about the digital number plates. It's not about money, fines, what, no. It's about security. That boy now, such a young person killed, they're acting with impunity. This is what I cannot accept. Look at this one. Was killed here in Mkono, I think. Yes, killed. And then we must now go, the cameras, sometimes the cameras also, they cover their faces. It's not easy to know. The number plates are forged. No. This is the purpose of the digital number plate. It's about security, not money, fines, what? Rubbish. Apoyo Matek, Rubangatiye.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for the successful delivery of the budget and fulfilling your constitutional obligation. We reiterate our commitment as legislature to apply its mandate to the realization of the progressive intentions for the country and its citizens. Honorable members and all the invited guests, you have been invited for a cocktail.
I didn't know I had a standing ovation, so I must bow.
You've been invited for a cocktail at Serena by Minister of Finance. Finance, thank you.
Now, on the issue of the federation, I brought that picture there. I want to give one to the speaker. Take it to her. I want to give another one to the leader of government, the vice president, if she's here as head of the government. Is she here? Give one to the vice president. Give another one to the chief whip of the NRM. Give another one to the leader of the opposition. Have you heard of that person? Leader of the opposition. So that they can start talking about serious politics, not rubbish. Leader of opposition, where is he? Come and they give it to you. Come. That one there. Then who is the other one? Oh, the Dean of the Diplomatic Corps. The Dean of the Diplomatic Corps. Who is the Dean now? The Dean there, he's there.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. Apoyo Matek.
Adjournment.
Once again, I want to thank you, Your Excellency. We also want to thank Mama, all the dignitaries, and all the invited guests for gracing this function. May the good Lord bless all of you. Honorable members, the House is adjourned sundown.
The anthems.
eggwanga era ensonga enkulu zesinza okuba nga ateekako essira naye nga okwogera kwe ebisinza okuba nga bikwata abantu mbabiro y'ensonga ya fines oba automated transport system ne badde eviddeko n'abataxi okuba nga beekalakasa agambye tekigendererwa si kya kuba nti fines naye kisinga obukulu nsonga ya kukwata bamenyi b'amateeka avumiridde nnyo amaanyi agagenze maaso n'okuba nga gakozesebwa kyagambye si kya buntu bulamu era yeetakerangako kugamba nti embeera eno egenda kujja kufuna ssente bw'atyo bwakatiriza ensonga ya fundraising ne bannabyabufuzi abasaba abantu ssente nakyo akyogedde kusaako n'okugenda maaso okulondoola enteekateeka za gavumenti kwe kubadde okwogera ku mutwe eggwanga naye ng'ensonga ya fines wejjidde nga bannayuganda bayonta nnyo okumanya ki ekiddako bwe bityo nogenda kubanga tuli mu studio naye nga bwetyo butambudde olunaku olwaleero mbadde ne Muhammad Omar sako ne Eric Sebalamu okutuusaako okwogera kwa pulezidenti ku lunaku olw'okusoma embali y'eggwanga nze Grace Segirinya ate katwegatte ku ttiimu y'abannaffe Moses Kajangu sako ne Apollo abagenzi maaso n'okuba nga obwedda tutambula nabo okulaga ensonga nga bwe zitambudde.